Okay, we're going to start here in just about a minute or so. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We had a good evening. Before we get started, we're going to go into Executive Director Burden for any announcements before we start.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Not much in the way of announcements this morning. You do have a Groundfish focused agenda today, just 3 items, but each of those is scheduled for a fair bit of time. In the event that we are ahead of schedule, as it comes to the end of the day, we will look to take up legislative matters and the meeting record before tomorrow. So feeling optimistic about today and not having to go late and order dinner again. I'll put it that way. So other than that, Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have for announcements.
Okay, fantastic. And with that, I'll turn to Todd, and I believe also Marlene is on the web, standing by. So kick us off, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Yes, we're dealing with agenda item E7, which is Harbor Specifications and Management Measures for 2025-26, Part 2. So under this item, the Council is scheduled to consider the management measures for 25 and 26 groundfish fisheries necessary to achieve the goals of the Council as well as MSA. These management measures applicable to this action are, of course, those that have been previously analyzed, are defined in regulation, or are necessary for ACL management, and of course, mitigating potential impacts to protected species or critical habitats. The important part here is decisions made at this particular agenda item will be analyzed over winter by the GMT. There are multiple tasks for the Council to consider under this item, which I will talk about here shortly as part of your action items. But in general, the Council should consider adoption of a final range of management measures necessary to implement harvest specifications for a more detailed analysis and provide guidance as necessary on routine measures as well as new management measures for overwinter analysis. In the September 2023 meeting, the GMT, the GAP, and CDF&W, as well as ODF&W, provided some new management measures for preliminary range. Those management measures are included in their action item checklist. In regards to new management measures, the Council should carefully consider those for inclusion into the process, noting that they do at times incur a large workload. The analysis of management measures adopted in this item will be provided in April of 2024 for the Council to review and adopt a PPA. After a public review period, the Council will implement or adopt final action in June of next year, 2025. So your action here is to adopt any remaining harvest specifications as necessary. And I'll call the attention that under E5, the Council did not make a decision regarding nearshore rockfish complexes and quillback rockfish. And you will need to also adopt ACL deductions or at-sea set-asides for the Pacific whiting at-sea fishery and annual catch targets for analysis. Adopt preliminary 2-year allocations for analysis, and provide guidance on routine adjustments to fisheries sector management measures. So these would be things like your trip limits, season structure, that sort of thing. And then, of course, adopt a range of new management measures for a more detailed analysis over winter. With that, I will note that you have quite the list of reports. You have reports from Washington and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, 2 reports from the tribes. GMT has 5 reports, but they're only going to read the first report and then give presentations for the remainder of the reports. Those are GMT presentations 1, 2, and 3. The GAP has a report as well as the enforcement consultants. And with that, Mr. Chair, I think I've concluded my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions for Todd on his overview? Okay. All right. First up, I go to the WDFW report and Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Good morning, everybody. This WDFW report has been in the briefing book for a while. I'll just hit some of the key points and ask for any questions if I don't hit them or I'm not clear. But this WDFW report includes a couple of different sections. It starts out with just a flag for our Washington recreational management measures. We're not proposing any new management measures for 2025 and 2026. We'll be looking at routine management measures that include bag limits, sublimits. We also have analyzed previously depth restrictions and area closures, and those are the type of things that we'll be looking at. We're quite aware of what we're looking at relative to canary rockfish and what we may need to do there. The second part of our report talks about rockfish commercial sorting requirements and some experience that we've had recently with a new permit that we're allowing people to bring in dressed rockfish. And it's through this effort that we've done in our work with our port samplers is that we've just noticed that we've got most of our fishers and buyers are sorting two species. And what is happening then at the dock when our samplers are down to do their species comps of fish that are required to be landed in a complex, they're recombining these species into the complex and then doing their sampling, and it's creating more work. And so we're considering requiring our rockfish to be sorted two species through our state regulations. And we're really just bringing this to the council at this point to see if there's interest in the other states in doing this, and thinking that it could be included as a management measure this through the specs process and just aligning our federal regs with the state regs. We also flag in our report that it could be something that is appropriately addressed in the phase 2 stock definition process too. So that's it, and I'll stop there and just see if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather on the WDFW report? Okay, very good. I'm going to back up and go to Keely Kent, National Fisheries Service, and I apologize. We didn't see that. You had one up, and please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the council. I'll be speaking to agenda item E7A, NIMS Report 1. We have a short report that I'll summarize. This report is on a proposed new management measure. This information was brought forward, not in a report, but via the GMT in September. But this tracks back to an action that we requested the council add to the workload and new management measures list in March 2023. What we are interested in doing as part of the specifications package and what we request the council consider in the recommendations to move forward out of this meeting is smaller in scope than what we have put on the list. We would like to develop a permit requirement for vessels participating in the EEZ directed open access fishery. That term or phrase, the directed open access fishery, is a relatively new one. It is a defined sector that we have created just in the past couple of years. We've been using that new sector definition for the non-trawl logbook requirements, as well as the provision for vessels to fish inside the non-trawl RCA using the midwater gears that we call 12E gears. And so we would be looking for the council to consider just moving forward with part of this action. So creating a permit for those vessels in directed open access. It would include all of the gears in that particular sector. We're not seeking a limited permit. It's more akin to the halibut permits that you recently developed. And the reason that we are interested in moving this forward more quickly in this package is, as we'll talk about later today, as well as under the in-season action, there certainly seems to be continued interest in utilizing our new directed open access 12E groups in particular as an opportunity to keep people fishing. And we certainly want to continue to support that. We think that's a great new fishing opportunity. Right now, we're interested in being able to better determine who is in that sector so that we can seek to tailor observer coverage in particular of those vessels. We would like to be able to verify at possibly a higher observer coverage level that indeed what we think to be true, which is that they have less interactions with quillback, that we can carry that out through the data, as well as understanding in general the interaction with any other limiting groundfish stocks going forward. We need a permit to be able to do that. Right now, we're not able to determine ahead of time who's going to be participating in that sector, and to be able to station observers up and down the coast and the ports where those folks are likely to go out. We need more information about that particular sector. At this point, we are at an exploration phase. Our goal would be to maintain, to the extent practicable, the accessibility of the directed open access fishery. We want to explore the possibilities of rolling permit applications and issuance versus a standard yearly renewal and application timeframe. And we certainly report back to the council on that at a future meeting when we've had more time to develop that. We also have information in this report, just again, full transparency, all permits issued by NMFS carry an administrative costs. Those costs are different for each fishery, and they're based on the provision of a service and based on the administrative costs of reviewing applications, any associated documentation, issuing permits, and it's related to the overall number of expected permits. Those costs are revisited regularly to make sure that they track with the cost to the agency of issuing each permit. I think, there's a little bit more information in the report, but that's a high-level summary. I'm certainly happy to answer questions at this point. We do want to make it clear that if the council agrees to let this move forward now, we would carry the burden of developing that. We do not expect any analytical time from the Groundfish management team or from council staff. If this were to move forward, it would certainly require our staff resources to push it forward, and we are ready to do so at this time. So I'm happy to answer questions, but I appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Keely. Questions for Keely on the NMFS report? Okay, and sorry about that. So, okay, next up will be the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report, and Caroline Knight. Caroline.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll be reading from CDF&W Supplemental Report 1 under this agenda item. The state of California, through CDF&W, issues scientific collecting permits for the purposes of research and education. Applicants are required to list the maximum number of each species being requested, their disposition, for example, their catch and release, or their sacrifice or permanent captivity, and the purpose of their scientific activity. Permittees are required to report the number of each species taken as well as their disposition yearly. CDF&W is responsible for administering and tracking SCP activity, including anticipated mortality that may accrue. While for most groundfish species, SCP activities result in de minimis amounts of mortality, the expected restrictive overfishing limit and anticipated overfished status determination for the quillback rockfish stock off California require consideration of the formal research set aside for federal and state research activities in the 25-26 biennium. For quillback rockfish, CDF&W plans to rescind or significantly reduce any authorizations for sacrifice or permanent captivity in 2025 and beyond, and will evaluate the need to reduce the number of authorized for catch and release in each SCP that has already been issued for 25 or 26. If no amendments to currently issued permits are made, CDF&W anticipates annual state research mortality at 0.465 metric tons if all authorized take were to be realized. CDF&W would like to deny any, CDF&W would likely deny any additional requests to take of quillback rockfish in new research activities that seek to be permitted for 25 and 26. If all sacrifice were to be eliminated and catch and release reduced by 75%, CDF&W calculates the maximum quillback rockfish mortality that would accrue in the currently issued SCPs would be 0.047 metric tons. This estimate was generated by multiplying the average estimated weight per quillback rockfish of 0.98 kilograms by the estimated number of quillback rockfish that would be authorized for catch and release. Considering these bookend mortality estimates and plans for SCP amendments and issuance described above, CDF&W is requesting the GMT estimate state authorized research activities to account for 0.1 metric tons of California quillback mortality annually in the 25-26 biennium. CDF&W's marine SCP project will work with current permittees on the revised authorizations while considering key and priority research and data needs for quillback rockfish. CDF&W supports the GMT's efforts to determine and recommend the appropriate amount for research set-asides for quillback rockfish in the 25-26 biennium. CDF&W expects that in determining that set-aside, the estimated state research take will be added to the NIMS estimated estimates of federal research take that may accrue in the West Coast Trawl Survey or any other federal surveys in 25 and 26. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Questions for Caroline on the CDF&W report? Okay. Next up is the tribal report, Joe Oatman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have two supplemental tribal reports. I'm not going to go over these in detail, but just to provide the council with the general content of each report. So in supplemental tribal report 1, that provides some information on the preliminary 2025 to 2026 tribal management measures and the various stocks that would be targeted in the tribal fisheries. The list of stocks are consistent with what's been provided before. It does provide some general information regarding the trawl fisheries for those 2 years in 2025 and 2026 with respect to the midwater trawl fishery and a bottom trawl fishery. And so for additional details, I would refer the council to that report. The second report, the supplemental tribal report 2, that is a letter from a law firm, Zions Chestnut, that transmitted this letter to Ms. Jennifer Kwan, West Coast Regional Administrator, providing some information regarding the Macaw Treaty groundfish fisheries for 2025 to 2026 and their intent to continue with all of their existing groundfish fisheries. So again, that letter has some additional details should the council be interested in looking at that. With that, Mr. Chair, just wanted to provide some general details regarding those two reports.
Thank you, Joe. Questions on the tribal reports? Okay, thank you. Next up will be the GMT report and Katie Pearson. Welcome, Katie.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Pettinger, council members. My name is Katie Pearson for the record, and I will be reading agenda item E7A Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Quillback Rockfish Biennial Harvest Specifications for 2025-26. The draft rebuilding analysis for quillback rockfish off California provides the minimum time for rebuilding, T-min, the maximum time for rebuilding, T-max, and alternative harvest strategies to achieve rebuilding by T-max. Quillback rockfish are a long-lived species, and the rebuilding analysis identified that with no fishing mortality, F equals 0, the T-min is 2045. T-max, determined based on T-min plus 1 mean generation time of 26 years, is 2071. The Groundfish management team over winter analysis will evaluate alternative rebuilding strategies with the goal of determining the harvest strategy that rebuilds the stock as soon as possible while factoring in the socioeconomic needs of fishing communities. The draft rebuilding analysis presents a range of spawning potential ratios, SPRs, that would successfully rebuild the stock by 2071 or earlier. The GMT notes that the rebuilding strategy that applies a SPR of 0.5 is an untenable option for consideration since it is projected to not rebuild the stock by Tmax. The GMT recommends analyzing bookends of the rebuilding strategies shown in Table 1. F equals 0, T target 2045, which represents the minimum time to rebuild, and the ABC rule, T target 2060, which represents the maximum time to rebuild. These two values result in a range of 2025 annual catch limit values, 0 to 1.3 metric tons, and are projected to rebuild the stock between 2045 and 2060. The ABC, acceptable biological catch rule, where the ABC is set equal to the maximum risk tolerance, P star, and the scientific uncertainty, sigma, reduction applied to the overfishing limit, is projected to rebuild the stock by 2060. Of the two bookends considered, the ABC rule represents the strategy that is closest to the maximum time to rebuild, but does not result in an annual catch limit that exceeds the overfishing limit. The GMT may investigate other SPRs runs as applicable over winter. The values in Table 1 below are from Table 2 from Agenda Item E2, Attachment 1, November 2023, which used the GMT's recommended removal mortality of 10.62 metric tons. And Table 1 has a list of the 2021 to 2024 assumed removals, as well as the 2025 OFL and ACLs for both the F equals 0 and the ABC rule. And those OFLs are found in Table 5 of the rebuilding analysis, and the ACLs are found in Table 2 of the rebuilding analysis. And then the SPR, T target, T max, and probability of recovery. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. Questions on the GMT report 1? Okay, I'm not seeing that. Great job. Okay, next up will be Will Jasper and the GMT presentation 1. Welcome, Will.
Good morning, Chair Pettinger, members of the council. My name is Will Jasper, and I will be giving GMT presentation 1, which covers GMT supplemental report 2, the first of 3 GMT presentations covering this rather comprehensive agenda item. With me is Katie Pearson to answer any questions or help answer any questions you may have. Next slide. So this presentation covers 2 action items, action item 2 and action item 3, area management measures and off-the-top deductions. First being area management measures. The GMT received 2 suggestions or reports for updates to selected rockfish conservation area coordinates. The first was a Rittenberg Bank RCA discussion point, which was brought forward by the GAP at the September 2023 meeting. The GMT understands that this request has been rescinded and finds this appropriate, given that waypoint changes are intended to more accurately reflect bathymetry and should not be used to address conservation concerns. And it is further spoken to under action item number 19D in report 4 presentation 3, and will be discussed more then. The second is a CDFW proposed minor waypoint modification to the 50 fathom RCA boundary line between Point Arena and Bodega Bay. Next slide, please. So this details that boundary change. You have a map on this slide where the yellow details the current RCA boundaries and a light green polygon immediately to the east, which details the rough proposed RCA change area. The eastern boundary of that green polygon details the rough area of the current, or the actual 50 fathom boundary, which CDFW would aim to match. In initial assessments, and this is fully detailed in CFW report 1 under G6A from September, waypoint modifications will result in better alignment of the 50 fathom RCA with current bathymetry data. The CFW does not believe these proposed changes will result in any crossovers or create additional RCA waypoints. And the current 50 fathom RCA line diverges from the corresponding 300-foot bathymetry line by roughly 2 to 3 miles in this area. And the GMT recommends moving forward with this analysis of the proposed RCA line changes proposed by CDFW. Next slide, please. So action item 3, off the top deductions. A brief overview. The off the top deductions are the amount taken from the ACL to account for sectors the council does not actively manage. This includes the tribal fisheries, research, catch, incidental, open access, and EFPs. Together, these deductions ensure that the total mortality from directed and non-directed groundfish fisheries do not exceed the ACL. We generally want to set these off the top deductions high enough to allow sectors to proceed without endangering that ACL. And there's a simple diagram showing how that works. Next slide, please. Moving to the tribal, based on the request from the tribes, which allows them to manage their expected mortality in upcoming fisheries, they brought us a report. The requested set-asides, as Chair Oatman listed, are consistent with the off-the-top deductions requested in the 23-24 specifications process, and the GMT recommends adopting the preliminary tribal set-asides as outlined in the report. Next slide, please. Moving to research and IOA. So historically, the council has based these on long-term maximum or historic average mortality, which starts in 2003 or 2005 in certain circumstances. Upon analysis, the GMT found that many of these long-term maximums were not reflective of recent trends in mortality. An example is provided about starry flounder, where the long-term maximum was 2005, which was 45.71 metric tons, but the 10-year rolling maximum is 14.13 metric tons, which most of the years in the last decade below 0.8 or below 8 metric tons. After some robust discussion, the GMT proposed using a 10-year rolling maximum to determine future research in IOA set-asides, except in certain circumstances, which we outlined in GMT Report 2 of this agenda item. Because of this new methodology change, the research and IOA set-asides for several stocks or management units will change in 25-26. We would also point out that there are many more changes in the IOA set-asides than the research set-asides, and that this is likely due to changes in the fisheries, such as the more efficient excluder devices used in the pink shrimp fishery. Next slide. Speaking to research, this includes the NIMS Trawl Survey, the IPHC Longline Survey, and other federal and state research. We identified 5 stocks or management units for which the 25-26 set-aside value will decrease compared to the 23-24 values. Those are outlined in this table below. And this is based on a new 10-year rolling maximum methodology. We also identified 9 other stocks and management units for which the set-aside will increase, but point out that this would have happened regardless of the methodology switch. They were new highs in 2022 or 2021. The full tables are detailed in Supplemental Report 2, and the stocks for which the set-aside will increase, as they are not listed here, are black rockfish off of Washington, California scorpionfish south, Dover sole, long-nosed skate, long spine thorny head north, sablefish north, short spine thorny head north, Oregon cabezon kelp greenling, Washington cabezon kelp greenling. And I would also point out that the other fish category listed at the bottom includes kelp greenling off of California and leopard shark. Next slide, please. So the GMT recommends the council use the 10-year rolling maximum for research mortality to set the set-asides for 25-26, except for cowcod, canary, California quillback, and yellow eye rockfish, for which the GMT recommends specific divergent set-asides from that 10-year rolling maximum. You can see the set-asides that we recommend on the far right of the table below. And speaking to each of those, canary, in 2022, there was a high of 19.08 metric tons in the research set-aside, or in the research catch. In conversations with those researchers, the GMT determined that value to be anomalous and anticipates catch will be more similar to other years and recommends moving forward with the standard or prior 10.08 metric ton set-aside. For cowcod, the council adopted a research set-aside of 10 metric tons in 23 and 24 with the intent that it meet the needs of current and additional research. The GMT is not aware of any additional research needs at this time, but notes that there is great need for additional biological data and fishery-dependent data. To Quillback, this is a specific CDFW request under E7A Supplemental CDFW Report 1. And Yellow Eye, 2.92 metric tons were set aside in 23 and 24 based on anticipated research needs. And while this was not met, the GMT recommends continuing with those set asides. Next slide, please. Incidental open access. So this covers direct Pacific halibut, California halibut, pink shrimp, and a few other fisheries. Similar to research, Council has historically set asides based on their maximum high catch from 2003 or 2005 with a few specific diversions. And we propose using a 10-year rolling maximum to determine future IOA set-asides, except in certain circumstances as outlined in Report 2. These new methodology results in decreases for 21 of the 42 IOA set-asides. Lingcod north and south of 4010, as well as Pacific cod, will increase, and that would have happened, as with research, unrelated to this new methodology change. And for 10 of these 42 set-asides, we recommend specific departures from the new methodology that is detailed on the next slide. So next slide, please. You can see here the 10 different species for which we recommend specific divergences. I'm not going to speak to all of them. The departures are either due to anomalous highs or incorrectly coded tickets that are not been updated in the current GEM product. Generally speaking, the methods for these new values are either the second highest mortality, a 10-year rolling average, or a specifically chosen value in the case of canary and sablefish. And we feel that these are more reflective of current trends in the fishery and fishery needs. For details on all these, we recommend reading Supplemental Report 2. Next slide, please. Exempted fishing permits. Under agenda item E6A, Council forwarded 2 EFPs for consideration in 25-26. This was the September meeting. Neither of these EFPs requested set-asides, and the Council addressed this specific item under E6A on Sunday, I believe. So I won't speak to it further. Next slide, please. Recreational sablefish north of 36. The Council expressed interest in September in reviewing the sablefish north of 36 recreational off-the-top set-aside for potential modification. The current set-aside is set at 6 metric tons. The table in this slide details the 2023 catch estimates for through July for California, Oregon, and Washington. Excuse me. And the GMT estimates that the current catch this year is roughly at 20 metric tons and is anticipated to reach 25 metric tons by the end of the year. You'll need to note an asterisk for Washington, and that is because sailfish that has been landed in the Washington recreational fishery is not currently broken out in their GEM product. They do have that data, and in initial analysis of the raw or unexpanded data by WDFW staff indicate that the sailfish catch for Washington is somewhere in the vicinity of 9 metric tons for this year. And it's our understanding that they'll be working to break that out in the future. Based on the increased recreational mortality in 23, the GMT recommends a sablefish north of 36 off the top set aside of 30 metric tons. Next slide, please. Sablefish south. Currently, there is no recreational set aside for sablefish south. Between 2005 and 22, the recreational mortality of sablefish was less than 1.5 metric tons, with 1.5 or 1.15 metric tons being in 2022. In 23, recreational mortality of sablefish is estimated to be approximately 0.9 metric tons between January and July. So why might the Council consider this set aside? There is indication that more recreational anglers are interested in targeting sablefish in the South due to other groundfish restrictions. Additionally, the repeal of the CCAs will open up new areas for anglers where they could target sablefish in the South. And a set aside could better account for recreational sablefish mortality in that area. And so the GMT would recommend adopting, or rather creating, a sablefish south recreational off the top set aside of 10 metric tons. Next slide, please. At the September meeting, the Council expressed interest in identifying groundfish set asides for the directed Pacific halibut fishery. Currently, mortality in the directed Pacific halibut fishery is accounted for in the IOA set asides, and upon analysis of the data and various contributions to those set-asides, we recommend not moving forward with a fishery-specific set-aside and keeping your current practice of accounting for this mortality in the IOA sector. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary of those GMT recommendations that we've gone over in the slides in the past. I will not speak to each of them as it is repetitive, but there they are. And with that, I will take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Will, for a great report. Questions for Will in the GMT presentation one? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge, I think this is the first time Mr. Jasper has spoken to us, and to dive first in on a specs report. Great job, and really appreciate how the GMT has laid this out for us. No question, just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for the effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. All right, thanks, Will. All right, next up will be Whitney Roberts, GMT presentation 2. Welcome, Whitney.
Hi, good morning, council members. For the record, my name is Whitney Roberts from the Groundfish management team, and I'll be doing it slightly differently this time, given how important the report 3 is to everyone. So I'll be reading the executive summary and then doing the presentation to go into a little bit more detail. So the executive summary is: the GMT has highlighted potential items for review during our overwinter analysis and seeks council concurrence and/or additional guidance on these plans, with specific requests noted below. As described under action item number 4, we could revisit quillback and yellow eye rockfish annual catch targets and evaluate establishing ACTs for canary rockfish in the non-trawl sector, copper rockfish south of Point Conception, and sablefish north of 36 degrees north latitude. The GMT sees a lesser need for reviewing the yellow eye ACT, but the team is bringing it to the council's attention in case further analysis to remove the yellow eye ACT is requested. Based on recent mortality trends and anticipated harvest limits, the GMT asked the council to provide guidance regarding which of these species it would wish to have analyzed for ACTs. Additionally, the council requests that the GMT analyze removal or adjustments to the yellow eye rockfish non-trawl ACT. The team expects to also analyze the yellow eye rockfish HGs within the non-trawl allocation. Given how potentially constraining canary rockfish will be for all sectors, the GMT sees a need to holistically analyze all allocation and management schemes for canary rockfish, including analysis of an ACT as just mentioned. The GMT expects to analyze adjustments to trawl, non-trawl allocations, at-sea set-asides, and commercial non-trawl, in other words, non-nearshore and nearshore, and recreational fishery allocations to stay within the 2025-26 canary rockfish ACLs, and the team seeks council guidance for any specific requests. In addition to canary rockfish, the GMT sees merit in reconsidering biennial trawl, non-trawl allocations for widow rockfish and petrale sole, which is action item number 5. The current allocation structure of these stocks may cause constraints to fishery sectors. Specifically, the GMT is recommending including an option for analysis that would allocate 200 metric tons of widow rockfish to the non-trawl sector, in addition to the status quo of 400 metric tons, with the remainder of the fishery harvest guideline allocated to the trawl sector. At this time, the GMT has not identified a potential alternative option for petrale sole. The GMT recommends delaying all Amendment 21 adjustments for action item number 7, including short spine thorny head, until the intersector allocation review, so that the holistic trawl catch share program review may inform potential adjustments. The GMT evaluated at-sea set-asides, which is action item number 9, for all stocks with current set-asides, and is recommending a range of 2025-26 at-sea set-aside options shown in table 12 of this report. The only stocks with more than one option suggested for analysis are canary rockfish, dark blotched rockfish, sablefish north of 36 north latitude, and short spine thorny head north of 3427 north latitude. The nearshore rockfish complex north of 4010 is currently managed using an informal sharing arrangement, and the GMT requests guidance from the council as to whether the GMT should analyze any alternatives to the informal sharing arrangement that is currently in place for copper rockfish off of Washington and Oregon, given the new stock definitions in Amendment 31 under action item number 10. The GMT is recommending status quo trawl, non-trawl allocations for canary rockfish because allocation proportions are not expected to constrain either the trawl or non-trawl sectors in 2025 and 26 under action item number 6. Finally, the team recommends continuing to use the status quo blackgill rockfish HG and allocation proportions within the slope rockfish complex south of 4010, action item number 8, as well as the status quo within non-trawl sharing arrangements for sablefish south of 36, boccaccio south of 4010, and cowcod south of 4010 under action item number 10.
and has not identified a need for any analysis of species-specific HGs or state shares for stocks in a complex for action item number 8. That concludes the executive summary. So I will go through the presentation. It's, of course, the same material, but has a little bit more detail and some tables that folks can look at. So moving to the next slide in the presentation, that outlines the action item numbers that are covered in this report that I just went through, number 4 through 10, which covers annual catch targets, allocations between sectors and within non-trawl and HGs, ACTs, or shares, as well as for stocks in a complex. So moving to the next slide, covers ACTs. Currently, the stocks listed for above are for those stocks that currently have an ACT, which includes yellow eye rockfish, and that's specific to the non-trawl sector, as well as copper rockfish for all sectors off California and quillback rockfish off California for all sectors. And we highlight in our report, as I said, that the yellow eye rockfish ACT could be looked at more closely as to whether it's required, still necessary for management, or if the council still wants to use it for management, given that non-trawl mortality is approaching that expected 30 metric ton ACT in 25-26, and the trawl allocation is likely to go not fully attained. So the ACL doesn't appear to be at risk, but the non-trawl ACT could be reached or exceeded. And then as far as the bottom list, those are stocks to consider maybe developing new ACTs based on council guidance, which includes canary rockfish specific to the non-trawl sector. And that is based on the fact that most of the non-trawl mortality comes from the recreational sectors. And so with the expectation that the canary rockfish ACT could be fully attained in 25 and 26, we may want to monitor some non-trawl mortality a little bit more closely. And then for copper rockfish, we put that on the list as a potential to develop an ACT south of Point Conception only to respond to localized depletion based on that stock assessment. For quillback rockfish, that currently has an ACT, but we do not have expected OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs yet, so we don't provide any numbers in our report for that expected ACT. But the status quo approach is to set the quillback rockfish off California ACT equal to the ACL contribution. Moving on to the next slide. With regard to 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations, the GMT is recommending status quo biennial trawl, non-trawl allocations for all stocks except those listed: canary rockfish, widow rockfish, and petrale sole. For those stocks, we did identified some avenues that warranted potentially further analysis over winter. And I'll go into those in a little bit more detail. Moving on to the next slide, which is specific to canary rockfish. It's quite a big table, but this is shown to represent the fact that canary rockfish will need to be looked at holistically for 25-26 management measures. That table includes trawl and non-trawl allocations, as well as the ATC set aside within the trawl allocation and the non-trawl shares under the non-trawl allocation. And so that is the full breakout of canary into the various sectors. And we will want to look at all of those things. I'll also note that recent trawl and non-trawl mortality has generally been higher than expected 25-26 allocations for both of those sectors. And I will discuss within non-trawl sector specific shares later in the slide under action item number 10. So moving to the next slide, this covers widow rockfish. We noticed that recent trawl mortality is higher than anticipated 25-26 allocation for the trawl sector. And the GMT is recommending an option that would analyze 200 metric tons allocated to the non-trawl sector and the remainder to the trawl sector. And the status quo is currently 400 metric tons, with the remainder going to the trawl sector, as you can see on the screen. And lastly, for the trawl, non-trawl allocations, moving to the next slide for petrale sole. Petrale is expected to constrain the trawl sector in 25-26 based on recent mortality as shown in the table. But we are also identifying more recreational catch in the of petrale as well too, which is within the non-trawl sector. So recent mortality may not be fully indicative of what we can expect under the non-trawl sector in 25-26. So moving on to the next action item checklist, which is covering yellow eye rockfish, the only rebuilding or overfished species under this action item checklist. And for that, the GMT is just recommending adopting status quo yellow eye rockfish proportions to the trawl and non-trawl sectors. And the status quo is shown on the screen right there, with 8% to trawl and 92% to the non-trawl sector. And recent mortality is expected to be within those allocations. Moving on to the next slide, the council also has the opportunity under specs to adjust any of the Amendment 21 formal trawl, non-trawl allocations. However, at this time, the GMT is recommending delaying any of those adjustments until the intersector allocation review, which is scheduled for scoping in June 2024. We do at least highlight that short spine thorny head north of 3427 has an Amendment 21 trawl, non-trawl allocation, and recent mortality has been higher than the expected allocations in 25-26, and so could be a constraint for those sectors. But we're also still recommending delaying that adjustment until intersector allocation review. I also will lastly note that it's expected that higher workload would be associated with adjusting any of the Amendment 21 allocations compared to the biennial allocations that I already covered. Moving on to action item number 8, which is HGs and state shares for stocks in a complex. The GMT is recommending for the blackgill rockfish sharing arrangement. Currently, it makes blackgill rockfish specific trawl, non-trawl allocations within the complex, and those blackgill specific allocations are 41% to the trawl and 59% to the non-trawl sector for all remaining species in the slope rockfish complex south. We're also recommending continuing with those status quo allocations of 91% to the trawl sector and 9% to the non-trawl sector. And then for the two other stocks or complexes on the screen, Oregon black blue deacon and Oregon and Washington cabezon kelp greenling, we did not identify the need to analyze any species specific HGs at this time. Moving on to the next slide, which is still action item 8, but specific to blackgill, a little bit more detail. That's just showing you can look into the bottom row. That shows the final blackgill rockfish trawl, non-trawl allocations after apportioning the off the top deductions, which is based on those blackgill rockfish specific sharing proportions. So that's just showing how you would get to the final 2-year allocations based on the status quo sharing arrangement. And those 2-year allocations in the bottom row are well above recent mortality. Moving on to the next slide, which covers at-sea set-asides. This is just a list of considerations the GMT weighed when discussing at-sea set-asides and whether any of them needed to be adjusted. And that includes recent at-sea bycatch mortality, recent IFQ allocation attainment, economic importance of the stock to the IFQ fishery, recent ACL attainment, as well as expected ACL changes in the next biennium and potential implications of that change, any conservation risk to the stock, whether the ACL is at risk of being exceeded, and recent fishing behavior and any possible changes to fishing behavior in 25-26 that could impact incidental catch. So moving to the next slide shows the GMT recommended range of options to analyze over winter for at-sea set-asides, and the green highlighted rows are stocks for which there are more than one option to analyze. You'll notice that includes canary rockfish with a range of 20 to 36 metric tons, and dark blotch rockfish with a range of 100 to 150 metric tons, and sablefish north with 300 to 429 metric ton range. And lastly, short spine thorny head north with a range of 50 to 100 metric tons. For canary rockfish, the average annual at-sea mortality has been 4 metric tons since 2019, and the maximum during that time period was 6 metric tons. However, that doesn't include 2023, but 2023 catch to date has been 20 metric tons, and the current status quo set aside is 36 metric tons in 23-24. So that's why the GMT is looking at potentially reducing that catch, but recognizing that canary rockfish is going to be a constraint to all sectors. So for sablefish north, we provide 2 options, of course, and option 1 reflects the at-sea sector's maximum mortality between 2019 and 2022. Option 2 was developed by multiplying the 2023 at-sea catch as of October 31 of this year by the percent change in the sablefish north ACL, which is 271%. And then for short spine thorny head, bycatch was exceptionally high in 2022 at 244 metric tons. and 99 metric tons has been taken this year as of November 5th. The current set aside for 23-24 is 70 metric tons, which is option 2 on the screen. And we also note that the coastwide ABC for short spine thorny head is not expected to be at risk of being exceeded because of likely unharvested short spine south of 3427. So even though that range for short spine thorny head is higher than the 2022 value, we don't expect that exceeding the ATC set aside would risk the make a conservation risk to the stock based on the coastwide ABC. So moving on to the next slide for action item number 10, within non-trawl HGs and shares. For yellow eye rockfish, we are recommending continuing to, we're looking at yellow eye rockfish as far as potentially removing or adjusting the ACT. And so we just note that if that, based on council guidance, that could inform analysis of the non-trawl HGs and shares shown on the screen, because that does impact how these HGs and shares are set for yellow eye rockfish. Moving on to the next slide for canary rockfish within non-trawl. Canary rockfish is, again, going to be analyzed holistically. And at this meeting, the GMT is seeking guidance on the potential to analyze an option that could reallocate some of the commercial non-trawl share to the 3 state-specific recreational shares equitably. And more specifically, that's because commercial non-trawl mortality of canary has a recent maximum of 31 metric tons in 2021 and 2022, but the expected 2025 and 26 commercial non-trawl share would be 51 metric tons. That's 20 metric tons higher than recent mortality. However, at the same time, recreational shares in 2025 and 26 are expected to be much lower than recent mortality in those sectors. And I'll show that on the next screen as well, too, the recent mortality by sectors. So if we go to the next slide, that shows the recent mortality trends since 2017, as well as the percent of total non-trawl mortality for that sector. And you can see that the expected commercial non-trawl share in 25-26 would be 51 metric tons, but their recent mortality in the last 2 years has been 31 metric tons. In addition, the commercial non-trawl sector has been taking 17% of the total non-trawl mortality, but the sharing arrangement for that sector is 36% of the non-trawl allocation. And as I said before, each of the state recreational fisheries, the recent mortality is expected to be well above the 2025-26 shares under the status quo sharing arrangement. Moving on to the next slide. This is the last one. This just covers the within non-trawl HGs and shares for the remaining stocks that currently have them. For nearshore rockfish complex north, these are state sharing arrangements for each species within the complex. And right now the GMT is just asking for council guidance on whether we should analyze alternatives to that current sharing arrangement for copper rockfish off Washington and Oregon. And that's because under Amendment 31, copper rockfish is defined as a combined stock off Oregon and Washington. For the remaining stocks on your screen, we're just recommending the status quo sharing arrangement, and you can see those in the report and on the screen, so I won't go into them. But with that, we can go to the next slide and I can take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Whitney. Great report. Questions on her presentation? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Whitney, for the great report. I had a question on action item 5, widow rockfish. And was just wondering if the GMT discussed any sort of estimation of what might happen in the non-trawl sector relative to widow with the pending changes from Amendment 32 and the focus on 12E gears, whether you think that 200 number captures that range for analysis, that possibly that share could grow.
We did talk about that. Oh, thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kemp, for the question. We did have that discussion in, I think, good detail. And we agreed that there are some potential changes that could, I think I said this in the presentation, mean that recent mortality could not be fully indicative of future mortality. It's hard to say at this time what that, to quantify that potential change, but we could look at trying to quantify that over winter analysis. And that's why we included that as an option to at least look at it and see whether there is the potential to make that allocation change. And that is definitely I think the key question we would be asking in that overwinter analysis. We thought that 200 metric tons could still accommodate those changes given how low the mortality has still been recently. But again, that would be hopefully what we could look at in more detail in overwinter analysis.
Thank you, Keely. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Whitney, on slide 10, under action item number 8, talking about no species-specific HGs needed for Oregon black blue, rockfish, and Oregon and Washington cabs-on greenling, where it says no specific HGs needed at this time. That is status quo. That isn't something new. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. Yes, that is correct. We are basically just going down the action item checklist and looking at things that are already in place and identifying where things may need to change. This is something that we regularly look at. In the past, we have typically not identified a need for this, and we're continuing to not identify a need because the complex HG appears to be sufficient to accommodate mortality, and it doesn't need to go down to the species level. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Further questions? GMT report. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Whitney. I did not catch the slide, but if we can go back to action item number 4. Thank you. I may just need a little bit more help understanding the consideration to develop an ACT for Sablefish North. Can you expand on that just a little bit more for us? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes. Thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the question. This is based on a lot of conversation that has happened between the GMT and GAP, and there has been concern for the scale of increase in the ACLs expected in 2025-26, and the likelihood that a lot of the sablefish out there are young fish that could be caught by the fishery, and wanting to consider maybe the conservation concern associated with that, and what that might mean for the stock in the future. And so it was proposed by the GAP to look at an ACT that would be set below the Sablefish North ACL after taking off the top deductions. That could be set at a number that is appropriate for the council. The GMT did not weigh in on what that number could be, and didn't talk about what that number could be. I think the GAP does propose that, but we just identify as that something the GAP is interested in, and so we could analyze it over winter. And again, it would be an amount that the council could set after taking off the top deductions and the 10% tribal share from the Sablefish North ACL.
Yep, please.
Thank you. That is helpful. And then I guess, would you envision the overwinter analysis from the GMT specifically addressing how the information or data would inform whether or not it was small fish that was coming in under that presumed ACT?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the question. That is a very good question. I don't think it's typically the GMT's role to weigh in at that level of the scientific uncertainty, and we could certainly coordinate with the science centers and talk to the stock assessors for the sablefish assessment and try to address that question. But I would assume that the GMT's role would largely be to look at the feasibility and how it might impact the various fishing sectors.
Keely?
Thank you. On the same topic, did the GMT discuss sort of the mechanics of a Sablefish North ACT in terms of how it's different from any other ACT, and how it would require revisiting the FMP Amendment 6 framework for Sablefish North allocations?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kemp, for the question. We did not have that conversation. It was not brought to our attention. We didn't, in fact, spend very much time talking about this because I think it was proposed to the GMT from the GAP at kind of the late hour. And so we put it in as something to analyze based on the request, but we didn't talk about how that would actually impact our workload and what would be required to make that adjustment, as you said, given that sablefish is quite different in the way that it's allocated. So unfortunately, the answer is no. We didn't have that conversation.
Okay. Anyone else? Not see any. Thank you, Whitney. Okay, next up is James Phillips with presentation 3, report 4. Welcome, James.
Let's try that again. Good morning, Council. My name is James Phillips. I'm Groundfish Management Team. And with me, just in case there are commercial questions that I cannot answer, is Ms. Katie Pearson. As my previous colleague, I will be reading from GMT Supplemental Report 4, the executive summary, and then we will go into further detail on the individual slides. This specific GMT report covers action items 11 through 20, which is generally trip limits, bag limits, season structures, new management measures, and rebuilding plans. Reading from the executive summary, the Groundfish Management Team has highlighted potential items for review during our overwinter analysis and seek specific Fishery Management Council concurrence and or additional guidance on these plans with specific requests noted below. The GMT recommends adopting status quo individual fishing quotas, allocations, and trip limits for non-IFQ species. The council may want to consider increasing sablefish trip limits for the open access and limited entry fixed gear sectors to account for annual catch limit increases. The GMT plans to analyze sablefish trip limits north of 4010, but does not see a need to adjust trip limits for sablefish south of 36 north latitude, subject to any potential council guidance. The GMT also anticipates analyzing bi-monthly trip limit adjustments for canary rockfish, short spine thorny head, and copper rockfish in the nearshore rockfish complex south of 4010 north latitude. Anticipating that Quebec rockfish off California may be declared overfished and a rebuilding plan required, the GMT recommends that Quebec rockfish south of 42 north latitude be removed from the minor nearshore rockfish complex. The GMT will work over winter to analyze management measures to meet rebuilding plan requirements and trip limit adjustments within the area 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude to limit mortality of Quebec rockfish, including trip limits for the nearshore rockfish complex, cabezon, kelp greenling, lingcod, and shelf rockfish complex, including vermilion rockfish. As a process improvement, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel requested trip limit tables all use one format, either monthly or bi-monthly for consistency. The GMT thinks this will reduce regulatory complexity, but will evaluate whether there may be impacts to crossover provisions. Washington, Oregon, and California will be considering various routine management measures to keep recreational fisheries impact within appropriate harvest guidelines. Washington will evaluate the need to maintain or implement routine management measures pending a review of catch trends. Oregon will analyze a combination of depth restrictions and bag limits for black rockfish, canary rockfish, nearshore rockfish, and cabezon once sector-specific allocations are identified through the council and state processes. California will be considering routine changes, including adjusted season lengths, further reductions to the vermilion rockfish subbag limit, and may investigate the possibility of creating sub-management areas within groundfish management area or using different management lines approved by the council. California will also investigate new or existing management measures to limit Quebec rockfish mortality within state waters. Although the proposed changes affect state fisheries, the GMT will investigate ways to present data to the council to ensure that sources of mortality from both state and federal fisheries are accounted for during the council's season setting process. Lastly, the GMT recommends keeping all of the new management measures currently on the list for overwinter analysis, with the exception of item 19C, which is updating surface release discard mortality rates which the GMT recommends taking out of the 25-26 biennial package and pursuing an alternative path. So that is a high-level review of the executive summary. Transitioning back to the presentation. Next slide, please. And again, this presentation covers action item checklist, items number 11 through 20, action item 11, shore-based IFQ, action item 12, open access fisheries. You know what, council efficiency, I can read these to you at the start of each slide. Next slide, please. Action item number 11, shore-based IFQ. The GMT has not received any requests for changes to the shore-based IFQ trip limits at this time. The GMT also did not identify any stocks for which IFQ trip limit adjustments need to be analyzed to stay within 25-26 harvest limits. It's time the GMT recommends status quo IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ fisheries. Next slide, please. So in general, for the next action items, 12 through 15, these are open access and limited entry fixed gears. This is where the general overarching request from the GAP to investigate changing trip limit tables to be either monthly or bi-monthly for consistency would apply through these action items. And again, the objective of this is to see if regulatory simplicity can be achieved. Next slide, please. Action item number 12. Open access fixed gear fisheries north of 4010 north latitude. For sablefish north of 36 north latitude, the council may want to consider increasing sablefish trip limits to account for ACL increases. As a reminder, the status quo is currently 3,000 pounds per week and 6,000 pounds per bi-monthly period. Canary rockfish, adjusting bi-monthly limits to implement 25-26 harvest specification in response to the new stock assessment will be examined over winter. Short spine thorny head, trip limit adjustments, again, will be looked at to stay within 25-26 ACLs. And the status quo, as a reminder, is 50 pounds per month trip limit. And north of 4010, to 42 north latitude, trip limit adjustments for quillback to limit quillback rockfish mortality will be investigated. Next slide, please. Action item number 13, open access fixed gear fisheries south of 4010 north latitude. Sablefish south of 36 north latitude, status quo of 2,000 pounds per week and 6,000 pounds per bi-monthly trip limit. The GMT did not identify a need to analyze adjustments because vessels are not attaining the status quo at this time. South of 4010 north latitude, trip limits adjustments to limit quillback rockfish mortality will be considered. Additionally, copper rockfish, this is all south of 4010, adjust bi-monthly limits to implement 25-26 harvest specifications, and that included for canary rockfish and short spine thorny head. The GMT will investigate trip limits adjustments, but does not expect that they will be necessary at this time. Action item number 14, next slide, please. Action item 14, limited entry fixed gear north of 4010 north latitude. Sablefish north of 36 north latitude. The council may want to consider increasing sablefish trip limits to account for ACL increases. Status quo is 4,500 pounds per week and 9,000 pounds per bi-monthly period. Setting trip limits high for the entire year may be more equitable across the entire fleet. So that is what is being considered at this time. Canary rockfish, just bi-monthly limits to implement 25-26 harvest specifications. And for short spine thorny head, analyze adjustments to the bi-monthly trip limits for short spine thorny head north of 3427 north latitude. And the status quo, 2,000 pounds per month, January through June, and 2,500 pounds per 2 months for July through December. North of 4010 to 42, trip limits adjustment for quillback rockfish will be investigated. Next slide, please. Action item number 15, limited entry fixed gear fisheries south of 4010 north latitude. For sablefish south of 36 north latitude, status quo of 2,500 pounds per week trip limit. The GMT did not identify a need to analyze adjustments because vessels are not attaining status quo at this time. For south of 4010 north latitude, again, trip limits and area management adjustments, which may impact quillback rockfish mortality, will be considered. And again, for copper and canary rockfish, adjusting bi-monthly limits to implement the 25-26 harvest specifications will be considered. Next slide, please. Pivoting to the recreational fisheries. Action item number 16, Washington recreational. We'll consider routine management measures such as bag limits, season dates, and depth restrictions. Next slide, please. Action item number 17 for Oregon recreational. Again, typical season adjustments will be considered: bag limits, season structures, depth restrictions. And under depth restrictions, specifically contrasting impacts on yellow eye and black and nearshore complexes will be looked at. Black canary, China, copper, and quillback rockfishes are primarily drivers of the recreational fisheries regulations off of Oregon. And there to note that there is increased interest in targeting sablefish in offshore fisheries in Oregon. Next slide, please. Action item 18 for California recreational. Again, routine management measures will be considered. These include bag limit and sub-bag limits. There will likely be further reductions to the vermilion rockfish sub-bag limit. Again, season lengths and seasonal depth restrictions will be considered. We will also be considering some form of sub-area management to address the potential for allowing additional fishing opportunity in the Morro Bay and Avila areas. This is primarily because quillback rockfish are not typically seen south of 36 north latitude. So we're investigating ways to increase opportunity in this area since quillback do not seem to be a concern at this time. Next slide, please. To help orient the council, these next action items, 18A through D, I believe, these are in response to the GAP in their September statement submitted a number of items that were listed as new management measures. However, they were identified as falling within routine management measures, which would be action item 18 versus action item 19. But just to kind of help keep everybody on the same page and to let people know that we heard them and we will consider it. We're going to do these things as specified in the GAP. So action item 18A, model recreational fishery season structures for areas north of 3427 north latitude for scenarios shoreward of 20 fathoms and seaward of 50 fathoms. The goal here is to avoid quillback rockfish. 20 to 50 fathoms is a typical range, depth range for quillback. CDFW in the state arena is considering the feasibility of creating a 20 fathom RCA line in state waters. This would be specific to state waters, however, would help achieve council objectives. And moving forward, we will try and figure out interesting ways to present the impacts on both state and federal fisheries to the council. Next slide, please. Action item 18, include March in the current offshore seasons south of 3427. The GMT will analyze this for the recreational fisheries south of Point Conception as a routine management measure. Next slide, please. Action item 18C, regulatory clarification of closed areas around the Farallon Islands. It's brought to our attention that there was just some old reference to some old regulations in the federal text. So we are looking to support, looking to clean that up, and the GMT will support this regulatory cleanup to help consistency. Next slide, please. Action item 18D. These are requests primarily to enable recreational fishing for state invertebrate fisheries that are oftentimes done in conjunction with groundfish trips. So in the north, rockfish crab combos, or in the south, lobster groundfish trips. So 18D models retention of copper rockfish south of Point Conception and estimates the savings available to, oh, nope, I lied. bank that for the next slide. This slide, action item 18D, models zero retention of copper rockfish south of Point Conception and estimates the savings available to attributing descending device credits in the future, and thus providing additional time to nearshore portion of the fisheries. So CDFW is currently looking at investigating the creation of requiring descending device in state waters at this time, and any savings that will be achieved from that will be analyzed within CDFW. Okay, next slide. Remember all those lovely things I just told you. Action item number 18 allows for fishing for non-ground fish species with hoop nets and handheld dip nets in nearshore waters during the offshore only seasons with shelp and sloth rockfish board. North of 3427. So in the areas north of 3427, these are typically Dungeness crab groundfish combo trips. And in September of 23, the council recommended that California recreational fishing vessels be required to fish seaward of the recreational RCA line for the remainder of the year. The continuous transit rule would apply, meaning that vessels may only transit shoreward of the 50 fathom on their way back to port. There was a concern that this would prevent recreational vessels from anchoring overnight or stopping to fish for non-groundfish species shoreward of 50 fathoms. So in other words, pulling their crab pots on the way back home. California took state emergency action to help clarify this rule in state waters for October 30th. And we are looking at the potential to basically make the federal regulations match state regulations to allow this. So the GMT supports this administrative action for clarity at this time. The next slide, please. Action item number 18F, similar but for request, but for south of Point Conception. South of Point Conception, the invertebrate target here primarily is for the lobster fishery and also for dip netting for squid. And additionally, in Southern California, there are more multi-day trips to where the recreational vessels will go fish for groundfish, shoreward of 50 fathoms, come back in close to one of the islands in Southern California, bite, anchor up for safety for the evening, potentially fish for lobster, dip net for squid, and then the following morning go back out and continue their multi-day trip for groundfish seaward of 50 fathoms. So again, this law clarifying this in state waters was recently passed through the Fish and Game Commission. We're looking to have conforming rigs in the federal process. The GMT supports this administrative action at this time. Moving on to the next slide. Changing action items. This is action item 19 for new management measures. That action item 19A is to create open access permit registrations. NIMS has recommended this to better capture information on vessels using 12E gear to verify they have low interactions with quillback. It will also facilitate targeted observer coverage. The GMT recommends including this proposal as a new management measure for the 25-26 biennium and beyond to be analyzed. Next slide, please. Action item 19B, require recreational anglers to possess as descending device aboard a vessel when fishing in federal waters for groundfish. Currently, Washington and Oregon have state laws that require descending devices to be aboard when fishing for groundfish in both of those states. California is currently looking at creation of a descending device law in state waters. So this new management measure would be for requiring a descending device in federal waters off of all 3 states for regulatory consistency. Next slide, please. Action item 19C. This is updating the discard mortality rates for use in management. So the council may remember that the groundfish management team recently did a series of investigations to update the rate that is used when a individual species or guild of rockfish is descended using a descending device. So we have updated information since those rates were initially created. We updated the analysis and the council approved updated discard mortality rates when use of a descending device at a previous meeting. So we're looking to do the same thing here, but for the surface release mortality for rockfish species. So in other words, when you discard a fish, but you do not use a descending device. So there may be additional information to update that rate since it was initially incepted. So the GMT is looking to move forward with that analysis. However, it was identified that through the specifications process is not the best pathway forward for this, as it would require a review from the SSC. So the GMT is recommending removing this specific item from the specs process and moving it forward in an alternative pathway. Next slide, please. Action item 19B, Rittenberg Bank Yellow Eye Rockfish Conservation Area. As was mentioned under action item 2, a request to move RCA lines around the 50 fathom around Rittenberg Bank was initially requested by the GAP to protect yellow eye. It was determined that moving the RCA lines was not the appropriate management measure if the concern of yellow eye was the primary cause. If the council was interested in protecting yellow eye around Rittenberg Bank, the more appropriate action would be to create a yellow eye rockfish conservation area. So some GAP members have indicated that the concerns for yellow eye rockfish in this area have been addressed through shift in recreational fishing strategies. So if the council is interested, the GMT could still analyze this option to define a new YRCA and regulation for potential use in the future if needed. Next slide, please. So as a summary of all of the new management measure recommendations in number 19, the GMT recommends keeping all proposed new management measures in the range of alternative, with the exception of number 19C, updating surface released discard mortality rates, with the GMT proposes an alternative path. Next slide, please. Action item number 20A, range of alternatives for potential rebuilding analysis. The GMT recommends analyzing bookends of the rebuilding strategies for quillback rockfish, F equals 0, which is a T target of 2045, which represents the minimum time to rebuild, and the ABC rule, which has a T target of 2060, which represents the maximum time to rebuild quillback. Next slide, please. Action item number 20B, remove quillback rockfish from the complex. If quillback rockfish south of 42 north latitude is declared overfished, the GMT recommends that quillback rockfish south of 42 north latitude be removed from the minor nearshore rockfish complexes. This would facilitate managing to a species-specific OFL and ABC and allow the GMT to identify and conduct any needed analysis to support the 25-26 harvest specifications for the fish that remain in the complex, and the quillback will remain in the minor nearshore rockfish complex north of 42 north latitude. Next slide, please. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Okay, another great report, James. Okay, questions on this GMT presentation? Heather All.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And thank you, James, and thank you to the GMT for how you've presented this information for all of this. So a nice job walking through this presentation. My question is about new management measures. I have a couple of questions that you, just wondering if the GMT talked about the WDFW report and the idea that we just presented regarding sorting to species for species that are delivered in market categories or stock complexes.
I defer. Thank you. So I defer to my colleague.
Sure. Thank you.
Through the vice chair. Thank you for the question. We did not talk about it at this week, although there has been some email traffic about it. I think each of the states have different ways of doing that. In Oregon, we already do that. We sort to species just kind of as per Oregon for the most part. So I think that will be a continued conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I completely understand. It's been a busy week. So, and I think I understand that you did talk about it maybe at your October meeting. So just thinking about that potentially being a new management measure that might not have been on your list. And then also on the new management measure is the idea that was mentioned in, or that I read in the GAP report about the electronic monitoring discard list. And maybe I don't know if you had a chance to talk about that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. We did not get a chance to talk about that in any great length, not a robust discussion, I would say.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, further questions for the GMT? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the lovely presentation. Very organized. I appreciate it very much. I want to especially draw attention to the places where you've suggested removing things. That is very, very helpful. So I appreciate that. Relative to action items, hang on, I got the wrong list. 13, 14, 15. I just want to clarify. And 12, I'm sorry, so it's 12 through 15. I just want to clarify the action item checklist is sort of a generic recommendation just to analyze routine changes. But in the presentation, we have a very specific set of what we're looking at. I just want to verify and make sure that the list from the GMT perspective is not the only thing that might be considered over winter, and other things could pop up that need addressing. Is that a fair understanding?
Yes, through the chair, that is our understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. That concludes the GMT's reports. We're going to take a break right now and come back at 9:40. Come back to the GAP EC report, and then we'll have a short break after that to make sure folks have time to put their. Oh, after public comment also, sorry. So don't want to forget that. If we take our seats, we'll get going. Welcome back. Yeah, and now we're going to start off with the GAP report. And Sarah Naomi. Sarah, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I'll be reading agenda item E7A Supplemental GAP Report 1. The GAP included a description of our recommendations below, followed by a summary table at the end of the statement. Our numbering corresponds with the action item checklist. Item 1, harvest specs. As described in E5A Supplemental GAP Report 1, the GAP recommended default harvest control rules for most species with the exception of a few for which we provided further discussion. We didn't make any recommendations for quillback in that statement. Although the council did not adopt the draft 2023 rebuilding analysis for quillback rockfish under agenda item E2, the GMT is proposing a range of specifications based on that analysis with F equals 0 and ABC control rule rebuilding strategies, where the ACLs for 2025 and 2026 would be between 0 and 1.3/1.5. CDF and W recommended utilizing the 50% SPR harvest rate MSY proxy from the 2021 assessment of quillback rockfish, resulting in an OFL specification of 8.41 metric tons with a category 3 buffer. And that would result in ACLs of 3.89 to 6.55 metric tons for 25-26. The GAP supports analyzing the full range up to the CDF and W recommended amounts. Even at the highest end of this range, the reduction in quillback will be severely restrictive to the fisheries and communities who rely on them. As the GAP and council have heard in public testimony, canceled fishing trips result in direct losses not only to our fishermen and their families, but to the businesses and local economies that rely on the tourism generated by fishing in these communities, such as hotels, RV parks, restaurants, and local attractions. The fishing industry is the cornerstone of local revenue generation in many of the ports that will be affected by the harvest specifications selected for quillback rockfish. If the council does not analyze a range beyond the ABC control rule, it will be nearly impossible to stay below even the highest resulting ACL of 1.3 metric tons in 2025 and 1.5 metric tons in 2026 without stopping or drastically reducing fishing for the entire 25-26 period, especially given that current proposed in-season measures are projected to generate 6.3 metric tons of quillback mortality in 2024. The GAP does not want to push a full assessment sooner than there is data to support it, but we should not adopt a rebuilding plan until one has occurred. Until the full assessment is completed, which we anticipate will be in 2025, there are many precautionary measures in place. In 2023, the rec sectors already have regulatory constraints, such as fishing outside of 50 fathoms. The commercial non-trawl sector has all but closed. Period 6 shifted to only the use of 12E gear, which is non-bottom contact gear, and limited entry was forced to fish open access trip limits. For 2024, we expect similar measures to be in place. For item 2, groundfish conservation area coordinate updates. The GAP supports the CDF&W proposal as outlined in G6A Supplemental CDF Report 1 from September, which would modify 3 to 4 waypoints to the 50-fathom rockfish conservation area boundary line between Point Arena and Bodega Bay, used for both rec and commercial fisheries. This would result in better alignment of the 50-fathom depth contour. The GAP no longer supports changing the 50-fathom RCA line in the vicinity of Rittenberg Bank. After further discussion and consideration, we note the existing 50-fathom line has been in regulation for many years, and fishermen are familiar with these lines. Changing them could create the potential for misunderstanding by fishermen that have become accustomed to their locations. Additionally, while there was a previous concern due to yellow eye bycatch, the fleet has taken voluntary measures to avoid incidental bycatch by avoiding areas where yellow eye rockfish are caught. For item 3, off the top deductions, the GAP generally supports the GMT recommendation to use the 10-year rolling max or average rather than the long-term historical maximum as the starting point when calculating research and IOA off the top deductions, noting there may be constraining or other species we'll want to review on a case-by-case basis. With respect to canary rockfish, which will be hugely constraining for all groundfish sectors in the 25-26 biennium, we worked with the GMT to learn whether there might be any flexibility within the research and IOA amounts. The GMT recommended 10.08 metric tons for research and 2.83 metric tons for IOA represent the maximum mortality amounts for both activities, with the exception of 2022 for research and then miscoded tickets for IOA. While GAP members want to ensure enough canary is reserved for research and IOA, it is difficult to provide the maximum mortality amounts for these activities while the fishery allocations are expected to take such a deep cut, especially because, as it has been noted in the past, our experience with recent canary interactions on the ground is not matching with the results of the stock assessment. On the one hand, the science is telling us that the biomass of canary is down. On the other, we're reserving maximum amounts for research and IOA mortality. Under the current stock assessment, the severe constraints likely to be imposed on canary are such that even 1/2 of a metric ton would make a difference to our fisheries, yet we support using the GMT recommended research and IOA amounts in order to minimize risk to the ACL. We think there's more out there and we expect the trawl surveys to encounter them, so we want to set the research set-asides to provide for those impacts. We understand from the tribal representative on the GAP and GMT that the tribes will discuss their projected canary needs over winter, since they put in their request prior to the stock assessments being finalized. The GAP recommends inclusion of the GMT's recreational sablefish set-aside amounts for analysis, and those would increase the sablefish north amount from 6 to 30 metric tons and the sablefish south amount from 0 to 10 metric tons. For item 4, ACT's HGs. For yellow eye rockfish, the GAP recommends having the GMT analyze whether an ACT is still necessary for management, given the circumstances that will likely prevent the ACL from being exceeded. For quillback rockfish, the GAP recommends having the GMT revisit and analyze options for quillback ACTs once the GMT has an OFL ACL range, dependent on council feedback under item 1, harvest specifications of this agenda item. For canary, the GAP recommends having the GMT analyze a commercial non-trawl ACT to determine whether this may be helpful for management, given the significant delay in recreational data. Then for sablefish north of 36, the GAP recommends having the GMT analyze an ACT or HG of 20,000 metric tons under the non-tribal commercial HG, which is the ACL minus the tribal allocations and off the top deductions. Some GAP members felt that the new assessment supporting an ACL in the next biennium that is more than triple the ACL in 2024, creating an ACT or HG of 20,000 metric tons could extend future opportunity with fewer discards and more young fish growing to optimal size. Other members felt the creation of an ACT or HG for Sable North would decrease the individual benefits felt by the likely ACL increase. However, all GAP members supported including this idea for analysis and further discussion. And I'll just note, based on this morning, we learned that this actually might impact Amendment 6, but the GAP did not have an opportunity to discuss that before we made this recommendation. So I just wanted to note that. Under item 5, 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations, the GAP reviewed the trawl, non-trawl allocations and mortality tables provided by the GMT. And at this time, we don't recommend any changes for analysis with the exception of widow rockfish. In line with the GMT, the GAP recommends including an option for analysis that would allocate 200 metric tons of widow to the non-trawl sector and the remainder to the trawl sector for 25-26. This would move 200 metric tons of the 400 metric ton non-trawl allocation to the trawl sector, which has very high attainment of widow rockfish. Then the GAP had a lengthy discussion of the 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations for canary rockfish. At this time, we agree that the survey and stock assessment is not aligned with the increase in counters we're seeing on the ground, and that the ACLs we are likely to end up with during the 25-26 biennium will be severely constraining compared to the maximum mortality seen in recent years in both the trawl and non-trawl sectors. If you look at the canary table under action item 5 in supplemental GMT report 3, the trawl allocation is expected to fall from 887 metric tons in 2024 to 368 metric tons in the 25-26 period. But maximum trawl mortality from 2017 to 2022 was 498 metric tons. That is 130 metric tons higher than the expected 25-26 allocation to trawl. The non-trawl allocation is expected to fall from 340 metric tons in 24 to 141 in the 25-26 period, but the max non-trawl mortality during 2017 to 2022 was 186 metric tons, or 45 metric tons higher than the expected 25-26 non-trawl allocation. So both the trawl and non-trawl sectors will be greatly constrained under these new allocations, and the GAP preliminarily agreed not to pursue a change to the trawl, non-trawl allocations at this time. However, we understand that the GMT will be holistically analyzing allocation and management schemes for canary rockfish in their overwinter analysis, and we can revisit this topic in March and April as needed. For petrale sole, the GAP does not recommend analyzing changes to the trawl, non-trawl allocations at this time. Under item 6, rebuilding / overfish species allocations, the GAP supports the GMT recommendation to adopt the status quo trawl, non-trawl allocation for yellow eye, which is 8% to trawl and 92% to non-trawl. Under item 7, the GAP supports the GMT recommendation to wait to consider any Amendment 21 allocation changes through the intersector review. Item 8, HGs or state shares for stocks in a complex. These are all status quo, but for blackgill rockfish, the GAP supports the GMT recommendation to continue using the management approach used since 21-22, which seems to meet the needs of the trawl and non-trawl sectors. For the Oregon black blue deacon rockfish complex, the GAP supports the GMT recommendation to continue management without species-specific harvest guidelines within the complex. And then for Cabazon kelp greenling complexes in Washington and Oregon, the GAP similarly supports the GMT recommendation to continue management without species-specific harvest guidelines within either state's complex. For item 9, at-sea whiting set-asides, the GAP recommends analyzing the range of options shown in Table 1 for the 25-26 at-sea set-asides. And in that table, you want to look at the 3 columns all the way to the right. They're shaded in gray. In general, council feedback on at-sea set-asides at the June and September council meetings seemed to indicate that the at-sea sectors should continue to do their best to stay within the set-aside amounts, understanding there may be years or circumstances where certain set-asides could be exceeded for various reasons. Representatives from the at-sea whiting sectors met prior to this November council meeting to review recent catch amounts and develop a requested range of options for these 25-26 at-sea set-asides and presented those requests to the GAP. They expressed a desire to include some higher set-aside amounts for analysis that would be more reasonable to try to stay within, given the unpredictable changing ocean conditions, harvest and bycatch patterns, timing, and locations, and the need when requesting set-asides to try to anticipate these conditions years in advance. Any flexibility in at-sea set-asides amounts improves efficiency of whiting operations by reducing costly fleet movements and provides flexibility to move to reduce salmon bycatch. The GAP discussed each set-aside species and made modifications to the at-sea whiting industry proposal in order to arrive at the GAP recommended range of all options presented here. In some cases, those changes from the industry proposal were to reduce GMT analysis and workload, and in other cases, they were to ensure there's robust analysis for trawl-wide impacts under decreasing ACLs. Further detail is provided for each species below. For the following species, the GAP recommends moving forward the 23-24 set-aside values as is and does not recommend any alternatives for analysis at this time. And those are for Dover, Lingcod North, Longnose Skate, Minor Shelf North, Minor Slope North, Pacific Halibut, POP, Petrale, and Widow Rockfish. And then we go through the rest of the species where there were any changes. So for arrowtooth flounder, the GAP agreed that replacing 70 metric tons, which was the 23-24 set-aside value, with 100 metric tons was appropriate for this 25-26 period, such that the recent maximum catch of 71.3 metric tons in 2022 would fall below the set-aside amount. No additional options are requested for analysis. For canary rockfish, the GAP recommends the GMT analyze at-sea set-asides at 20, 30, and also at the 23-24 set-aside value of 36 metric tons. During GAP discussion, at-sea members noted that during a prior negotiation, the at-sea sectors agreed to reduce their set-aside from 46 to 36 metric tons in order to provide more canary for the IFQ sector, so have already given up 10 metric tons. However, with the decline in ACLs and canary likely to be a constraint for all sectors, the lower values are provided for analysis. For dark blotch rockfish, the GAP recommends that the GMT analyze set-asides at 100 metric tons, which is the recent maximum catch level, and at 150 metric tons. The at-sea members noted that including 150 metric ton option would make it more likely that catch would be able to stay within the set-aside amount and provide flexibility under likely canary constraints. Dark blotch also provides flexibility to reduce Chinook bycatch. For other flatfish, the GAP agreed that replacing the 35-ton set-aside with the 100-ton value was appropriate for this period to provide greater flexibility and make it more likely that the set-aside will accommodate potential catch. With the ACL likely to double, which is presumably driven by greater abundance in line with what we're seeing, an alternative that at least doubles the status quo would provide the at-sea sectors the opportunity to benefit from ACL increases in line with other sectors. No additional options are requested for analysis. For Sablefish North, at-sea representatives noted that the prior max catch of 305 in 2022 took significant effort to achieve. For example, WMC co-op manager, Ms. Kristen McQuaw, in her presentation at the September 2023 meeting, showed that the mothership fleets encountered a sablefish lightning strike of 119 metric tons in a single day on May 24th, 2022, and through the rest of the year moved 75 times due to sablefish encounters in order to keep additional bycatch at 74 metric tons. The at-sea representatives described their effort to avoid sablefish at great cost while encountering an unprecedented sablefish year class and described sablefish access as critical for harvesting their whiting allocations and or avoiding other high priority bycatch species. They requested that in addition to the 100 metric ton status quo, the council include the 429 option, which they calculated by multiplying the 2023 catch to date, which was 158.3 metric tons, by the ACL increase of 271%, which I learned this morning is also GAP math because it just coincidentally adds up to the same thing that you'll see in the max and average in the table. The GAP removed the 100 metric ton status quo option and replaced it with 300 metric tons. For short spine thorny head north, the at-sea sectors had a max catch of 245 tons in 2022, but requested analysis of 100 metric ton option instead of max catch to acknowledge the expected ACL decrease. The GAP also added a 50 metric ton option for analysis. For yellowtail rockfish, the GMT proposed an alternative of 360 metric tons, which the at-sea sector representatives supported to provide flexibility in the upcoming cycle. The GAP removed the set-aside value from 23-24, which was 320 tons, to reduce the amount of options that need to be analyzed. And so if you pull up table 1 in the GAP report, I'll just walk you through that really quickly. Basically, it shows each stock or complex catch from 2017 to 2023, noting that the fishery is still ongoing. It shows max and average catch during those years. Then the 2023 to 2024 column shows the status quo of what we've had for this biennium. And then the GAP is recommending options 1 through 3 in those gray shaded columns. And so for some, there's only one option. For some, there's 3 options. And then if you see in the status quo column that something was crossed out, that's because we're not recommending to include it for analysis for 25-26. So I hope that simplifies. And all of these options match with the GMT options, which it was just late that we submitted our report, so we didn't have a chance to verify that before we submitted it. Okay, item 10, within non-trawl HGs, ACTs, or shares. The GAP recommends keeping status quo within non-trawl HGs, ACTs, and shares for yelloweye, rockfish, cowcod, boccaccio south, sablefish south, and nearshore rockfish north, as recommended by the GMT. For canary rockfish, the GAP understands the GMT is proposing looking at shifting allocation from the commercial HG to the rec sectors. The GAP discussed how the non-trawl sector is going to primarily be using non-bottom contact gear, 12E gear off of California, and likely to have increased catches of canary with the shift onto the shelf, even with the proposed decreased trip limits in 2024 and expected decreases in 25-26. While a decrease in the commercial HG may constrain the commercial sector, the rec sector has been catching amounts in excess of their proposed HGs under the status quo sharing percentages. The GAP therefore can support the GMT's recommendation to look at potential changes to the within non-trawl shares and can provide comment on that at a later time. For item 11, the GAP recommends maintaining the current IFQ trip limits and RCA structures as in place for 23-24. For items 12 and 13, which is OA North and South, the GAP thanks the GMT for investigating the possibility of changing commercial trip limit tables to either monthly or bi-monthly, so there's consistency between all trip limit tables. We think this would minimize regulatory complexity. Outside of the species the GMT is proposing to look at in Supplemental GMT Report 4, the GAP requests that the GMT analyze if boccaccio can be broken out of the shelf rockfish north of 40-10 trip limit, similar to in the south. While we recognize boccaccio is managed as part of the shelf rockfish north complex, there might be high amounts of regulatory discards of boccaccio in taking the shelf rockfish north limit given their average size. By providing a separate limit for boccaccio north of 40-10, it could reduce those discards from occurring. The GAP recommends carrying forward the RCA changes in the CCA that are described in our Supplemental GAP Report 1 under Inseason. For items 14 and 15, this is LE fixed gear north and south. Similar to OA, we appreciate the GMT's looking at making the trip limits all monthly or bi-monthly. We agree with the GMT's list of proposed species for trip limits for LE fixed gear north and south. As requested with OA North, we recommend the GMT look at separate limits for boccaccio north of 40-10. And then again, here the GAP recommends carrying forward the RCA changes in the CCA that are described under our E9 in-season report. For item 16, Washington Rec, regarding Washington recreational fisheries and the management measures included in WDFW Report 1, the GAP understands WDFW's interest in a thorough review of canary rockfish allocations as the harvest specs process moves forward to ensure sufficient canary rockfish exists to allow Washington sport fisheries to be prosecuted. We also understand WDFW will bring potential rec management measures forward as the process moves forward, and we will be prepared to comment on those in the future. Item 17 is Oregon Rec. At this time, the gap supports analysis as outlined in supplemental GMT report 4 under this agenda item, including analysis of a potential bag limit changes to accommodate an Oregon recreational fishery for sablefish. Item 18 is California Rec. The gap supports implementing the use of the 36 north latitude line near Point Lopez, California, within the central groundfish management area used in sablefish management for use with respect to quillback rockfish management for the rec fisheries. Similar to Oregon, we anticipate additional information or season structure proposals may come forward in the future. At this time, the gap supports the proposed analyses as outlined in GMT Report 4 under this agenda item. Item 19, we're almost there. The gap supports moving forward with analysis of the management measures included in the action item checklist and supplemental GMT Report 4. We also add rationale to some of the items for clarity. For commercial, create open access permit registration. The gap supports inclusion of this action as the council and advisory bodies have discussed in the past. We understand there would be limited cost to fishermen associated with this. The goal of a simple permit registration action would be to better account for the number of fishermen involved in the open access fishery and also for better communication to the fleet. For EM discard lists, the GAP requests that the discard species list be moved from regulations to the vessel monitoring plans. Under the current EFP-EM program, the discard species list is contained in the VMP. On January 1st, 2024, vessels will be required to follow the discard species list and regulation, which is actually different than the list in the current VMP. An EFP to add species to the list is planned for 2024. Moving the discard species list from regulation to VMPs in 2025 through the 25-26 specs harvest specs and management measures process will add flexibility to make small changes without the process being hardwired and requiring a regulatory process. Recreational, remove the Rittenberg Bank Yellow Eye RCA proposal for further analysis. We noted this in action item 2. We no longer support this action. Long leader gear in California with depth restrictions. The GAP supports GMT analysis of the use of this gear shoreward of the 50 fathom line to minimize impacts to nearshore species, quillback specifically, while targeting abundant species. However, the GAP understands California will need to analyze and consider adjusting state regulations for state waters prior to making it required for quillback avoidance in federal waters. The GAP anticipates commenting on this in the future. Update surface release discard mortality rates as appropriate for use in management. The GAP reviewed the GMT's alternative pathway for updating surface DMRs and supports the recommendation. The GAP strongly encourages this item be done as expeditiously as possible for any savings that might result from this update will be significant to commercial fisheries in light of the upcoming restrictions, particularly off California. And then I'll just point out the rest of our report is table 2, and it's basically just summarizing everything we talked about. Originally, we were going to try to summarize for you and put the GMT stuff in here so you could just look at one table, but we didn't have enough time to do that. But if you look at the GAP column, the bullet points are our recommendations summarized for you. And then the last thing, in the rush to get this submitted, we failed to thank the GMT and Jesse for all their help on this report and throughout this meeting. But Jesse probably wouldn't let us add that in anyway, because she's trying to help us keep our reports more efficient. So I just had to say it. Thank you so much, Jesse. That's it for the GAP.
Okay. Well, thank you for a very thorough report. Sarah, questions on the GAP report? Keely Kent?
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Sarah. This is a detailed question, but I think it's fine. I'm wondering on the ATSI set-asides, whether the GAP has had an opportunity to hear much from the GMT or council staff on the approach for this spec cycle. For those that have been around, we previously used terms like baseline. And this time around, we are being clear that the no action alternative is what we normally in previous cycles thought of as baseline. So relative to the set asides that are status quo that you have in here that you're saying don't analyze, they will be in the analysis under no action.
Okay.
And as I understand it, what the gap is saying is that under an action alternative, you don't want consideration of that number moving forward, but sort of just wondering about the clarity of that distinction. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Ms. Kent, through the chair. We actually thought that the council could just consider a table without having to look at status quo for each species. So our discussion we did not understand that you have to look at status quo. But yes, I believe anything that's not status quo for option one, that we'd be comfortable in including that in the analysis, and just didn't realize that technicality.
Okay. Lynn Mattis? Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I just want to, again, compliment the gap on this report and the way you walk through it, Sarah. I find it to be incredibly helpful. And even though you read this report, which is, it's a long one, I heard what you were saying and I comprehended what the intent of the gap is. And I just wanted to thank you for that and thank the whole gap for that. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next up is the EC report and Greg Bush. Welcome, Greg.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I have my 12-page EC report with me. Correction, just half a page EC report. I'll be reading that for the record. Enforcement consultants report on harvest specifications and management measures for 25-26. Enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with the harvest specifications and management measures for 25 and 2026 and have the following comments. Regarding new management measures, the EC supports consideration of the items outlined under number 19, E7 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1, Draft Revised 2025-2026 Action Item Checklist. Regarding E7A, NIMS Report 1, NIMS Report on Directed Open Access Fishery Permit, the EC supports the National Marine Fisheries Service proposal to develop a permit requirement for vessels participating in the federal directed open access fishery. In addition to the need outlined in the NIMS report, the EC believes this will also improve enforcement's ability to provide compliance assistance to the fleet through focused mailings, highlighting important regulatory changes and common problems areas that have been observed in the field. This concludes the EC statement.
Okay. Hey, Greg, questions on the EC report? Okay, I think you're free. All right, that concludes our reports. Takes us to public comment. I think there's 3, I believe. We'll start off with Bob Etter and followed by Mike Chino and Mike Myers. Welcome, Bob.
Now, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Bob Etter, this week I have served as an alternate on the GAP. I'm here to support the GAP recommendation for analysis of 20,000 metric ton sablefish ACT for 2025. I think it's important to point out that this amount and the request itself for analysis came out of GAP discussion, and that we have the words agreement and sablefish in the same paragraph. I think this would represent, this 20,000 metric tons, the biggest managed harvest ever. But it is far short of either P-star 0.4 or P-star 0.45. By necessity, this council reacts to conservation needs and has a solid record of success in rebuilding groundfish populations. With the very strong year classes of a few years ago and the huge, unprecedented class most recently identified, the council has an opportunity to be proactive in conservation. Because sable are long-lived and have a long reproductive span, this windfall year class can generate dividends for decades into the future. By elevating our take a little more slowly, we can allow more of these fish to reach reproductive age. In 2019, following a couple strong year classes, fully 61% of the fish were 0 to 7 years. This year, 2023, it is estimated that 80% are 0 to 7 years. We are in position to harvest more than ever and still make savings deposits, as it were. Less handling, less discard mortality, more reproductive surviving fish. This while maintaining tribal share, whiting set-asides based on the actual biomass estimate. We can let more fish grow to maturity before harvest or handling. Presently, the request is merely to analyze the harvest level below what is available. Actually going in that direction would be a different mindset, a proactive approach toward maximum sustainability. We react to challenges here all the time. Please also consider responding to an opportunity.
Thank you, Bob. Bob, questions for Bob on his testimony? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Bob, for your testimony. Ms. Nayani spoke to the gap conversation about this a little bit, but I'm wondering if you have had the opportunity to think about this particular proposal, how it would be done sort of mechanically within the Amendment 6 formal allocation structure. My understanding is the GAP did not have an opportunity to talk about that, but I'm curious if you've had an opportunity to think about that.
I'm sorry, Keely, but I can't adequately answer that. I don't have the knowledge. No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Keely. Anyone else? Thanks, Bob. Next up is Mike Lucino and Mike Myers. Welcome, gentlemen.
Members of the council, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, and members of the council. My name is Mike Lucino, and with me here today is Mike Myers. Mr. Myers is a 30-year catcher processor vessel manager in the whiting fishery. We both work for Trident Seafoods, and we're here to represent Trident today. Trident is maintains and operates 3 catcher processors, excuse me, in the CP and the catcher processor fishery. We also have catcher vessels operating in the mothership and the shoreside fishery. So today, for the 2025-2026 set-asides, the at-sea set-asides, we support the range of alternatives identified in Table 1, page 7 of the Supplemental Gap Report, number 1. The at-sea sectors work collaboratively with GMT and GAP members to come up with a range of options included there, and we fully support those. Any questions?
Okay, question for Mike on his testimony. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mike, for the testimony, and I appreciate it. I don't have a question for you, and I know we're short on time here, but I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Myers, and it's good to see you up here, Mike. I know you just got through with a whole week at MREP in Santa Cruz, and here you are. So it's really good to see you, and I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Thank you.
You're the chair. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, let's get a hand. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. And finally, we have Dr. Chris Pavone remotely. Chris? Chris, we see you. And you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you. My name's Chris Pavone. I gave testimony earlier. I'm doing it remotely now. But I've been commercial fishing in California for 8 years. I've got both the shallow and the deep permit. I just wanted to, I've been teaching university mathematics for 20 years in California. So, I'm very new to this process. I just want to thank you all. I think I fell into the trap that some fishermen may fall into, that fishermen are smart people. I mean, I always describe them as kind of guys that decided they're better problem solvers around 5th grade and stopped stepping in line and doing things their own way. So I'm not sure they know the importance of this process, and it does seem very complicated. It's very clear to me why they made me president with only 5 years fishing experience. As soon as they found out I was involved in academia and went to meetings and was on committees and chaired stuff, they just knew that I would be able to get into this stuff. So the acronyms, how the order of operations, how all these dominoes fall between the CDFW, NOAA, PMFC, NMS, the GAP, the GMT, the SSC, and then understanding the language as well, the OFL, the ABC, the ACT, the ACL, the DMR, the HG shares, the set-asides, the P-stars. I know why these people sent me here now. And I'd just like to remind everybody of the acronym I brought up earlier, KISS. Let's keep it simple, stupid. You have a lot of fishermen completely trusting you guys because this process is complicated. It does have discipline and order, and there's a way things need to go. So thank you. That was my first meeting in person. I am a problem solver and a fisherman, but I'm not that great of a politician. But I do understand the importance of this process. I hope that you maintain the trust of the fishermen in what we're doing here. But it is clear to me that you want to help and that you want to get us back to work as soon as possible and maintain a sustainable fishery for decades and decades. That's clear to me now. So there were some overarching themes that I've seen in this meeting in terms of the quillback data and model. There's a lot of uncertainty, missing data, big assumptions. It's also clear that closing quillback down here in our area on the Central Coast, Port San Luis, Morro Bay, will have no effect on the quillback other than devastating financially, the commercial fishing industry here, the live fish industry. There are no quillbacks encountered here, and our observed experience does not match the model. All these things have been made clear, and you guys have even acknowledged it. Even your own different models that you came up with don't agree. So there's a problem with the model, at least locally. We do support some of the stuff. I'm hearing a lot of good things today from the GMT, I think it was, talking about removing quillback from the minor nearshore complex south of 42. I believe they're trying to say, just take quillback off of our list in our area. We also, like I said earlier, we support restricting it to 20 fathoms. I mean, greedily, I have a couple spots that I can work that are a little bit deeper than that, around 140 feet. But if it means getting our guys back to work as soon as possible, the 20 fathom thing, sure. But I just want to make it clear with the profile of our port, we got about 60 fishing families, and over half of them or more are doing exactly this. These are small operations, small boats. We got 1 or 2 barrels, 50-gallon barrels on our boat. We get as many fish as we can, but most of these guys are living paycheck to paycheck. We don't have the lobbying power or the funding that sport fishing has, for example. We don't have a lawyer on our budget. You're talking about a few hundred small businesses in California, actually. And, to keep us closed much longer, we've got one fish buyer, as I mentioned earlier, at our port. It's going to cause some effects, and especially with our old fishermen. I've got a few names I can think of right now who are actually thinking about or trying to sell their permits, and they view that as their retirement. You don't want these permits to go away or to decrease in value. And the other thing I wanted to mention, I'm sure everybody already saw Congressman Salud Carbajal's letter that he submitted in E3. I'll just read one quote from it. I ask that the PFMC further examine the management structure per area for the quillback and consider whether it is necessary to close the South Central nearshore fishery for quillback recovery efforts. Closing this nearshore fishery will definitely have an economic impact on the commercial fishing fleet in Morro Bay and Port San Luis, but by review of apparent data will have little to no influence on the quillback recovery efforts. He's 100% right. So I just want to close here, and lastly, the uncertainty also kills us. It's fine. We understand. We want our fish to be healthy. We want them to be there when we go catch them. If we have to close for a period of time, that's fine. But the uncertainty of not knowing, I'm getting so many phone calls of, what do you think, Doc? Is it going to happen in December? January 1st, are they going to open us? And my answer to them is, I don't know. I'm still trying to understand all this stuff. But I know that when it comes to bureaucracy and like state universities, for example, the wheels move slow, even if the intentions are good and people want to help. So I just don't know what to tell my people. I'd really like a clear answer on what are we looking at for Port San Luis and Morro Bay fishermen in terms of when can we get back to work, considering none of my guys have caught a quillback in 20 to 30 years, even the oldest guys. And that's been made clear here. And I think you people want to help us and you understand, but we got to do something. I don't know how fast you can do something. But I'd like to hear, I know I'm not supposed to be asking a question and this is a comment, but anyways, I just wanted to reiterate the comments we made earlier and make sure it's crystal clear on the record that the model's not matching our experience here on the Central Coast. And this would really devastate a very small collection of people that are small businesses with small boats. And a lot of them live week to week in one of the most expensive places in California. Thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris on his testimony? Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Pavone. Very appreciative of your testimony this morning and earlier this week. Thank you for coming for your first meeting. I think that's impressive. And I'm curious if you've attended the MREP program, because I think your ability to understand our acronyms and learn what they are rapidly, and then hopefully be able to translate that into plain English for stakeholders in your area would be beneficial for everyone. So just wanting to encourage you to continue engaging in the process, but also curious if you've at least looked into the MREP program, if you haven't already been through it, to help you gain speed more quickly with resources that are available.
I have not. I heard about it for the first time at this meeting. And I will say that that's actually my niche, my gift, whatever you want to call it, is taking super complicated stuff and putting it simply to people. That's what I do for a living. It's what I'm trained to do. So I'm definitely going to be getting involved in this more. And I understand how you're actually making decisions today that might affect us 2 years from now. And I understand that certain entities listen to, like you guys listen to the GAP and the GM. I'm just not sure what the structure is and who sits where and who has to listen to who. And when that's what I need to figure out, is when is it important to show up, at least from my perspective as a small business guy, and then also as a president and a leader of these people who are counting on me for information. So you can count on seeing my face and at least seeing my name on the screen. And I'm anxious to help as well. Like I do have a really solid math background compared to most. I mean, I have a PhD in mathematics, master's in math, master's in education. I got all these fancy degrees, and I would love to see it get put to use here. That SSC committee really interests me. I'd like to get my hands dirty with these models and start playing with assumptions, because I'm out there. The reason why you haven't seen me yet is because I'm fishing. And when I'm not fishing, I'm at wind meetings, fighting people, asking them why I'm not fishing, not making money, not being paid to be here. And they all are in a fancy hotel, checking something off of their list while we are not. So that's been my experience so far. It's a very hard and kind of thankless job, other than my fishermen friends. it's not easy work. And I applaud you guys for sitting there for 5, 6, 7 days, however long it's been, at that, rectangular table, listening to this testimony, thinking this through and trying to do what's best for the fishermen. I do believe that's what you're trying to do. So I'm all in, and I'm open to learn. I did hear about, is it MREP or MRAP? Another acronym that I need to learn. But, this is an important point. This is the kind of thing that if you want fishermen to get involved, you got to kind of slow your roll a little bit with all this smoke and mirrors and the acronyms. I mean, I know it's important for the sake of time, and that's just the way it goes. But, I'm sure there was a time in history when, I can speak for our port, out front, there's X number of rock reefs. Keeping it simple, stupid. Go out, do a hook and line survey at the same time each year in the same spot. I mean, we could get a pretty good idea just by talking to the fishermen or even having them help. You want to know what's in the MPA? Let us go in there and do a survey. We know where the fish are at. We know how to catch them, what depth, how they live, what their habitat, what they like. We could really figure out what's out there and keep this a sustainable fishery that lasts forever. It's the most protein on the planet. And the world's really going to count on it someday. We got to get this figured out. I'll stop myself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. I don't see any hands, so we appreciate your time. And we'll definitely, the Marine Resource Education Program is what the acronym stands for. So we'll make sure you get that information. And thank you for your testimony. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
That takes care of public comment. And we're going to take at least a 30-minute break. It may go longer, depending on we have a lot of complicated motions to get done. We'll make sure we don't miss anything. So 30 at a minimum. It may go longer, and just check in from there. So an hour? Oh, excuse me. I've got word that we want an hour. 11:30. We'll see you then.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Yeah, we're not sure when, but we think we're close. So in the absence of having information, I'm going to hold off. Just so stand by. I think hopefully they'll be here soon.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. Is that? Okay, we're back. That session on E7. We have some council discussion here. Todd, but you want to just kind of like lay things out for us, so how things are going to go here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, the council has gone through all the reports in front of it, has also heard from the public. You are now at a point where you can entertain council discussions and ask for motions. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'll open the floor for council discussion. Jill Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with your indulgence and that of the members, I wanted to just speak to the Quillback rockfish issue and kind of where we are relative to the assessment rebuilding plan, if this is an appropriate time to do that. I think I can safely say that I'm joined by all of you around the table that we want to acknowledge and respect the expertise of the Scientific and Statistical Committee, the high quality work that they do on our behalf in helping us meet our obligations and responsibilities relative to managing the living marine resources in the economic zone off the West Coast. We have been extremely fortunate to have individuals who are highly regarded within the science community and more broadly as being outstanding in their fields of expertise. The contributions of the SSC to the council process and decision-making are among the key reasons this council has been recognized as one of the very best and singled out as being a sound stewards of the resource. The Quillback stock assessment of 2021 has been determined to be the best scientific information available. The assessment indicates that quillback off California are in a depleted state to the point that it meets the overfish threshold. In looking at all the information that we've received here this morning, if the council uses the ABC control rule, it will be nearly impossible to stay below even the highest resulting ACL of 1.3 to 1.5 metric tons without stopping or drastically reducing fishing for the entire 25-26 period, especially given that the current proposed, especially in considering that the current proposed in-season measures, which are drastic enough, are projected to generate a 6.32 million ton of quillback mortality in 2024. The GAP statement emphasizes and puts a spotlight on the devastating results from trying to manage California's fishery, even within a 6.32 metric ton of quillback. Even at the highest end of the range, the reduction in quillback will be severely restrictive to the fisheries and communities who rely on them. As the GAP and the council heard in public testimony, our fishermen and families are at risk. Businesses, local economies that rely on tourism generated by these fishing communities are at risk. Hotels, RV parks, restaurants, local attractions are at risk. The fishing industry is the cornerstone of local revenue generation in many of the ports that will be affected by the harvest specifications selected for quillback rockfish. The council has a history of acting in concert with our scientific advice, and I would expect nothing less in this case. We also have had a history of thoroughly considering all of the information that comes through our open and transparent process. In this case, the devastating nature of management and measures that will need to be taken in response to the quillback assessment, I think I can safely say that all of us want to make sure that our actions are justified considering the information before us and that we have thoroughly investigated all of the information. Given the extreme economic impacts that the fishery is facing due to the OFL from the 2021 assessment, combined with the fact that this is the first time a data moderate assessment has been used to declare a stock overfished, the council needs solid ground to stand on before approving regulations that we know will have devastating results to the fishing community. I submit that at this point, we need the SSC's help and expertise, maybe now more than ever. The Hillborn-Maunder analysis raised several points that the council would like, that I believe that the council should consider asking the SSC to fully consider. We are mindful that the timing of the submission of the Hillborn-Maunder analysis of the 2021 data moderate assessment was submitted to the briefing book one day prior to the Groundfish SSC subcommittee meeting. We understand and support the SSC's requires good documentation, ample review time to provide the best possible advice to the council. Accordingly, the council operating procedures envision materials being submitted 2 weeks prior to their review. This opportunity was not provided. I believe that it would be prudent for us to create an opportunity to make sure the SSC has the time to fully consider this information. SSC or the subcommittee has the time to fully consider this information and the opportunity to offer us, our experts' opinions regarding the observations that Dr. Hilborn and Maunder brought forward. In order to be meaningful, we will need to ensure the information that we want reviewed is in written form, clear and concise, and documented. We can take the time to further review the science while not delaying our progress on the specifications analysis. If we need to adjust based on the additional review, we can. My request is that we take the discussion about making such a request to the SSC up under our workload agenda item tomorrow and convey to the SSC as appropriate the work that we would ask them to complete prior to the March meeting. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me and my fellow colleagues around the table. Thought it was prudent to express this potential ask at this point, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Obviously, we talk about bringing this up tomorrow. So, but the Keely can't. Keely?
Thank you. And just checking, since that isn't a motion per se, we're in discussion. I appreciate Mr. Anderson's comments, and I certainly understand we're going to have more discussion under workload planning, so I won't belabor this, but because it's germane to the next steps of what we were going to be discussing under the council action right now for 25-26 harvest specs. And I fully acknowledge Mr. Anderson said this. But from the NIMS perspective, just being clear that while this additional proposed review that the council will discuss under workload planning is ongoing, NIMS will continue to utilize the Quebec assessment off California as we have determined it is BSIA. This includes that we will continue moving forward as planned and as already relayed to the council with the forthcoming status determination and status determination notification to the council for Quebec rockfish.
Okay, thank you, Keely. Bill?
Thank you, Ms. Kent, for those comments, and that was what I anticipated to happen. And no, this wasn't a motion. It's a suggestion that we take it up during workload planning tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Phil. All right. Executive Director Burden.
Yes. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Phil, for that excellent speech. Kelly and I have been talking with some of our Science Center and SSC colleagues in the background about this possibility. And just for everyone's benefit, we will be prepared to discuss the details of a SSC review of the Hilborn and Maunder analysis with you all tomorrow. Those details are coming together. So just want to make sure everyone is aware of that in anticipation of tomorrow's agenda item.
Okay. All right. Okay, the floor is open for discussion on E7. So unless there's questions for Phil. All right. And if there's no discussion, there's a lot of motions. So Heather Hall.
Thank you. I'll just start out by saying, I think, as we're getting ready to put forward motions that the GMT and the GAP did a really great job at preparing us to do so. I know this is just giving them some input and clear pathways for the over the winter analysis, and they did a lot of work to develop their recommendations, made it very clear where they'd like guidance from us. And so I just want to thank them. And I think that will help us move forward some motions that'll help them with that work they have on their plate. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd echo those comments as well, Heather. Thank you to the GMT and GAP and everyone for contributing to the very detailed reports that are in front of us. On the heels of getting some more discussion going, I'm ready to offer a motion.
Okay. Just make sure there's no further discussion on this subject. Okay, Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Give Sandra a moment here. Thank you. This will be regarding E7A Supplemental Revised GMT Report 5. This is intended to cover action items 1 and number 20. I move the council adopt the 2025-2026 OFL, ABC, ACL values in Table 1-1 and Tables 1-2 and Agenda Item E5 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1, November 2023 for the minor nearshore rockfish complexes north and south of 4010 North Lat, except for quillback rockfish. For quillback rockfish, the following range of 2025-2026 OFL, ABC, ACL values would be used for overwinter GMT analysis. An OFL of 8.41 metric tons, an ABC set equal to ACL of 5.06 metric tons, and an OFL of 1.52 metric tons, ABC rule 1.3 metric ton.
Thank you, Caroline. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Looking for a second. Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. In light of the council not recommending to adopt the quillback rockfish rebuilding analysis off California under our agenda item E2 at this meeting, this motion reflects a range of harvest specification options specific to meeting the overwinter analysis needs of the GMT, which would aid in meeting a January 1 target implementation date for the 2025-2026 regulations. The 2024 March council meeting will be the opportunity for the council to consider how to proceed with a final preferred alternative, and would also take into consideration some of the discussion that we've heard here about additional review under workload planning. These bookend OFL values represent a high and a low of harvest specifications that are derived directly from both the 2021 data moderate stock assessment and the draft rebuilding analysis. The high, which is from the 2021 data moderate assessment, directly reflects the status quo state of quillback rockfish, which is a stock defined as coastwide and no status determination or declaration as overfished, nor has the council been made notified of such determination. The low reflects what is anticipated as a stock defined off California via Amendment 31, and the anticipated status determination that would follow declaring the California stock overfished, followed by a notification to this council of that determination. Selecting an OFL at the March 2024 meeting should not delay the 25-26 final specification timeline. So I'd like to just walk through where these numbers are coming from. So the high bookend, that 8.41 metric ton OFL is the 50% SPR harvest rate or MSY proxy from the 2021 data moderate assessment of quillback rockfish. It's referenced in the assessment on table 11. The data moderate assessment was approved by the SSC as best scientific information available. From that 5.06 metric ton ABC set equal to ACL is achieved by applying a P-star of 0.40 and a 39.8 scientific uncertainty buffer, as the SSC would treat this type of an approach as a category 3 And what I mean by that is when we're using a long-term MSY proxy, and that was also as was done for the Washington Quebec rockfish assessment. Using a P-star of 0.4 rather than 0.45 reflects a measure of reduction from the OFL to account for perceived risk presented by the uncertainty associated with issues that have been identified with the assessment in the associated model parameters. The low number, the 1.52 metric ton OFL, is taken directly from the draft rebuilding analysis approved by the SSE. The rebuilding analysis derives the ACL from the ABC rule, where the ABC is set equal to the P-star and the scientific uncertainty buffers are taken from the overfishing limit, resulting in a 1.3 metric ton ACL. So CDF&W is recommending to ask the GMT to analyze this OFL range over winter in order to illustrate the extreme economic impacts that result with each metric ton of quillback lost to the fishery over the ACL range of 1.3 metric ton to 5.06 metric ton. Each metric ton here makes a significant difference, and not because of the value of quillback itself, but because of the economic value lost to the entire mixed stock fishery, as highlighted earlier this week in CDF&W's E2 report under the quillback rebuilding analysis item. The mixed stock fisheries in which quillback stock is part of or interacts with includes minor nearshore rockfish, minor shelf rockfish, cabezon, kelp greenling, and lingcod. Each ton of quillback not available to the fishery results in several tons of losses from yields of other mixed stocks and should be evaluated and quantified to the extent possible. During this council's discussion under E2, it was suggested that the council would benefit from additional SSC review of the quillback OFL and the analysis submitted under public review. The SSC is expected to convene before the March council meeting, which would allow the council to consider any additional SSC recommendations at that time, including a range of OFL alternatives for analysis under this agenda item today. Acknowledges this additional step is still to come in our specification process. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Questions for the motion maker? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. McKnight. This might also be a question for council staff, but I wasn't able to figure out it quick enough. In the SSC report for E5, they indicated that the quillback rockfish OFL off California is 1.51 metric tons. You indicated your number came from the rebuilding analysis. I haven't yet been able to run down the discrepancy. Perhaps another moment, but I'm understanding that your intent is consistent with what the OFL that the SSC recommended was in terms of that lower bound. Is that right?
Actually, Todd has his hand up. He might have some clarity as far as this is subject. Todd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, Miss. So yes, the SSC did recommend a 1.51, but that was for an SPR of 0.5. In that case, what was it? T target exceeded T max. And so that is an untenable option. So what the GMT and others recommended was the ABC rule, which would generate a 1.52 metric ton OFL for 2025. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Keely?
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right. Further questions for the motion maker? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Caroline. This is just maybe a silly question here, but you noted about it being a Cat 3 when, to my knowledge, the SSC said it was a Cat 2. So I was just looking for some clarification on that difference there.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, because we're choosing to pursue an MSY proxy, the SSC would then treat it as a Cat 3. So that's how their application of it would be. So again, taking into account more uncertainty, you would apply a higher buffer.
All right. Thanks, Corey. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Ms. McKnight, for your motion. As we all know, the MSA makes it clear that the SSC, one of the charges of the SSC is to specify OFLs for the council. And so your motion would specify 2. There's nothing, of course, preventing the analysis of something other than that, but it is unusual to have a couple of different OFLs to move forward with. So just in the interest of clarity and consideration of why we would be considering a couple of OFLs at this point, I'm hoping you could elaborate on your intent behind that part of the motion.
Caroline?
Thank you for the question. I think the intent here is not for us to say one of these is the specification, but to provide some mechanism for the GMT to move forward, recognizing that wherever the final preferred alternative for specification in March would result in one number. And that would allow for additional economic analysis while we're waiting for March. Does that help?
Executive Director Burton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. McKnight. It does help. If I may reflect a bit also, just for the benefit of the council, there was the issue that Mr. Anderson raised about requesting another look from the SSC at the Maunder and Hilborn analysis. And presumably this still provides then space, should something come of that review, for the council to look to the SSC for potentially a different OFL if there's something that comes out of that. So this would, if I'm reading between the lines, then this would then allow for room to incorporate that into our process without having to back up and start our analysis over in March or April. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, thank you. It does entirely. I think this gives us the bookends that we might reasonably expect to be produced out of a further review over winter from the SSC without delaying the GMT. But yes, your characterization is accurate. Thank you.
All right, further questions? Discussion? Keely Kent?
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Burden's comments. I still like to remind the council that all council recommended OFLs must be consistent with the SSC recommendations and best scientific information available. We have the SSC recommended OFL value for Quillback rockfish off California for 2025. CDF&W's high OFL bookend is inconsistent with the requirement for the council to recommend that OFL consistent with the SSC recommendation, the rebuilding analysis, and the BSIA. We feel it is important to remind the council that this recommendation would likely be disapproved by NIMS that is not consistent with the obligations under the MSA, including National Standard 2. Additionally, though we haven't gotten there yet, I'll just note that Quillback rockfish off California must be pulled out of the stock complexes. The council's groundfish stock complexes do not control overfishing at the component stock level and would not appropriately allow for the soon to be required rebuilding. Because of all the reasons provided, we will not support the analysis of this recommendation or any additional harvest specifications and management measures that would be based on or packaged with this value. These are challenging times. We recognize that, and we understand the frustrations with the process and with the results of the Quillback assessment that must be addressed as part of our specifications and management measures action. As several people have noted over the past few days, science is always evolving. For Quillback rockfish, there are federal and state efforts to collect more data over the short term and larger conversations occurring about broader changes to data collection efforts. We can and should push for another assessment in the near future when we have more data to inform the model. However, we have a system that requires us to act on the best available science in the meantime. Management must move forward. The biennial specification structure for groundfish necessitates the front loading of the rebuilding plan. When and if there is new science, that will be evaluated and applied to management. Our science-based management framework is adaptive and certainly world-class. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. Further discussion? I'm seeing none. I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Abstentions? Okay. I believe the motion passes with 2 noes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Joe? 2. Yep. Sorry. Two no votes. Oh, 3? 3 no votes. Okay. Thank you, Joe. All right. Further motions or discussion? I'll take either one. Caroline?
Thank you. In the interest of moving forward here, I believe I have another motion waiting.
Okay, please.
Thank you. I move that alternative 1, a P star of 0.4, ABC equal to ACL for sablefish be removed from the range of alternatives adopted under agenda item E5.
Okay, language on the screen out here.
Yes.
Okay, very good. For a second. Second by Lynn Mattis. Thank you, Lynn. Please speak to your motion, Caroline.
Thank you. I said yes in my mind, just not out loud. So my understanding here is that when we took action under E5, we chose the PPA, but that does not eliminate all the alternatives for analysis. The extra burden and work over on the GMT to evaluate P star would be relatively heavy, and that it doesn't necessarily going to give us much different than where we're at in terms of the stock assessment being where it is. So given it's highly unlikely that there's going to be the full attainment of the sablefish, given how much higher it's going to be. And we know that it's on the stock assessment list for 2025. This doesn't seem like a reasonable use of GMT time. It can come back in the next cycle and we can evaluate a full suite. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Discussion or questions for the motion maker first? Discussions? Lynn?
So mine's a discussion point. I agree with this and supportive of it, obviously, from seconding it because it clarifies something I thought I had done under E5. So appreciate that. Also supportive of this because sablefish is scheduled for a benchmark full assessment in 2025. So we will be getting a new look at sablefish then. So our risk of being wrong, I think here is very low for a multitude of reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are along the lines of what Ms. Mattis and Ms. McKnight have already said. I also wanted to acknowledge the SSC and thank them for their action or their input under E5, where they endorsed the preliminary work on the risk table approach. In their statement under that, they recommended some operational testing and also suggested that the GMT and the council could use the information from those risk tables to understand 2025 and 2026 harvest specifications and how they might be used. So also acknowledging the comfort with removing this, recognizing the upcoming full assessment in 2025 and the unlikely chance that catch will reach even the ACL under a P star 0.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Further discussion? Okay, I'm gonna call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Lynn Mattis.
I wasn't sure if it was going to be Mr. Oatman or myself going next to start on the off the top deductions. That's what I was trying to point back and forth. It might make more sense if he's ready to have him go first, because what I have next would build on what he's already going for.
Okay, very good. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lynn. So I have a motion. I move that the council adopt the preliminary 2025 and 2026 tribal management measures and set-asides as outlined in Supplemental Tribal Report 1, November 2023.
Okay, Joe's language on the screen accurate?
It is, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Second by second by Sharon Kiefer. Joe, speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the coastal tribes and Macaw tribe provided supplemental reports, those being supplemental tribal reports 1 and 2 respectively, regarding their intent to harvest groundfish during the 2025 to 2026 management years. The intent of this motion is to adopt the preliminary tribal set-asides requested by the coastal tribes. This will allow the treaty tribe to continue with their groundfish fisheries to target the various stocks at the levels identified in the Supplemental Tribal Report 1. The set-asides are the same as in the 2023-2024 biannual process. The coastal tribes are experiencing increasing attainment of their set-asides following the complications related to COVID-19 constraints, and determined upon initial discussion that these set-asides will be sufficient to account for anticipated mortality in their fisheries for 2025-2026. And if I could, do want to take an opportunity to also thank the work of the GMT and GAP for this piece among the others. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Okay, moving right along. We'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Joe. And with that, I'll turn to Lynn Mattis.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have the next motion, and my motion is going to cover several action items that seem to all be pretty well bunched together so that we didn't end up having 20 motions for this agenda item, only 7 or 8. And Sandra has been kind enough to put it up. I move the council adopt the following alternatives for inclusion in the, do you please add an E to rang to be range? In the range considered for groundfish management measures in 25-26. Thank you. And the numbers are the same as in supplemental revised attachment 1, the action item checklist. Want to thank Ms. Ames for developing this list a number of cycles ago. It seems to come in handy every year. Action item number 3, off the top deductions. Adopt the following preliminary set-asides for 2025 and 26, please. Copy and paste error. Thank you. Okay. So adopt the following preliminary set-asides for 2025 and 2026 as shown in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 of Supplemental GMT Report 2. For research, use the rolling 10-year maximum of research mortality to set research set-asides in 25-26, except for canary rockfish set at 10.08 metric tons, cow cod, 10 metric tons, California quillback rockfish, 0.1 metric tons, and yellow eye rockfish, 2.92 metric tons. For incidental open access, use the 10-year maximum methodology to set IOA set-asides listed in Table 3 and GMT Report 2, except for those species listed as the GMT recommendation in Table 4. Do I need to read all of those into the record?
If you say they're accurate, how's that sound?
I do believe they are accurate.
Okay.
The table shown is a reproduction of Table 4 in GMT Report 2.
Okay.
So if there is an error, please default to GMT Table 4. I was doing this late last night. For exempted fishing permits, no set asides for 25-26. And recreational sablefish. For sablefish north of 36 North Lat, increase the set aside to 30 metric tons and create a sablefish south of 36 recreational off the top set aside of 10 metric tons. In regards to action item number 5, 2-year allocations. Adopt status quo 2-year allocations for all stocks except canary rockfish. Have the GMT develop an alternative option for council consideration in March and/or April. Petrale sole. Similarly, have the GMT develop any alternative options for council consideration in March or April. And for widow rockfish, 200 metric ton non-trawl, remainder to trawl. Action item number 6, rebuilding overfish species allocation. Adopt the status quo yellow eye rockfish proportions for trawl, non-trawl allocations, which are 8% trawl, 92% non-trawl. Action item number 7, Amendment 21 allocation changes. Maintain the current Amendment 21 allocations for trawl, non-trawl, and reconsider allocations during the intersector allocation review. Action item number 8, harvest guidelines and state shares for stocks in the complex. Adopt status quo harvest guidelines for black rockfish within the slope rockfish complex south of 4010. No species-specific harvest guidelines for Oregon black blue deacon rockfish complex, nor the Oregon or Washington Cabazon kelp greenling complexes. And action item number 17, the Oregon recreational fishery. ODFW and the GMT, as needed, will analyze routine measures such as bag limits, season structures, depth limits, and length limits, including an increased bag limit for sablefish that keep catch from exceeding harvest targets for the Oregon recreational fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. It looked like it was accurate, but yes.
It did as I was reading it. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, for a second. Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Thank you, Caroline. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. Started with the off-the-top deductions. These are the numbers that come off of the ACL to set the fishery harvest guideline. They are sectors that the council doesn't have regular control over. Mr. Oatman provided the tribal set-asides, and then this provides research and incidental open access as well as EFPs. The GMT did take a close look at the mortality in the IOA and research sectors. And rather than using the historic back to 2002 max, they're going to plan on looking at a rolling 10-year average or 10-year max, which seems more reflective of current conditions. And then there's a few exceptions. As an example, the research set aside for yellow eye rockfish, the 2.92 metric tons is the standard that we've been setting aside the last several cycles to account for NIMS research, the IPHC halibut survey, as well as some research by the 3 states. Earlier this week, under exempted fishing permits, the council did approve for review 2 EFPs. However, neither of them needed any set-asides as they were covered elsewhere. And then there was a request, we're getting new requests for recreational sablefish. As rockfish becomes more constricting to folks, they're looking for other opportunities. Additionally, they're starting to run into more and more sablefish with this large year classes that are coming through. On the 2-year allocations, these are stocks that we look at that aren't hardwired under Amendment 21. These are stocks we look at how we share them every year or every 2 years. Canary is going to be an issue, as mentioned in both the GAP and the GMT reports. It's likely going to be constraining to all sectors. So the GMT has suggested they will do a holistic look at canary over the winter. Petrale sole, currently we have 30 metric tons set aside. However, there's been an increase in catch of recreational petrale sole over the last year, 2 years. So I think the team would like to look at that one as well. And then widow rockfish, with the widow rockfish ACL, I think it's decreasing a little bit and catches have been increasing. There has been a 400 metric ton set aside for a cycle or 2 now, and the non-trawl catches have not approached that. There is some consideration with the RCAs being reduced or modified that we could have some additional impacts on Widow. However, that seems like something we can look at next cycle too if we approach that number. On action item number 6, rebuilding allocations. Everyone so thus far seems to have been in agreement to keep the between sector sharing of yellow eye the way it is. It seems to be working for us. We have enough issues with all the other species that we're going to be battling over. Item 7, the Amendment 21 allocation changes. We have a review process that is going to consider in a big picture intersector allocations, and that seems like a better process to make any changes than trying to do it through the biennial specifications at this time. On item 8, everything that is listed under 8 is status quo. It is what we have done the last couple of cycles. There is a black gill rockfish harvest guideline within the slope complex south because that is a highly desired species. And we have not been putting species-specific harvest guidelines in the other 3 complexes. The states have agreed to manage to the best of their ability to the species-specific ACL contribution to the complex and have been doing a good job. So those harvest guidelines do not seem to be necessary at this time. And then under item number 17, this is the standard procedure we do for analyzing the recreational fishery. Now that the GMT will have some numbers to analyze too, the team and ODFW staff will go through and try to model to what we can get a season structure based on staying within all those harvest guidelines. We'll be looking at bag limits, depth limits, all that. And we have had a request specifically to see if we can do sort of an outside of the regular bag limit, a sablefish limit, or increase a sablefish bag limit over the other limit. So we would like to look at those things. I think that's enough on that item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Questions for the motion maker? Vice Chair Hasper.
Yeah, before I go ahead and demonstrate my ignorance, can we scroll to the top? I have to look at the set-aside table. And I think either one of those is good. Lynn, the set-asides, I apologize for being so critical, but it's shown as a combined 2-year research set-aside. And I thought they're managed as annual set aside. So is your intent there that is the annual set aside for each year and they're not 2-year combined set asides?
Chair Pettinger, Vice Chair Hasper, you are correct. That is to be annually. So it would be 10.0 metric tons for canary rockfish each year in that 2-year cycle. So thank you for making sure that is clear that it isn't 5.04 for 1 year and 5.04 for the other year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you. And apologies, Lynn, that I did not catch this, I think, when we were going through staff presentations. I'm just noticing the California quillback rockfish set aside is for 0.10, which was put forward from CDF&W solely. I want to confirm, and I understand that means that there was no additional research set aside proposed for quillback in federal waters.
Ben?
Through the chair, Ms. McKnight, that is my understanding as well, based on what I read in the GMT report. I'm waiting for somebody to tap me on the shoulder if I'm incorrect, but it is my understanding that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Under action item 5, have the GMT develop any alternative options for council consideration. Is there any more guidance that we could give them other than bring us whatever rocks you think we want to see? I mean, I'm not, if I were them, I'm not sure I would know what to do with that.
Then?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Anderson, I was copying the language directly out of the GMT report on this one. I think they would want to look at what the various sectors have been catching each year over the last several years. And is the current sharing that is going to be tough for everybody? Is there any wiggle room anywhere? I think that's the type of thing they plan on looking at. That is what I assume they would be looking at. I'm looking to see if Mr. Phillips is going to nod his head or shake his head or throw things at me. I don't, at this time, don't have any other specific guidance, but would welcome any additions if others have that.
Well, I didn't, thank you. I didn't see anything fly by, so he didn't throw anything at you. Did he nod his head in one way or the other down there? Yeah.
He did.
Okay.
He did. And I'm getting a message from ODFW GMT member that this is where they're hoping for some additional guidance from us. This is a starting place, but if there's anything specific that council would like them to look at, they would prefer some guidance on that. Thank you.
Phil?
Yeah, I might suggest, just as general guidance, that, you know, as they're looking at the status quo allocations, be looking at the impact that it has on the particular sectors in some qualitative way, so that we can make some judgments about whether retaining the status quo 2-year allocation for the 25-26 timeframe makes. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the motion. My question is about action item number 5 as well. And I'll ask the question here, just under Widow Rockfish, looking at the 200 metric ton non-trawl, that's including status quo. Status quo would be analyzed. And so also just a comment, I think that as we've prepared our motions, we all have just assumed, unless we're explicit, that status quo is included. And I thought it might be a way to ask the question and then also share how we've approached our motions, just so everyone understands.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hall. That is correct. Unless otherwise specified, all of these include plus status quo.
Perfect.
As a starting point. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. All right. Anyone else? Not seeing any hands. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I have a motion that I'm ready to walk through. Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council adopt the following alternatives in the range considered in the 2025-2026 groundfish harvest specification and management measure process. Action item number 9, at-sea set-asides. Analyze the range of at-sea set-asides listed in table 12 of the GMT report. That is agenda item E7 supplemental GMT report, November 2023. In addition to all status quo at-sea set-asides. Action item number 10, within non-trawl harvest guidelines, shares. Adopt status quo 2-year within non-trawl harvest guidelines, ACTs or shares for cow cod south of 4010 north latitude, Boccaccio south of 4010 north latitude, sablefish, I think that should say south of 36 north latitude. Thank you, Sandra. Nearshore rockfish complex north of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude. And yellow eye rockfish. Analyze all allocation and management schemes for Canary Rockfish, including alternatives for the commercial non-nearshore and nearshore shares. Analyze a copper rockfish ACT for the recreational fishery south of Point Conception. Action item number 16, Washington Recreational. Analyze routine changes to Washington recreational fisheries. Specific measures may consider revisions to season dates, bag limits, or depth restrictions that keep catch from exceeding harvest targets. Action item 19, new management measures. And can you please delete commercial, Sandra? Thank you. 19A, develop open access permits or registration. 19B, develop requirements for recreational anglers to possess a descending device aboard a vessel when fishing for groundfish in federal waters. Other, electronic monitoring, discard list. Align the discard species list in regulation with the list that was in the vessel monitoring plan for the exempted fishing permit. Evaluate whether it's feasible to move the discard species list from the regulation to the VMP to add flexibility. This is other, again, WDFW sorting requirement. Consider revisions to federal sorting requirements to require all rockfish to be sorted to species. And 19C, remove updates to discard mortality rates. 19D, remove analysis of recreational YRCA at Rittenberg Bank. Thank you, Sandra.
Okay, Heather, thank you. It appears the language is accurate, but can I have you confirm that?
Yes, with the magic of Sandra, it is.
Okay, thank you. For a second, seconded by Lynn Mattis. Thank you, Lynn. Heather, please speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you. These, for the most part, are recommendations that are based on the work of the GMT and the GAP. They've been working on preparing us with the information that they presented this week since we left the September council meeting. I know they met in October. They dug into the details of the catch data and status quo management measures to provide us with recommendations for what should be included in the overwinter analysis. They also were very thoughtful about workload and what is potentially manageable for them, although I do acknowledge the conversation around the request for canary rockfish being very broad and in that, and appreciate their willingness to look under all the rocks for canary rockfish. Under action item 9, at sea set-asides, I do appreciate the work of the at sea sectors to provide their input on these set-asides, and that these also reflect the input from the presented in the GAP report. So table 12 in the GMT report aligns with what we heard from the GAP this morning. Down to action item 19, I just wanted to add that the other, I didn't assign a number to it. I didn't want to mess up any ordering by doing so. So under electronic monitoring, discard list, this came through the GAP report this morning, and just, I think, cleans up some work that needs to be done. And then the other, the WDFW sorting requirement, that was something that was described in our WDFW report under this agenda item, and would just be looking to get some input on the interest in that coming back to us in March or April. I think that covers it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Okay, I'm gonna call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. All right, I think we have one more. Caroline?
Thank you. Sandra, could you make that a little bigger for me? Thank you very much. I move the council adopt the following alternatives in the range considered in the 25-26 groundfish harvest specification and management measure process. Following the action item checklist numbering from agenda item E7A supplemental GMT report 5 and agenda item E7A supplemental GAP report 1. Action item number 2 for area management. Evaluate minor revisions to rockfish conservation, that should say area adjustments. Waypoints to better align with bathymetry lines as described in agenda item G6A, supplemental CDFN report 1, September 2023. Action item number 4, ACT, copper rockfish, evaluate removing statewide California copper rockfish ACT and establish an ACT south of Point Conception for the California stock. Quillback rockfish off California. Yellow eye rockfish, do not analyze removing, so essentially remain as it is. And for sablefish ACT north of 36, do not analyze. Action item 11 for shore-based IFQ, status quo IFQ allocations, RCA configurations, triple limits for non-IFQ species. Action items number 12 through 15. This is to evaluate routine adjustments to the non-trawl RCA configuration as appropriate and analyze trip limits, size limits, and for managed species as appropriate as indicated by GMT report 5 and GAP report 1 recommendations. And that includes OA north of 4010 North Lat, OA south of 4010 North Lat, LEFG north of 4010 North Lat, and LEFG south of 4010 North Lat. And lastly, for action item number 18, this is for California recreational, analyze routine adjustments to bag limits, season structures, size limits, et cetera, as appropriate, including action items sub number 18A through 18F from GMT report 5.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Yes, it looked accurate, but as a screen.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Looking for a second. Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion as appropriate.
Thank you. Working from the top of the list there, I'll start with the area management. CDF&W collects suggested waypoint modifications from both our industry and enforcement. And we use this particular specification process as a vehicle to consider these changes. We're proposing these changes. They're essentially routine for us, and they are minor modifications in nature. And it usually amounts to a handful of waypoints that are being tweaked rather than any kind of broad scale line adjustments. Moving on to ACTs. Copper rockfish, this particular evaluation is specific to the new stock assessment and new stock definition, and is specifically responding to a portion of the model assessment in the area south of Conception, indicating some localized depletion that needs to be considered. For quillback rockfish, considering what took place under my first motion, this is for the GMT to have some latitude to consider for overwinter analysis without too much specificity, and have that latitude. For yellow eye rockfish, I think they're not analyzing, removing it, and maintaining the status quo makes sense for this next specification cycle. We're very close to rebuilding yellow eye rockfish. We are not having an issue or problem with these particular ACTs. So I think in light of how close we are to rebuilding, it's better to maintain them as they are and reevaluate potentially next cycle. And lastly, for Sablefish, ACT north of 36, I appreciate there's been a tremendous amount of discussion in the room about this. I think following the same kind of logic that we took under a previous motion relative to removing a P-Star alternative run, this is a very robust assessment. It has not been completely reassessed, but just an update. It is not being fully attained. We expect that all of we've heard about market limitations to persist on some level such that an ACT would not necessarily be needed. And I think that hearing from the GMT and noting that there would be a lot of mechanisms that would need to be built around what we would track to and how we would monitor that doesn't seem warranted. So not pursuing that is included in this motion. Moving down to number 11, for shore-based IFQ, this is just status quo. There's no recommendations to do anything other than that. Action items 12 through 15, this is the standard operating procedure for the GMT to evaluate all of these commercial trip limits and the suggestions, both in the GMT and the GAP, in order to make sure that we're maximizing fishing opportunities while staying within those harvest specifications. And so this provides the latitude for the GMT to do that over winter. And similarly for action item number 18, this is our standard ability to run through seasons and bag limits with the addition of a few specific things that were noted now, and that's appreciated for those items 18A through 18F. It gives some specificity and allows us to run some additional things. But what I would expect from those is some of them may turn out to be more state regulation appropriate or not, but allowing them to remain on the list gives the GMT the ability to review that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Questions for the motion maker or any discussion for the motion? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the motion. I didn't provide this clarification under action item 10, which we just adopted, but also addressed at ACTs. But under action item 4 here, which also includes ACTs, and in our discussions around canary rockfish and the wide range of leeway we've given to the GMT to explore management measure tools, just because we haven't included a canary ACT on here doesn't mean if that was something that they looked at over the winter, it couldn't be included. I think it can be included, within that broad range of guidance we've given them to look at management measures. Just wanted to flag that.
Okay. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Just another thing on the Sablefish ACT, why we are not recommending going forward at this time. As Ms. Kent mentioned earlier today, there's some complications with Amendment 6 that seem like they would be a little too tough to try to tackle as part of this biennial harvest specification process. So just wanted to add in that there was that additional factor for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, I don't see any hands, so I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, I think, how are we doing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you've adopted multiple motions here, but I do have one question for the council, and it's quite possible that my eyes crossed and I did not see it in one of the motions. Is in action item 20, we do refer to removing quillback rockfish from the nearshore rockfish complexes. And I'd hope that the council could give some guidance on that.
Okay. Caroline?
Thank you, Todd, for reminding me that that was not in my motion. Yeah, the intent was to allow the GMT to analyze that as well. If it requires a motion, happy to do so.
Through the chair, it is my preference that we had a motion, just for the record. It is always up to your discretion.
Okay. Caroline?
Happy to provide one, just need a few moments, if that's okay.
Okay, very good. Lynn Mattis.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. Well, we're waiting for Caroline, and so that I don't delay us getting a lunch break after her motion. Just want to really thank Keely and Maggie from NIMS and Jesse and Todd from the council staff who were instrumental in helping my neighbors to the north and to the south, and I in working through this list, developing the motions and making sure we hopefully didn't miss anything. But their behind the scenes help for us was invaluable. And I just want to make sure that their behind the scene work gets acknowledged.
Thank you, Lynn. It was definitely a heavy lift, to say the least. So yeah, well done. Sorry for going so late into the lunch hour, but we did have the hour off. So, well, some of us did. Good point. I would just say that Vice Chair Hassemer is going to take us out of the lunch hour when we get back. So we'll pass the gavel to him as soon as we close this out today. Okay. The motion's in the ether, so hopefully it's nice and fluid today. And there we go.
Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt the following alternative for consideration. I should say consideration, not considered. In the 2025-2026 groundfish harvest specification and management measure process, under action item number 20, remove quillback rockfish from the nearshore rockfish complexes.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. The language looks accurate.
It is.
Wonderful. For a second. Second by Heather Hall. Thank you, Heather. Please speak to your motion if you need to.
Thank you. I apologize for the oversight here. Yes, this falls in line with what could be expected for an overfish determination. And I think a standard practice to remove species from a complex as such. Thank you.
All right. Keely here, and then
Vulcan mind meld. Clarifying question, do you intend this just to be quillback rockfish off California?
I do, yes.
Okay. All right. Lynn Mattis.
I'll offer to make an amendment to the motion because I think we're at that point.
Please.
In the language where it says remove quillback rockfish, after that, add off California from the nearshore rockfish complexes. And I'm going to look to Ms. Kent to see if that covers what we were both thinking. So, thank you. And I hope that's a friendly amendment for Ms. McKnight.
Indeed, thank you.
Okay. Second. Second by Heather Hall. Thank you, Heather. All right. I don't think we need to speak to this, but
no.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions. All right. Appreciate that. All good. Todd, I'll be there. Oh. It's been a long week. Whew. What's it say? Yeah. All right. Now go to the amended motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay. The amended motion passes unanimously. All right, Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council, for that. I believe looking at, the action item list that you have, and I've been keeping track, you have addressed all the items necessary for this particular action, as well as the items that we left sort of hanging under E5. So my evaluation is that you have completed your action for this particular item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. And yeah, well done. We'll lift. So, okay, we'll see you back in an hour. So.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, if we can move back to our seats, we are going to be ready to commence with our afternoon agenda items. Give you 30 seconds to get organized here. All right, trust everyone has a good lunch, had a good lunch. There's plenty of energy to charge through the afternoon. So I look to Todd Phillips to give us an introduction on agenda item E8.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Council. I hope you had a fabulous lunch and are ready for a very vigorous PowerPoint. Okay, so we're dealing with agenda item E8, which is phase 2 stock definitions planning. So under this agenda item, the council is tasked with adopting a work plan and schedule for phase 2 of the stock definitions process. As a reminder, phase 1, the council adopted stock definitions for 14 priority species, and that was under Amendment 31. At the beginning of that particular process, Amendment 31, the council was informed that stocks would need to be defined for all managed groundfish species in an additional phase. And of course, this is the beginning of that phase. This agenda item does provide an opportunity for the council to consider the schedule for phase 2 and give guidance on and direction to staff in the development of this action. So in this particular agenda item, council, we have outlined key issues, which are in attachment 1, and develop a draft proposed phase 2 schedule, which is attachment 2. Because these items are highly interrelated and the schedule is developed to highlight the critical and sequential decision-making steps necessary to ensure timely implementation. As I mentioned, I do have a PowerPoint, which will go through a little bit more of this particular agenda item. But just to note that your action today is to adopt a work plan and schedule for the phase 2 stock definitions process, and then of course to provide guidance to staff as appropriate. Your reports are one from the GAP and one from the SSC. I'll note that the GMT was unable to complete a report due to their workload this particular meeting. I'm happy to discuss with you what they did say, but they do not have a report for you. And with that, my very brief overview, and Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Before we get to the presentation, any questions for Todd on the overview? I don't see any. So Todd, it's back to you.
Okay. Yes, technology works. Okay, so of course we're dealing with phase 2 stock definitions, and just to orient the council with this particular presentation, it's a very high level overview of the information that is both in attachment 1 and attachment 2. I'm happy at any point to go into more detail, and there is a natural break in the presentation, which I'll stop and pause and ask for questions as well. Basically what we're going to be discussing today is I have a single slide discussing the background, which is Amendment 31. We're going to talk a little bit about the considerations that should go into phase 2, or at least the initial considerations. And then we'll talk about the timeline. And I'll note that the phase 2 icon here is a lot in reference to attachment 1, where the timeline, of course, is attachment 2. As you'll recall, in June of this year, we did complete Amendment 31 process. And under Amendment 31, we developed basically a first of its kind framework to define stocks of managed species. In that particular process, we defined 20 stocks of 14 species as shown here on your screen. And those were what we call the priority species. Those species or stocks now, those stocks to be assessed in 23 this year, and those stocks that were assessed in 2021. And the whole basic background behind the framework, as well as the definitions here, is to give the stock assessors sort of boundaries on how they present information to the council as for management. And finally, within phase 1 or Amendment 31, the council did adopt revisions to the COP9 process, specifically the groundfish management process. And within that COP9 revisions, you were able to specify an on-ramp for new science in the sense that any stock that is up for assessment or is prioritized for assessment could be defined or redefined as appropriate. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. So there's my lengthy discourse on Amendment 31. So moving into phase 2, we have 3 main objectives, at least at this point. We have, of course, to define the stocks for the remaining 75 groundfish species. We should also be revising and reconsidering the 11 stock complexes, as well as considering removal or delegation of stocks. And I'll note that number 3 is a request from the region, whereas 1 and 2 are definitive we must do due to Magnuson and national standards. The first piece, the stock definitions piece. So we do have 75 species left. I'll note that it probably will not be the full 75 because under the COP9 process this next spring, we will be taking up a series of stocks or species that are going to be prioritized for assessment in 2025 as well as 2027. So it is staff's intent or understanding rather, that the species that are within the assessments will be defined sort of concurrently as with this process. That will allow, again, for stock assessors to do their work on a council stock definition scale. The plan, of course, at least at this point, is in order to do these stock definitions, we're going to be using the Amendment 31 framework. And of course, that in the most simplest terms is the major literature review of all scientific information. This would include the white literature as well as the gray literature. And then the analysis, at least in Amendment 32, centered on 3 important items, which are the biological, socioeconomic, and management impacts of any of the stock definition options that the council adopted. The second piece, of course, is stock complexes. So at present in groundfish, we manage 11 complexes. Relative, we about 50 or so species are composed or comprise these complexes. If we were to double count anything, there's probably around 112 species within all these complexes. You'll note I say that because we have, for example, the nearshore north and nearshore south, a lot of the same species are in both groupings. So there are a lot of species within these complexes, I guess is what I'm getting at. The reason that we need to go back and look at this particular or stock complexes is not only just to revise, but it's also MSA and international standard guidelines are dictating that we reconsider these particular complexes. And then also we, at least initially we're thinking, staff is thinking that in phase 2, the stock definitions may influence future iteration of stock complexes. And so what we see as initial task here is updating and potentially revising this, what we call the productivity and susceptibility analysis, the PSA. And that was really the sort of a major foundation for how our stock complexes were and are defined. And that was done last, I believe, 2013-ish, somewhere in there. And then what we'd also like to do is incorporate new scientific and management information into these decision-making process. If you'll note from the SSC report, they do talk about integrating some sort of climate related issue as well into this decision-making process. The third component is this removal delegation. So it may seem rather simple, but it's and complex at the same time, but at the very basic elements, you would removal, you consider if a stock would need to be managed by the council, and if it did not, you could remove it from the FNP completely. Delegation, this is where the council would consider delegating certain aspects of a stock or stock complex to a state or states. And the initial tasks here are to develop a policy for this removal delegation piece. And then what we as staff are recommending is that the council consider some sort of ad hoc committee, some high level thinking that could really hone in on developing this particular policy and assist in the overall decision-making process. So I'll stop there. I know I spit a lot of information there at you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions for Todd on the first part of his presentation? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. On that last slide of yours, there was removal and delegation, and I'm not remembering very well, but I thought there was a third category, but there's the question of jurisdiction and authority. Would that falls, I guess, does the council have authority over the species? Would that falls under removal? I would say, I'm understanding that correctly?
Through the vice chair, yes, that is you are understanding that correctly.
Thank you. Further questions? Don't see any.
Okay.
Todd?
So this portion of the presentation falls into attachment 2, where we talk about the schedule. And so I divided at least the talk here into 3 parts. The first part is the sequence. In the first part in the sequence is from present, so November 23 through September 2024. So we're going with the preparation phase. Then we'd move into the stock definitions and removal delegation piece, which would occur from September 24 to June 2025. So we would initiate, as I'll come to see, you'll initiate scoping in 24, and then you'll have FPA within June 2025. The final piece would be the stock definitions. We would, in this sequence, the stock complexes. Within this sequence, we'd imagine that stock complexes would come after we complete stock definitions and removal delegation, which would mean of June 2025 to June 2026. And of course, that is the next biennial cycle, management cycle. So during the preparation, what would we do? So this is essentially the over winter and over summer, over spring work, is that council staff would initiate a literature and scientific review of all information related to the 75, at least the 75 species. We'd also like to initiate some sort of work on the PSA, the productivity and susceptibility analysis. And what we're looking at here is a model that was used prior when it was first used as a GMT council staff and science center staff. And while we don't anticipate completing the PSA work, we do think that starting it early will allow for better integration and better thought processes when we do get to stock complexes. The third piece deals explicitly with the removal delegation side of things. So we would like to initiate some sort of federal state waters catch delineation to understand if there's a mechanism there that can help the council understand if stocks need to be removed and or delegated as appropriate. At this point, we'd imagine the GMT, and I don't have staff in there, but staff would be in there, but GMT staff, and I have West Coast region modelers as part of this process. And I'll note that Dr. Sean Matson did develop an initial model for looking at commercial catch, but the big piece that of course is missing here is the recreational catch. So we could probably even add state folks into this as well. So again, the last 2 there would be mostly to initiate the process so that we can get a jump on the work. In specifics, so between September 24 and 25, we're looking at initially would be scoping. And I have the 3 elements up there, but I'll note that I do have an asterisk by stock complexes. So in our schedule, we put all 3 there for scoping, but we think, at least what we've planned for, I guess, is that stock complexes would not come in the initial part of the work. It would come in that secondary part, which is in the next slide. So with this understanding is that the council would scope things and then tell staff to direct us how you best want to move forward. And it could be as the schedule dictates, or it could be an entirely different avenue, of course. But point being is that that's kind of what scoping would cover. The ad hoc committee this would be a perfect time in September is to at least look or consider an ad hoc committee. And then if the council did elect to move forward, you could therefore impanel it and charge the committee with moving. And again, this ad hoc committee is really, at least initially what we were thinking of, would be comprised of council members, but of course, that is completely up to your decision-making. And then finally, if everything worked out correctly, we'd hit FPA by June of 2025 with the proposed, implementation based on the NIMS schedule sometime thereafter. The next and last phase would be this June 2025 to June 2026. This, of course, overlaps and is part, in our mind, is in part of the 27-28 harvest specifications and management measures process. And we start this in June 2025 because that is when the council first would take action on the specs process by adopting a schedule and process. And also during that schedule and process discussion it's another opportunity for the council to give an idea of where they would like council staff, GMT, et cetera, to look at for the overall specs process. The goal, of course, with any specs is to finish it by June of the following year, which in this case would be June 2026. And we'd hit an implementation date for stock complexes by January 1st, 2027, which seems so far away. And just as a reminder, even though I've talked a lot about different elements here, your action today is just to adopt a work plan and schedule for phase 2, and then, of course, provide any guidance to us as you have. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Todd. That covers both attachments 1 and 2, the information in there. So with that, we're going to turn next to the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Dr. Holland, questions on the presentation. They're pointing at you first, Lynn. Lynn, followed by Corey Niles.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Phillips, on slide 7, it says consider an ad hoc committee to develop the policy. Just based on some of the discussions the budget committee had the other day and we heard during budget discussions, have resources been identified to be able to cover that? Or that might be a question for Executive Director Burden. It just seems this is another thing we're saying we're going to do, but we have the resources to actually do that? Thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. The provisional budget that was adopted does not contemplate this ad hoc committee. Of course, that is provisional. We have our final budget adoption in June. So that'd be an opportunity for this idea to percolate a bit. And if you do want to pursue this committee this year, that would be a time where we could reconsider financial resources for that type of a thing.
Thank you. We'll look to make sure your question was answered. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Todd, I can't remember what slide it was, but on the PSA, we had this discussion in phase 1. And I think Mr. Henderson has a variation on the discussion every time we look at that huge spreadsheet for prioritizing stock assessments. But just articulating what's in my mind, the PSA is a analysis of stocks that have already been defined. For example, I think the initial one just scored copper rockfish, but now we would have copper rockfish, multiple copper rockfish stocks. So it kind of begs the question in terms of the stock definition side. It doesn't, in my mind, doesn't help you answer if a species should be one or more stocks. So can you repeat? I think you said it was more of a stock complex preparations. Can you repeat your thinking on the PSA?
This part, Mr.
No, what? Oh yeah, there it was. Okay.
Through the Vice Chair, I'm not exactly understanding your question, but it does, this productivity and susceptibility analysis, at least in our opinion, is highly linked to the stock complexes. If there is a different mechanism to use that, then I think we would definitely be available.
Corey, a follow-up?
Yeah, we just not important for now, Todd, but you score, you with that PSA, you score the stocks as you've defined them. So it to me, it's not a tool for defining stocks. It's for ranking the vulnerability of the stocks you've already defined. But that was just the gist of my question. But no need to respond now. But just think.
All right, thank you. Better look around to make sure there's no further questions on the presentation. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Todd. I apologize. I'm not able to wrap my mind around this entirely. Maybe it's because it's late in the day for me, but I'm looking at the schedule and attachment 2, and I'm trying to understand the September timeline for September 2024. Scoping, it says council meets to scope for phase 2, including prioritizing the species for stock definitions, prioritizing stock complexes for reconfiguration, and determines timeline. And then when you jump down to November, then we're creating an ROA or a PPA. But somewhere in between all that, we have 2025 stock assessments underway, correct? So I'm failing to see where the 2025 assessments integrate into this, specifically when it comes to complex reconfiguration or others that might pertain to that species list. And maybe I'm missing it, but maybe you can help me there. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. So the idea for the 2025 or in 2027 stocks is that next spring, under the stock prioritization process the council will take up, the stocks or species will be identified for assessment. At that point, council staff would initiate a stock definitions process just for those species. And it would, if things were to go on schedule, you'd be looking at knowing what those definitions are by September of 2024. So we're doing this, I guess, on top of one another, if that makes any sense.
Thank you, for that response. And then I think where I'm hearing you, but I want to clarify just a little bit more, is that when we get to that stock assessment prioritization, there will be direct connectivity back to this item, even though it may not be on the same agenda item. Like we'll have these conversations concurrently. Yes.
Through the Vice Chair. Yes, McKnight. Yes, Ms. McKnight, you're correct.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. To build off a little bit what Ms. McKnight was just asking. So that is the stock definitions agenda item that is on the March and April draft agendas. I know jumping ahead to tomorrow a little bit, but I was a little confused about that when I read it last night, but this is just looking at those stocks that are scheduled to be assessed in 2025, not the big stock definitions, just sort of a mini one for that little piece.
Through the Vice Chair. Yes, Ms. Mattis, thank you for the question. You're absolutely correct. So if you look at the March and April schedules, there are, I believe at least March, there is a line there for stock definitions. Those stock definitions are specific to 2025 and potentially 2027. It would not address the full suite of stocks we have coming, or species we have coming up.
Thank you. That's very helpful in understanding what this magnitude of the ask will be for them. Thank you.
Any further questions on the presentation? Now I don't see any. So I will turn to the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Holland is online. Dr. Holland, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I'd like to read Agenda Item E8A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, November 2023, SSC Committee Report on the Phase 2 Stock Definitions Planning. The council completed phase 1 of the stock definitions process with the adoption of Amendment 31 to the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan in June of 2023. Phase 2 of the process will involve several steps. A, defining stocks for at least 75 species. B, selection of whether any of these stocks currently in the FMP should be designated as ecosystem component, EC species. C, identifying whether management of any stock should be removed from the FMP or delegated to the states. And D, revising groundfish stock complexes. The proposed schedule for developing the phase 2 stock definitions, agenda item E8A attachment 2, is focused on stock definition and the catch proportion analysis. It should be extended to include science-related activities expected to be associated with specification of groundfish stock complexes, identification of EC species, and consideration of either removal from the FMP or delegation of management authority to the states, noting that these activities have substantial scientific as well as policy components. The SSC recommends reviewing the following methodologies before they are applied. See also agenda item C8, Supplemental SSC Report 1, which hasn't been turned in yet, workload planning. Specifically, the methodology to be used for the state federal catch proportion analysis for recreational fisheries, and how the approach proposed to be used for catch proportion analysis for commercial fisheries developed by Sean Matson in the June 2023 briefing book of SSC materials, how that was revised based on the review by the SSC in June of 2023. Additional review of methods may be needed if information other than catch proportions, for example, seafloor mapping in Oregon and California, are to be used as part of the basis for deciding whether stocks are to be delegated to the states. The SSC recommends that the conceptual approach for stock definition steps include the aspects considered during phase 1 with an interdisciplinary framework as previously recommended by the SSC. In addition, the literature review should consider variation in life history, for example, growth and maturity, when identifying stocks for species. There is also a need to develop a way to identify stocks for data poor species, for example, based on information for similar species. The productivity and susceptibility analyses should take into account climate change risks and make use of ecosystem information. The SSC anticipates its review of the literature survey for undefined groundfish stocks and the productivity and susceptibility analyses will focus on the interpretation of the information in relation to stock definition rather than on the basic material. A workshop related to accounting for closed areas in assessment and management would be valuable, as this may help to inform the delegation of stocks to states. In addition, there would be value in the SSC reviewing any methods that are planned for developing stock complexes. That concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This is going to be a tough one, Dan. On the interdisciplinary, that's pretty all-encompassing. And so maybe looking for some elaboration and reminders of what was in your past recommendations. But I'm thinking of the situation where we've been hearing about at this meeting with Quillback, maybe more as a administrative thing. We had Quillback basically defined as coast-wide before and kind of is until Amendment 31 goes into place. And yeah, we think these populations have some structure in them, and there's probably not much connection between Northern Washington and Southern California, but maybe it's some kind of continuum. But we we're told by the SSC that you got to have a break somewhere. And that break happened to be at the Oregon-California border. And I think the Oregon stock is judged to be at B 40%. The California stock is, I forget, somewhere in the teens. And so we've been hearing testimony from people from Crescent City this week having much different experiences than folks down in Port St. Louis, which say the fish aren't even there. This is just the challenge of doing stock assessments. But I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts about that and how we, Crescent City, as I think Brad was saying, he can see from his house in Brookings, and yet it drops however many percentage points there. So I'm just looking, is there this interdisciplinary way you're talking about it? Do you think it's going to help us with that type of situation?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. I am not sure whether it would help you with that kind of a situation. I think that statement refers to, our earlier discussion that picking stocks is not a pure question of biology, but involves policy considerations that may rely on other information, for example, economic information and maybe community dependence information, also aspects of how data is collected. For example, I think the fact, that a lot of the data is collected by the states and organized that way played into some of these decisions about where those lines are drawn. Perhaps a big factor when there isn't a clear-cut sort of physical oceanography reason or genetic reason or something to draw a break line. I would think that some of that other kind of information would potentially play in and maybe is helpful in that regard. I would note as well that we talk about the need to consider climate change and ecosystem information. And I would note that there's a good bit of work going on in the science centers, looking at changing distributions of groundfish associated with climate change and projections of what they might look like. And it might be useful to consider those when setting up the stock definitions, since presumably those stock definitions will be in place for some time. I'm not sure if this is fully answering your question.
Oh yeah, thanks. No, that was helpful. The elaboration, and appreciate those thoughts.
Thank you. Further questions on the SSC report? No hands here. Thank you very much, Dr. Holland.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Merritt McRae is here. Good afternoon, Merritt.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassemer, council members. I'm Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from agenda item E8A, Supplemental Gap Report 1. Under this agenda item, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel was tasked to respond to two considerations with respect to attachments 1 and 2. It boiled down to basically, is everything in there? And then 2, the relative order and timing of the portions of phase 2. The GAP found no issues with the proposed schedule outlined in attachment 2. However, we have identified 2 items for the council to consider as this process moves forward. When considering management to stock complexes, the GAP 2 questions should be considered in those decisions that are related to National Standard 1. National Standard 1 provides, quotes, conservation and management measures shall prevent overfishing while achieving on a continuing basis the optimum yield for each fishery for the U.S. fishing industry. And then a portion states for stocks and stock complexes, stock complex, stocks that require conservation and management can be grouped into stock complex. A stock complex is a tool to manage a group of stocks within a fisheries management plan. And then at the time a stock complex is established, the fisheries management plan should provide, to the extent practicable, a full and explicit description of the proportional composition of each stock in the complex. Stocks may be grouped into complexes for various reasons, including where stocks in a multi-species fishery cannot be targeted independent of one another. or where there is insufficient data to measure stock status to receive relative to SDC, or when it is not feasible for fishermen to distinguish individual stocks among their catch. In this, the GAP feels there are two questions that should be asked and a clear answer provided before much is done. The first one of them is the goal to optimize as a whole the productivity of stocks in a multi-species fishery that cannot be targeted independently of one another. And an alternate, or is it to maintain the relative abundances of the co-occurring rockfish species by holding all to their B40 target? The current debacle with respect to quillback rockfish is an iconic example of how attempting to hold the species within a multi-species fishery, each individually, at target populations levels based on a percentage of their unfished relative abundances, can result in much more fisheries damage than good. In this case, the rebuilding of quillback to target projects to cost much more in the foregone productivity of its co-occurring species than quillback can ever return. Even at optimum yield, maintaining California quillback rockfish at target is projected to result in much reduced net productivity by the nearshore complex as a whole. For quillback in California, the effort is patently contrary to the goal of maintaining optimum yield fisheries. Secondly, the council should consider whether, as a policy, they want to continue to avoid fisheries management characterized by independent management of shared resources. Partitioning the management of stocks that live in both state and federal waters can recreate the disconnected management dynamics of the 1970s. Over the years, this council has made great strides in coordinating the management of many transboundary stocks all along our Pacific coast. These include salmon, coastal pelagic species, highly migratory species, and groundfish, including Pacific whiting. The GAP sees some of the outlined tasks in attachment 1 of this agenda item under the heading Federal Jurisdiction and State Management as potentially contrary to this path of progress. We note that states can provide for conservation irrespective of their state boundaries. However, where corresponding regulations do not exist for federal waters, states are limited to doing so on their basis of possession-based regulations enforced in-state for catches occurring outside their boundaries. We encourage the council to consider establishing a goal for the phase 2 stock definitions process of maintaining the council as a venue for the continued coordinated management of all stocks within the waters of the West Coast Economic Exclusion Zone of the contiguous United States. And with that, it concludes our GAP statement. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. McCray on the GAP statement? Corey Niles.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Very thoughtful statement. I think that last paragraph of yours kind of captures how I feel like this council has done things for a long time, if maybe not explicitly stated as so, but I'm curious about your paragraph about the 1970s and disconnected nature. And for those of us that don't know that history, can you give a brief summary of what happened back then that you're warning us against?
So as an example, in the 1970s, in federal waters, there was a 5-fish lingcod limit and a 3-fish limit in state waters. Now, as an angler out on those waters, it was really relatively unclear if we could catch those 5 fish in federal waters and come into state waters and catch 5 more or 3 more. Or if we had fished just in federal waters, we could catch those 5 lingcod and then come into the state. And that the practice at that time was that the lower limit was the limit that we fished to. So that was what was done. I'm sure that at this council, the task was a little bit more challenging, and I've heard from other members on the GAP that are quite concerned that as we move forward with respect to reducing quillback catches and potentially having fisheries access from the state line out to 50 fathoms available. And then there's a counterpart to that where there's a state waters component being considered, that having to push through the Fish and Game Commission process to be able to get that in place in time for us not to tell all those nearshore fishermen they have no opportunity at all inside state waters at the beginning of the season in March won't actually be able to happen. So that's like the first flush of the kinds of challenges that could become prevalent.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. McRae? Don't appear to be any. Merritt, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our reports, takes us in the public comment. We have two signups, Mr. Ben Entignap, followed by Mr. Merritt McRae. Ben Entignap, you are up.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Ben Entignap representing Oceana. When I spoke earlier this week, I mentioned Oceana's strong interest in the defense and the implementation of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. The Act's conservation safeguards are fundamental to responsible fisheries management and, by extension, the health of our oceans. So as we see it, the Phase 2 stock definition process is likely to have serious implications for conservation, particularly the ability to prevent overfishing. As described by council staff, this agenda item contemplates a suite of actions, including 1, defining stocks managed in the FMP as was done with Amendment 31, 2, revising the composition of groundfish stock complexes, and 3, determining whether stocks are in need of conservation and management. As described, if the council determines a stock is not in need of conservation and management, those stocks could be moved to the ecosystem component category, removed from the FMP entirely, or delegated to the states. Oceana is very concerned by the idea of removing species from active management, and we see this contrary to responsible fisheries management, as doing so would diminish the conservation of the species. Species removed from the FMP or shuttled to the ecosystem component category would not require stock status determinations. They wouldn't require reference points or annual catch limits. In other words, they receive less conservation and management attention. And once removed, there's little incentive to advance the science and the understanding of these stocks. I understand at this time you're contemplating the overarching process and timeline. This is really early on, but we ask that you consider the following principles and incorporate them into your guidance moving forward. First, any changes to stock definitions must be grounded in the best available science and should ultimately enhance the ability to prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and minimize risk to vulnerable populations. It should be obvious, but federal management's necessary to meet the MSA requirements for preventing overfishing and rebuilding depleted populations. And we believe that the council process is ideally suited to coordinate across both state and federal jurisdictions. We know that federal management allows for greater resources to collect data, to prepare stock assessments, and to manage stocks using the proven tool of science-based annual catch limits. No stock should move to the ecosystem component category unless it's coupled with conservation and management measures like a prohibition on directed fishing that was done for the EC forage species. And no species should be removed from the FMP or delegated to the states where there are not legal requirements for ending overfishing, rebuilding depleted stocks, and setting science-based catch limits. And last, stocks currently managed in the groundfish stock complexes that are vulnerable to overfishing should be managed as individual stocks. So the example for that is the decision you just made to remove quillback from the nearshore complex off California. And there may be other vulnerable populations that would be better managed to prevent overfishing by removing them from the complex. So those are our recommendations now. Our intention is to continue to be engaged in this process as it moves forward. Like I said, I think this one's really critical for ensuring responsible fishery management and ensuring that we're preventing overfishing and maintaining a healthy oceans. This is especially critical in this time of climate change, where we're seeing, more needs for conservation, not less. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Enticknap on his presentation or testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Ben, another tough one for you here, but you think you were listening in maybe yesterday, day before, when Ray Hilborn spoke up, and you encourage us to follow the best available science. And I think Ray Hilborn's middle name could be Best Available Science, but he was warning us of what he has for a long time in the literature, that it's tricky, if not, it's impossible to get multiple maximum sustainable yield out of a multi-species fishery for other fisheries. And this stock definition, and I'm agreeing with most everything you're saying here about how you define stocks. Think about climate change, state and federal jurisdiction. It's very complicated, but this quillback situation is highlighting the fact that there's a way, if you take a single species perspective and rebuild it as ignoring all the other species in the ecosystem, you can have the very opposite effect that its rebuilding is meant to achieve. So we've heard some really fundamental questions this week, reminded of those, and just if you don't have a response, great, but because I'm putting you on the spot, we're just at the beginning of this, but I hope you're thinking about this, and your group shares many, if not all, of the same goals as the council. And I think we're hearing some really tricky type policy questions about the multifaceted thing that is conservation. So yeah, if you don't have a response, fair enough. But if you did, love to hear your thoughts. And if not now, then as we go throughout this effort on stock definitions.
Mr. Niles, members of the council, Corey, thank you for those thoughts and for giving me another chance to speak. I just would say, I think we do share a lot of the same goals as the council. I know that we're not always aligned, but we share a lot of those same goals, and that's why we keep at it here with all of you. It is hard for many of these, species to manage them all sustainably. I do want to just remind you, there was that population viability analysis, and one of the tasks, I think, was to update that, and that previous population viability analysis raised concerns about overfishing for quillback and copper and some of these other species. And I think it's really important to listen to that, and where there are those concerns, we need to be taking some more action and hopefully avoiding getting to the place that we're in with quillback now being overfished, by being more responsive and to the science sooner. So that's all I have to say at this point right now, is that population viability assessment has a lot of really important information, and I think to act on that sooner than later will be really helpful in the long run.
Thank you, Ben. Further questions? And I don't see any. Again, thank you, Ben, for your testimony today. And next we will have Merritt McRae. Welcome back, Merrick. I think you know the whole procedure there.
I'm getting better at it. Vice Chair Hassemer, council members, in the gap statement, we have one fundamental question that I think it's really important for you all to answer for yourselves early in the process, and that is whether the goal is to optimize a group of co-occurring species that can't be targeted independently one another for its collective optimum yield, as Dr. Hilborn kind of described. In that case, there would be species that would be left within the management potentially that you'd want to leave within management that potentially don't produce a lot for the fishery, but are sometimes caught. But you would be able to choose to optimize the entire complex. It would mean that some of those species that were less productive might end up below their individual optimum yield populations. But so long as they were not in danger as a population, throughout the range, it wouldn't really be a concern as much for the fisheries. But on the other hand, if you were able only to optimize those individual species, try to hold each individual species at B40, which has kind of evolved to be the policy over the last 20 years, and that was the limit of your ability, or if that was the thing that you selected to do, it would change those decisions that you would make about each individual species as to whether or not you want to leave them within the fishery management plan or pull them out. So that choice, I think, is important to make relatively early on. I have heard that the choice of optimizing the complex as a whole is actually one that is not legally available, and that should be made clear as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McCray? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Merritt. That very last thing that you said, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat that?
I didn't write it. Usually I'm stammering over things that I've written and trying to make sure that I come back to the same line. Refresh my memory as exactly what it is that you were asking about.
The last part that you said, I thought indicated that you think that it is not a legally viable pathway to look at optimizing harvest and sort of similar to the conversations we've had, allowing the occasional overfishing of stocks. Is that what you said?
Yes, I have heard indication that stocks that are managed even within a complex we are legally obligated to manage to B40 if they're within the fishery management plan, within a fisheries management plan. So, for example, over the years, stocks that have shown to be below their minimum stock size threshold and are within a complex, policy has been to pull them out and then manage them to rebuild them to target. And in the case of quillback, even at the cost of the productivity of the entire complex as a whole while it's rebuilding. And then unfortunately, with respect to quillback, it appears that just holding quillback to target will cost the productivity of the complex as a whole. And so the net result will be that we will lose the productivity of that multi-species complex in order to hold quillback at B40 on a continuing basis.
Keely.
Thank you. A follow-up on that. I appreciate that clarification to what you were saying. So I'm curious if you've had an opportunity in the National Standard 1 guidelines. There is a section, for those interested, is 600.310 paragraph L, exceptions to requirements to prevent overfishing. There are specific guidelines that talk through the analysis that must be performed to be able to look at fishing, sort of a multi-species OFL concept, right? So getting at what you're saying, not necessarily from the aspect of what is the biomass. It does very clearly say that the council could choose to use this flexibility if the fishery is not overfished. So it has a limit, but there's this flexibility that exists there in the national standard guidelines that gets at what you are saying. And so sort of I raised the question because your last statement made me think that you were saying it is not possible. And I want to be clear that there is flexibility, and I think we can and should look into this. There's limits, but I wanted to make that clarification.
I can only say thank you, Julie. That's good to hear. And I'm glad that both those choices are available to you as a council. And I hope you make a wise one.
Further questions? There are none. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you very much.
That completes all our reports. The public testimony takes us into council action. Sure, it will pop up on the screen while we're waiting. Keely Kemp.
Thank you. Before we get into things, I just wanted to take a moment and thank staff for the paper that was put together for this agenda item. These are hard issues. They are complicated. We are walking down a long road on this, and there are challenging issues to explain and to write clearly. And I just want to recognize the work that it takes to get to this point where you have a clear document that lays out hopefully what is the path in front of us on some challenging issues. So just taking that moment.
Thank you very much. So with that, the council action is up there. One item, we're looking for a motion should you desire to adopt work plan and schedule, and then additional guidance. So we'll look for anybody to start the discussion on this topic. Caroline McKnight.
No specific discussion, but prepared to offer up a motion.
All right, thank you. I will look around just to make sure. And I'm not seeing any hands for discussion. Please go ahead with your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move the council adopt the proposed schedule for developing the phase 2 stock definition process in agenda item E8, attachment 2, November 2023.
Thank you. That language looks accurate and complete. You
It
agree?
does.
Good. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think this is very straightforward. The document in attachment 2 has got a very comprehensive and thorough schedule and process and pathway forward that we've discussed here today.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that the schedule has been put out there. I do have some concerns that it's overly optimistic. We've got about a 9-month time frame to look at 75 species. Phase 1, which we were learning what we were doing, but I seem to recall it took us about 18 months to do 14, 17 new stocks. I just, given other things on our plate, hopefully, as we move through this, there may be some flexibility. I know there's some definite timelines due to overlapping things like stock assessments and biennial specifications. I'm just worried starting something in September and having FPA by June when we're doing a PSA analysis and state federal stuff. It just seems like a lot in a short amount of time period. And I just want us all to be cognizant of that.
Thank you. Further discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. McKnight, for this motion. Just thinking about this and listening to the SSC report, they had some recommendations to fit into the timeline, some methodologies, some science-related activities. It looks like some conceptual approaches. And so just wanted to voice my support for that and hope that would be included as part of the timeline.
Right, thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any discussion, I'll call the question. The motion is on the screen before us. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Caroline. Further action necessary here. I believe we possibly heard some guidance also when Ms. Riding spoke to that in terms of the SSC report. So I will ask Todd if there is anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have adopted the work plan schedule, which was the main idea here behind this action. And yes, I did hear Ms. Riding's guidance as well as Ms. Mattis' reality check. So I appreciate both of those. So thank you very much. I would say that you have completed your action for this agenda item.
All right, thank you. And I think I maybe echo Ms. Kent's comments about thank the staff for the detail that was put into this multi-year process. With that, that completes this agenda item. Let's take 10 minutes here so you have a chance to break and we can get through maybe all of the next agenda item. So be back in 10 minutes. All right, this is the 1 minute warning. 1 minute, we will recommence. All right, we are ready to commence again with our last agenda item for the day, E9 final in-season adjustments. I'll turn it over to Mr. Todd Phillips for an introduction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So yes, of course, we have E9, which is in-season, final in-season adjustments for, well, the title should there be 23 and 24, thinking specs. Part 2, so this particular agenda item was developed for any other in-season adjustments the council may need to take up. As you will recall, we did have in-season adjustments part 1, where we adopted a series of individual stock changes, as well as a few other things. This particular agenda item is just to take up those items that we could not cover under in-season part 1. So looking here, your action, of course, is to adopt final in-season adjustments for 2023 and 24 as necessary to achieve but not exceed annual catch limits and other management objectives. Looking at your packet here, you have 2 reports from the GMT, a report from the GAP, as well as a report from the enforcement consultants. This in-season adjustment is the action I said, and I guess we're ready to go.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the process for the rest of the day here? And not seeing any before we get to our reports, I just want to note when we get to public comment, again, we will take public comment allowing 6 minutes for those representing an agency or a group or an entity, and 3 minutes for those testifying solely on their behalf. Apologize for that, but as I said, we want to make sure we hear from everybody who wants to talk to us, and this is very important, allow the council adequate and sufficient deliberation on it. So with that, we are going to turn to our reports. The first of 2 GMT reports, Groundfish Management Team reports, will be delivered by Thompson Benez. At least that was on my list. And here he is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Thompson Menez, and I'll be reading Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on In-Season Adjustments, Final Action. The Groundfish Management Team discussed in-season actions relevant to coolback rockfish off California for the 2024 fishing year at the November 2023 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. Given that 1, the California coolback rockfish in 2023 annual catch targets for both north and south of 4010 have been exceeded, 2, the most recent data from the Groundfish Expanded Mortality Report and California Department of Fish and Wildlife reports show notable mortality from both the commercial and recreational groundfish sectors, and 3, coolback rockfish off California is anticipated to be designated as its own stock under the proposed Amendment 31 in the near future. Without modifications to commercial trip limits, exceeding the coolback rockfish ACTs would be expected under continued status quo management measures. Therefore, in an effort to preemptively reduce fishing impacts on coolback rockfish, the GMT is recommended changes to regulations in federal waters for all 2024 to limit mortality of coolback rockfish. The recommendations listed below are designed to reduce commercial quillback rockfish mortality. Actions for 2024 commercial seasons are considered at this meeting, so commercial regulations for 2024 will be in place for January 1, 2024. Most recreational fisheries off California are not scheduled to open until May 2024, and changes to recreational seasons to reduce quillback mortality will therefore be considered at the March 2024 council meeting. This delay in recreational action will allow CDFW to gather more data on impacts of in-season changes that occurred in 2023. Additionally, CDFW plans on taking actions for state waters fisheries through the California Fish and Game Commission for 2024 that may inform recreational in-season actions at March 2024 council meetings. Adjusting non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines and trip limits. Quillback rockfish are most commonly encountered between 21 and 50 fathoms in non-trawl commercial fisheries. To prevent bottom contact non-trawl fishing where quillback rockfish are caught and discarded, the GMT recommends moving the shoreward boundary of the rockfish conservation area from 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude to the inner boundary of the exclusive economic zone, i.e. the state boundary line. This action paired with California state action will reduce encounters with quillback rockfish. Data indicates quillback rockfish encounters in the area south of 36 north latitude to the US-Mexico border are rare, suggesting fishing pressure in this area presents a low risk to quillback rockfish conservation concerns. The GMT will continue to monitor this area and will reconsider as applicable. Quillback rockfish are a demersal dwelling species. By restricting allowable gear to only gear types that fish in the water column above the bottom is logical, and it is logical that impacts to demersal species should be reduced, though potentially not entirely eliminated. The gear types that comport to this concept include non-bottom contact stationary vertical jig gear and non-bottom contact groundfish troll gear, which include requirements for the gear to be fished off the bottom, i.e. away from quillback rockfish. These gear types are interchangeably referred to as 12E gear types because they were implemented as management measure 12E in the 23-24 groundfish harvest specifications and management measure action. Within the 3 EFPs that were operating during the last several biennia that used 12E gear, there have been limited catches of quillback rockfish observed. There were no observed catches in the Cook or Real Good Fish EFPs. For Emily Platt observed trips between 2015 and 2021, the EFP averaged 0.5 pounds per year of quillback rockfish. At the same time, they caught an average of 4,948 pounds of yellowtail rockfish, 1,553 pounds of vermilion rockfish, 871 pounds of bocaccio, and 704 pounds of chili pepper rockfish per year. Looking at the bycatch rates, the average rate per haul was 0.29 pounds of quillback rockfish per 1,000 pounds of total catch. Comparing the bycatch to midwater targets, the average rate on hauls where there was midwater rockfish catch present is 0.3 pounds of quillback rockfish per 1,000 pounds of midwater stocks. For perspective, assuming that a vessel landed an entire bi-monthly trip limit for all these stocks, the estimated quillback rockfish encounters would be less than 1 pound. While there is uncertainty around these estimates given the low sample size, the data from EFP suggests that 12E configurations fished in the non-trawl RCA can be selective in targeting healthy midwater shelf stocks while minimizing impacts to quillback rockfish. In addition, the haul-away EFP, which tested the use of long leader gear in Oregon recreational fishery, i.e. gear that is similar to 12E gear in that it is hook and line gear fished pursuant to off-the-bottom requirements established in October of 2017, has since shown low encounter rates of quillback rockfish, as shown in Table 1 below. Looking at Table 1 below from 2018 to 2023, you see quillback encounters compared to number of long leader angler trips is very low. Based on the design of the 12E gear and midwater stocks fish, the GMT concluded that continued use of these gear types are likely to pose minimal negative impacts to quillback rockfish. This conclusion is also based on the low quillback rockfish encounters as summarized from the 2023 fish ticket data and relevant exempted fishing permit project catch and discard data from 2009 to 2022. Allowing 12E gear types will also help the council minimize the potential negative socioeconomic impacts to the industry and coastal communities to the extent practicable. General trip limit considerations. All GMT recommended trip limit changes are intended to apply for all of 2024 to keep catch of pullback rockfish within its 2024 ACT. While the intent of the GMT's in-season adjustment recommendations are to minimize potential impacts to pullback, these recommendations could incidentally result in unexpected increases in landings of other species. Many trip limit changes distinguish depth ranges to which they would apply. To limit opportunities for the co-occurring species and depths where pullback rockfish are commonly encountered, the GMT notes that in most cases, the GMT trip limit model is unable to predict the potential shift in effort, which is expected from the limited opportunity in other rockfish species. The GMT will closely monitor landings in 2024 and adjust trip limits accordingly. Minor shelf rockfish, limited entry and open access, 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude. Due to the potential changes to trip limits, area management, and gear rules that the council may recommend to NIMS as part of this in-season action to minimize impacts to pullback rockfish in the commercial sector, the GMT sees the potential for effort increase to minor shelf rockfish species, especially high-valued species such as vermilion. To this end, alternatives to adjust the minor shelf rockfish complex trip limits from 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude for the limited entry and open access sectors are proposed to minimize the potential expected effort shift anticipated to this group complex. The GMT analyzed the potential reduction to LE and OA minor shelf rockfish complex trip limits between 42 north latitude and 4010 north latitude, and between 4010 north latitude and 36 north latitude. The GMT ran trip limits with a reduction of 25% for all sectors. The GAP also requested that LE North, LEN, have a higher trip limit than OA North, OAN sector because it is a closed class of vessels. After team discussion, the GMT concluded that considering a reduction for OAN and not LEN seemed equitable and would not increase the risk of pullback rockfish in an appreciable way. Additionally, the GMT concluded reducing LEN trip limits from 42 north latitude to 4010 north latitude by 25% reduced the trip limits minimally because there is only one vessel that had been bumping up against the trip limit. Typically, LE trip limits are higher than OA trip limits due to the restricted access of the fishery and equity concerns among the fisheries. Therefore, the GMT recommends no action to LEN trip limit to the LEN trip limit from 42 north latitude to 4010 north latitude. Table 2 shows options to adjust the shelf rockfish trip limits by period in the LEN between 4010 and 42, LES between 4010 and 36, OAN similarly, and OAS sectors. Associated landing projections and total landings. The bolded row represents the GMT recommendation. There are no geographic harvest targets to compare estimated total landings against the proposed trip limit change due to the split at 36 north latitude. Projected 2024 landings for the LE and OA sector between 42 and 4010 are shown in table 2 above. The model is unable to predict the potential effort shift that is expected from the limited opportunity of other rockfish species. The trip limit reduction option 1 would reduce OA monthly trip limits by 20% compared to the status quo. Currently, the OA is 800 pounds per month. Option 1 would reduce OA trip limits to 600 pounds per month. Projected 2024 landings for LE and OA sector from 4010 to 36 are shown in table 2 above. The trip limit reduction option 1 for LE and OA would reduce the bi-monthly trip limits for all but LEN by 25% compared to the status quo. Currently, LE trip limit for minor shelf is 8,000 pounds per 2 months, which no more than 500 pounds may be vermilion, and OA at 4,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 300 pounds may be vermilion, per action taken in E3 of this meeting. Option 1 would reduce the LE trip limit for minor shelf rockfish to 6,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 500 may be vermilion, and OA to 3,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 300 may be vermilion. The GMT recommends reducing minor shelf rockfish trip limits between 42 and 36 latitude as described in option 1. The trip limit adjustment is expected to reduce landings by 16.1 metric tons to account for the potential effort to the shelf rockfish species. Just want to note that 29.2 number in the report currently is incorrect. And again, that's 16.1 metric tons as shown in table 2. limited entry and open access south of 42 to 36. The council took action in September 2023 to reduce the lingcod trip limits in the LE and OA fisheries south of 42 to 3427 to 0 for November and December of 2023 in all depths. Since this September, the GMT analyzed lingcod association with pullback in the West Coast Observer Program data and concluded there were no pullback rockfish caught by the same gear deployment for lingcod deeper than 75 fathom. The GMT recommends reducing the lingcod trip limit to 0 pounds per 2 months between 42 and 36 north latitude inside the non-trawl RCA. The GMT recommends status quo trip limits seaward of the non-trawl RCA. This alternative would reinstate the opportunity to land underutilized pullback caught seaward of the RCA while continuing to prevent interactions with pullback rockfish. See California state regulations for rules that will apply in California state waters. Other flatfish, limited entry and open access south of 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude. Fishing for other flatfish off California is defined by 660.11 general definitions between 42 latitudes south to the US-Mexico border, is allowed within the non-trawl RCA with hook and line gear only. To prevent the possible interaction with pullback and yellow eye rockfishes within the RCA, the GMT recommends reducing the other flatfish trip limit to 0 pounds per 2 months between 42 to 36 north latitude inside the non-trawl RCA. The GMT recommends status quo trip limits seaward of the non-trawl RCA. This alternative would allow for opportunity to land other flatfish caught seaward of the RCA while preventing interactions with pullback rockfish. See California state regulations for rules that will apply in California state waters. Minor nearshore rockfish, limited entry and open access, 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude. Pullback rockfish is part of the minor nearshore complex in this area north and south of 4010 north latitude. The GMT recommends reducing the trip limits for minor nearshore rockfish complex to 0 pounds per 2 months between 42 and 4010 north latitude and between 4010 to 36 north latitude. See California state regulations for rules that will apply in California state waters. Cabezon limited entry and open access 42 to 36 north latitude. Cabezon is a co-occurring species with pullback rockfish. The GMT recommends reducing the trip limits for cabezon to 0 pounds per 2 months between 42 and 36 north latitude. Again, see California state regulations for rules that will apply in California state waters. Pullback rockfish, limited entry and open access south of 42 latitude. For all the reasons described above and in Agenda G8A Supplemental GMT Report 5, September 2023, and to contribute to keeping mortality of pullback within its ACTs, the GMT recommends maintaining the prohibition on retention of pullback rockfish in federal waters off California and all commercial groundfish fisheries for 2024. And then the GMT included a summary of recommendations on page 6. And that's all, and I'll take any questions. I also have Lynn Massey up here to help me with questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Benez on the Groundfish Management Team Report 1? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Thompson, for the report. On the changing the RCA boundary part of things, did the GMT discuss the halibut fishery under that action as well?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Ms. Kent, no, the GMT did not get a chance to have this discussion about the halibut RCA line, but as we understand it, we can move the RCA line for groundfish fisheries, but not for halibut in season.
Thank you. Further questions on the Groundfish Management Team Report? Don't see any hands. Thank you, both Thompson and Lim. Next, we'll have the second Groundfish Management Team. Mr. James Phillips is here to do that. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Council. For the record, my name is James Phillips, Groundfish Management Team. I will be reading for you Agenda Item E9, Supplemental GMT Report 2. To direct everybody for things that might be helpful in the back of this report, there are 3 different maps of the area in which I will be addressing. They show you in solid lines the current RCA lines, and then in dashed lines, the proposed new RCA lines that will be added once the CCA is repealed. And the GMT would like to thank CDFW employee Andre Klein for the creation of these maps to help inform this report in the council, because we had a few things to do this week. The Groundfish management team discussed the current rockfish conservation area boundary lines with the former within the former Cowcod Conservation Area, or the CCA, and recommends the following for Pacific Fishery Management Council consideration for 2024. As part of the Amendment 32, which is anticipated to become effective in early 2024, the council recommended removing CCA restrictions for the non-trawl commercial and recreational sectors. Because the CCA restrictions have been in place since 2001, lines that approximated depth contours for use as potential RCA boundaries have never been established around the islands and banks located within the CCA. Therefore, the council recommended defining new fathom lines around islands and banks that reside inside the current CCA as part of the implementation regulations for Amendment 32. Specifically, the council recommended that coordinates be defined in the regulations for the 50, 60, 75, 100, 125, and 150 fathom lines around Santa Barbara Island, San Nicolas Island, Cortez Bank, and Tanner Bank, and 150 fathoms lines around Osborne Bank and the Eastern CCA. And these are seen in Figure 1. However, Amendment 32 did not specify shoreward and seaward RCA boundary lines for use in the 2024 fisheries as part of that action. The consistency with the RCA lines in use along the mainland coast and Channel Islands south of Point Conception will reduce regulatory complexity for stakeholders and provide a precautionary approach to opening these areas in the former CCA. The GMT has identified a conservation need for implementing RCAs in the former CCA because, one, the recreational fishery may increase fishing pressures in this area, which were historically closed for summer all of the year. And this anticipated increase in anglers may increase catch of constraining species such as copper rockfish, vermilion sunset rockfish, and/or species with prohibited retention, such as bronze-spotted rockfish and cowcod. Similarly, two commercial fisheries operating in these depths around the listed islands and banks may increase the likelihood of interactions with prohibited species such as cowcod and bronze-spotted rockfish. Therefore, a precautionary approach should be taken to maintain some protection for species that are susceptible to commercial and recreational fishing in those depths and areas. Additionally, the consistency in areas formerly closed by the CCA with the RCA lines in use along the mainland coast and Channel Islands south of Point Conception will reduce regulatory complexity for our stakeholders. The GMT recommends implementation of the 100 and 150 fathom lines for non-trawl commercial fisheries around Santa Barbara Island, San Nicolas Island, as well as Tanner and Cortez banks, which can be seen in Figure 2. The GMT recommends implementation of the 50 fathom line for the recreational fisheries around Santa Barbara Island, San Nicolas Island, as well as Tanner and Cortez banks when the offshore only fishery occurs in the southern management area, meaning fishing would be required seaward of the 50 fathom contour line, and that is for the recreational fishery. When the all depth fishery is in effect, fishing could occur anywhere in the area for recreational. As mentioned above, the implementing regulations for Amendment 32 would only define a single 150 contour surrounding the Eastern CCA and Osborne Bank. The Eastern CCA will be primarily covered by the 43 fathom spot groundfish exclusion area, and therefore, the GMT does not find it necessary to implement an RCA at this time. The reduced regulatory complexity, the GMT does not find it necessary to implement the 150 fathom RCA around the Osborne Bank at this time. The GMT will closely monitor fishing activity around these banks in early 2024 and take necessary in-season action if constraining species are encountered. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on Groundfish Report number 2 for Mr. Phillips? No questions. Thank you, James. Next, we'll move to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report. Mr. Gary Richter, Mr. Harrison Eibach are here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the council, be reading from agenda item E9A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Final and Season Adjustments for 2023 and 2024, Part 2. The GAP fixed gear representatives have worked closely with the Groundfish management team to develop the following measures to protect quillback rockfish, but also allow for some fishing with non-bottom contact gears, which would be 12E gears, as well as reductions or zeroing out of specific trip limits. The GAP agrees with the GMT recommendations in agenda item E9A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, and suggests the following in-season adjustments for 2024. Number one, move the shoreward boundary of the non-trawl rockfish conservation area from 42 degrees north latitude to 36 degrees north latitude to the state boundary. For number two, reduce minor shelf rockfish trip limits from 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude as defined in option 1. And you can see those trip limits there. And the GMT went over those limits as well. 3, reduce the trip limit, lingcod trip limit to zeroed out south of 42 north latitude to 36 degrees north latitude within the non-trawl RCA, but keep trip limits at status quo seaward of the non-trawl RCA. Number 4, reduce the other flatfish trip limits south of 42 north latitude to 36 north latitude to be zeroed out within the non-trawl RCA, but keep the trip limits at status quo seaward of the non-trawl RCA. Number 5, reduce the trip limits for the minor nearshore rockfish complex to be zeroed out between 42 north latitude and 36 degrees north latitude. Number 6, reduce the trip limits for cabezon, be zeroed out between 42 degrees north latitude and 36 degrees north latitude. And lastly, number 7, maintain prohibition of quillback rockfish retention in federal waters off of California. That next sentence there, please, starts with the gap. Please strike that. It's a non-issue. Lastly, on this page, GAP fixed gear representatives plan to work with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to reopen state waters to California nearshore permit holders to be implemented as soon as possible. And then for RCA lines in the former Cowcod Conservation Area, the GAP agrees with the GMT proposal outlined in agenda item E9A, Supplemental Report 2 for November of 2023, which would allow for implementation of 100 to 150 fathom RCA line for non-trawl commercial fisheries around Santa Barbara Island, San Nicolas Island, and the Tanner and Cortez banks. And then implementation of the 50 fathom RCA line for recreational fisheries around Santa Barbara Island, San Nicolas Island, and Tanner and Cortez banks when the offshore only fishery occurs in the southern management area, which would be south of 3427, which is Point Conception proper. Lastly, the GAP believes this will be easier to understand for industry. It will be a uniform RCA for the entire California bight while providing protections for some rockfish species. Mr. Vice Chair completes our GAP statement. Harrison and I'd be glad to field any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for either Mr. Richter or Mr. Ibach on the Groundfish Advisory Panel report? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Harrison. I actually don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for memorializing the plan for GAP representatives to work with CDFW to reopen state waters to nearshore permit holders. And I'll talk a little more about that under council discussion, but I appreciate you putting that in your report. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? Well, I apologize to both of you. There are none. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we will have the enforcement consultants report. Mr. Greg Bush is here to give that. Good afternoon, Greg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of council. I'll be reading enforcement consultants report on final in-season adjustments for 2023-2024 agenda item E9A. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with E9 final in-season adjustments for 23-24 and met with California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff member James Phillips and National Marine Fisheries Service staff member Lynn Massey on draft groundfish management team proposals and have the following comments. Regarding E9A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, the EC does not have any concerns with the fishing restrictions recommended by the GMT, but does recommend NIFS and the council work with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Office of Coast Survey to provide accurate and publicly accessible data files such as KML or shape files depicting the 3 nautical mile state boundary line for use in geographic information systems and chart plotting resources. This will be important to ensure fishers are aware of their location relative to the boundary between state and federal waters. Regarding E9A, Supplemental GMT Report 2, EC reviewed the proposed implementation of the 100 to 150 fathom lines for non-trawl commercial fisheries and the 50 fathom line for recreational fisheries around Santa Barbara Island, St. Nicholas Island, Henner Bank, and Cortez Bank. EC is comfortable with the recommendations and agrees that it would reduce regulatory complexity for stakeholders since the regulations would be consistent with the other Channel Islands and mainland coastline south of Point Conception. This concludes the EC statement.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Bush on the EC report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question on the publicly accessible data files on the 3 mile line. It's my understanding that there may be some change to the 3 mile line, very slight change based on some recent determination surrounding Submerged Lands Act or interpretation or application. I'm wondering if you know anything about that and if that has any effect on the 3 mile line that we're looking to be using here for fisheries management purposes.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. I am aware of some differences in interpretation and application of the Submerged Land Act, and that that is one of the reasons why there is not publicly available data resources for many of the state boundary lines, including Alaska and some states in the Southeast. I had heard about California seeking to change the definition for the state boundary line, and that reinforces the need to make sure that we have a publicly available data file that's available for all of us enforcement managers and our constituents so they can accurately know where the line is, what line we're trying to manage by, because it's much more complex than just the series of straight lines that we use for depicting the RCA. This is a series of arcs and that are based along the shoreline of the United States at the mean lower low water line. So it's important to make sure that we have an accurate line to start with, and we're all starting from the same point.
Follow up, Marcy.
Yeah, thank you. So the proposal here is to implement this boundary line in season with the presumed effective date, January. Is it maybe you can tell us a little more about the discussions that NIMS and the EC has had about making these data files accessible and potentially, hopefully like they can be posted somewhere on the NIMS website in time. And if my question is really for Keely, that's fine too. I'm just wondering what the plans are since this is new. We have not used the state waters boundary line in California for fisheries management purposes. So there's definitely an outreach need and component here. Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Mr. Emko. And I'll make an initial response, but and I'll also look to Ms. Kent if she has additional comments she'd like to make. But we look within the EC, we didn't spend a significant amount of time discussing the specific state boundary lines and the accurate depiction and where that should fall. I hate to say that we punted to the council and NIMS because we recognize it's not a simple thing. Within NOAA, it falls within the Office of Coast Survey. And for us within enforcement, we rely on the 3 nautical mile line that's plotted on the largest scale nautical chart that's in use by the fishers. So that's the current boundary line that we are using whenever we're looking at state versus federal waters, is what's depicted on the chart. The Office of Coast Survey has other lines that they post on their website, such as territorial water line, contiguous zone, the outer limits, the EEZ. That's all readily available and publicly available on their website. And we would look at that as being the most logical location to where state boundary lines should also be plotted or be available. It would be a little bit different for National Marine Fisheries Service to have the source files on their site. Be more appropriate for instance, the Office of Coast Survey is what I believe. But I would then defer to Ms. Kent if she has any other thoughts on that.
Keely.
Thank you. I would just note we are discussing similar to what the EC has recommended, where we would link to an already available information source with that line on it. I'll just note too, while I think this is the first time, at least in recent history, somebody can correct me in terms of the past actions, that we're talking about using the shoreward EEZ line for the RCA, but we use the 3 nautical mile line for certainly many other things we do. Just generally say VMS is a good example, right? Most fishermen do know whether they're going to be crossing into federal waters. That does kick in new requirements that don't otherwise exist in state waters. So we're hopeful that this is not such a new concept. And we will certainly look for opportunities to help fishermen. I think the EC made a great suggestion. We will be looking into that to try to provide that in line with an in-season should the council choose to move forward with that recommendation.
Thank you. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. That's wonderful news. I guess I would wonder further if it's possible to include that link with the actual ARC files or whatever they may be, the link to them as the plan to include them as part of the in-season notice. Is there a way that can be done, or have you investigated that?
Keely.
Thanks. I think we'll have to evaluate what the best way to provide that information, whether it's in the actual Federal Register notice itself or in the public notice that we always send out. That sometimes is a better opportunity to be able to include information like web links. Sometimes the Federal Register does not allow us to include those types of helpful things, but we will look into the best way to convey that information.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Right. Further questions on the report? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Really not a question, but just maybe some added information. I seem to recall when James Morris was here from the Beaufort Laboratory talking about aquaculture years ago and had all those charts, that there was reference to the state lines, particularly when at the time there was all Southern California bite, but I believe it's other places too. And that information was in there, and you could turn it off and on. So I would assume they have that information electronically available, and it might be a place to look because it's the same agency or should be able to get that information. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further questions? There's no more hands. Thank you, Greg. That completes all our reports, takes us to public comment. There are 12 people or 12 signups here. And as I indicated, we'll allow 3 minutes for individuals and 6 minutes for groups. First will be Brent Maxey. Brent will be followed by Robert Kranke. Brent, can you hear us? It appears he is not online right now, so we will next move to Robert Kranke. Robert will be followed by Ashley Vellis. Robert, can you hear us? He is not online. We will move down to Ashley Vellis. Oh, hold it. Let me look at my, there's a, I don't know what to call it, SMS 916U. Is that Robert? You have your hand up, but I see you are muted. Likely on your end.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead and identify yourself.
My name is Robert Kranka. I'm on my cell phone. That's the only way I can make this work, it seems. Anyway, my name is Robert Kranka. I was down there last Saturday to speak regarding quillback rockfish. I spoke primarily about how much individuals in small communities that rely on this rockfish to support themselves and their family and how much it means to them. The amount of time the process takes involves to take individual species of fish and the needs of small fishermen is commendable. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Council, GAP, and GMT for their work and commitment to support fishermen while maintaining a sustainable harvest. The fishery was going really well the last few years. Through the efforts of this council, we have seen our bi-monthly quotas increase dramatically. It's provided enthusiasm about the future of the fishery and has encouraged younger fishermen to invest in the fishery. 10 or 15 years ago, that wasn't the case, and I hope we're not headed back in that direction. Support most of the solutions provided to get us back fishing as soon as possible. I'd like to say that allowing fishing inside 20 fathoms has been documented in the August 23 in-season discussion to greatly reduce encounters with quillback rockfish. The reference document also cites observer collected data south of the 4010 line that only 1% of the catch of quillback was encountered inside 20 fathoms. This is consistent with what I've personally witnessed. My target fish in Shelter Cove is the abundant blue rockfish. My fishing is primarily conducted in 60, 90 feet water depth range. A review of my landings from Shelter Cove this morning in the 23 show that my quillback rockfish represent 0.18% of my total landings. So in my situation, I pretty much stay away from quillbacks. The quillbacks I caught were not really caught using the blue rockfish gear that I use mid-water. I throw hooks on the bottom now and then to catch other species I'm permitted to catch. The data in the in-season report lists a 9% mortality rate released using a descending device. I use a descending device. I encounter occasional yellow eye, need to return. Seems to work well. I support the mandatory use of these descending devices to support better survival of these hardy fish species. Next thing I want to address is the 12E gear. The 50-foot, and for people who aren't familiar with the 12E gear, it's a 50-foot section of line. We call it a leader between our wader and our hooks. I participated in the Real Good Fish EFP a couple of years ago where a 50-foot leader is required. I've also used a 50-foot leader this year to target chili pepper rockfish in deep water. The target fish in both examples are mid-water, just as blue rockfish are. The difference I encounter in the shallower waters is the 50-foot leader can work in the 50 to 80 fathoms I was fishing with these other species. I can't see how I'm going to successfully fish in 60 feet of water with a 50-foot leader. My deepest hook was only going to be 10 feet or less under the surface. I'm really not going to catch anything doing this. Along with my deeper nearshore permit, I hold a nearshore permit. All these species of fish live on the bottom. We call them bottom dwellers. Capizone, China gopher, greenlings. I don't think I'm ever going to catch one in the mid-water. That's been my experience. I'd request possibly, if it's at all possible, an amendment to maybe remove this inside the 20 fathom line. And I guess now it's been talked about state waters. So to continue, I heard the last session from the enforcement group that talks about the boundary perhaps being, instead of 20 fathoms, the state boundary. line. That'd be great. That'd provide more access in a lot of my fishing areas. One thing I might make a request if possible is that for the enforcement purposes, we use the current and common chart plotter maps that we all have on our vessels so we can easily see the 3 mile line. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions for Mr. Crank on his testimony? Marcy Remco?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kranka, and we appreciate you coming to see us earlier this week. You made a number of remarks relative to management activities in state waters and nearshore permits, and I'm hoping that you can get in touch with Dan Platt, who's your OA rep here in the council arena, and Dan will connect you with us so we can talk further about the plans for state waters actions for nearshore. Thanks.
Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate you guys listening to all of us. And we are somewhat challenged in, we're trying to prepare talking points with the moving target. And I'm sure you and the council face the same issues day in and day out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Robert. Next, we'll move to Ashley Vellis. Ashley will be followed by Daniel Lee. Ashley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the council for allowing me to speak in regards to the importance of access to the nearshore ground fisheries. Our fishing community has been facing declines for more than just the adjustments of fishing restrictions, but from the declining participation, aging of our fishermen and women, seaside gentrification, loss of infrastructure, loss of markets, and more. Our fisheries quotas is a source of food security for our coastal and inland communities. So many people rely on our open access quotas beyond fishermen, their crew, and their families. Our local fishing ports provide diverse direct-to-consumer proteins for all over the world. In my local port of Humboldt Bay, we are seeing a transformation of new fishermen coming into our aging industry, preparing for conservation and sustainability practices for years to come. We're seeing immense support from local and state leaders for fishing resiliency and preparing for offshore wind. And it is very hard to stay in this industry with the rising costs that come with owning a commercial fishing vessel. So how are our younger generation going to grow into this expensive, limited industry with these high costs of boats and their constant maintenance from rot and rust? These captains are managing these small skiff vessels that are quick and easy to manage. They're cheaper to maintain and ready to bring fish to markets, restaurants, and buyers and more. But they have their restrictions in regards to offshore safety, the weight they can hold, and their gear limitations. Closing access to the population of fishermen, men and women, will cause detrimental impacts to their business models and their business growth, causing issues for maintaining the future of our industry. This means potential loss of many of our next generation of fishermen due to the lack of their real-world work experience. These issues in the future can impact the cost of seafood, funding opportunities, and further decline infrastructure that's needed to sustain our highly necessary proteins required for our diets. Our local community sustainability plan that we're developing here in Humboldt County for all Humboldt County fishermen and women, commercial from Shelter Cove to Trinidad, is a form of fishermen's dockside market under California's AB 226 Specific to Plate Act that will allow local fishermen to form an association to direct market their catch. And many of these fishermen that plan to attend are nearshore open access fishing dependent. The program will help provide resiliency, sustainability, and business support as the effects of climate change, offshore wind, and fluctuating markets evolve our industry through time. As the development for our dockside continues, so is our outreach to local emergency food response organizations, local leaders, and how the future of sustainable fishing in our county's ports will meet the needs for public education and sustainable consumption. The dockside market will help our current small craft fishermen develop and manufacture strong social capital and help alleviate pressure from organizations such as Food for People, local tribes for cultural food distribution channels, and other emergency response systems. We are partnering with the City of Eureka, Humboldt County Economic Development, Cal Poly Humboldt, and the Humboldt Farm Bureau, among others, to ensure that there is a strong support from across the county to provide food that is dependent on these small craft shore fishermen and women. Our rural area relies on these open streams of harvest during disaster preparedness, economic revenue and growth, flexibility for food sourcing, especially during times of crisis, and in coexisting with other local food systems such as farmers and ranchers. Since last year, Humboldt County has experienced fires, earthquakes, and roadslides that have alienated our communities and restricted food, water, and supplies. Moreover, there's only one road that leaves the town of Shelter Cove, which is fished primarily by North Shore fishermen. Eliminating access to near shore fishing could potentially prevents access for our rural communities harvesting food for emergency access. Sustainably fishing is a priority for us all. And we understand that there is data collected and it is accurate, but is the lack of data not showing enough? And is it misleading the decision that could potentially cause unnecessary hardships on these communities? And we're relying on nearshore fisheries. We're asking the council that we need more data and extended funding for research for hook and line fisheries, not only for sustainable fisheries, but sustainable economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Are there any questions for Ms. Vellis on her testimony? And I don't see any. Thank you very much, Ashley. Next, we'll move to Daniel Lee. Daniel will be followed by Matt McPartland. Daniel, are you there?
Yeah, do you guys got me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm going to begin with a question and then move into a proposal, both of which can be responded to at the end of my comment. First off, I heard earlier with the GMT report that there was concern with demersal species being mixed in within the deeper nearshore complex in order for them to justify moving the trip limits to 0. However, there was a recent stock assessment for blue rockfish that stated that there was, I believe it was 210 metric tons unutilized, well below the ACT. Have they considered how closing and zeroing out in federal waters predominantly underfished stock that is heavily relied upon by communities up and down the coast could be affected by that zeroing out? And if they have an idea on how they might mitigate or change those future trip limits in order to allow us to access those federal or those stocks that are available in federal waters. That's my question. Secondly, move to my proposal. I would propose that in the San Francisco and central management areas that we allow a 20 fathom and in fishery that does not have a long meter gear restriction, allows us to use all gear. Prior to me commenting, I attached a in-season discussion that was provided by CDFW on Quebec Rockfish for 2023. If you guys can open that up, you'll see that in table 12, it covers south of 4010, the amount of metric take or the metric ton take removal of Quebec rockfish within the nearshore fishery was at 0.62. Within that, table 7 has a breakdown of where those rockfish were caught. In San Francisco general management area, it was 13% were caught between 0 and 20 fathoms. In the central management area was 11% between 0 and 20 fathoms. Using a descending device, mortality rate was at 0.09. Unfortunately, there is no data available within this document to break out Quebec rockfish catches north of Point Arena or the 3875. I can't remember exactly where that line was at. So these estimates are going to be high. But if you have all gear types available for the nearshore fishery inside of 20 fathoms at a 9% mortality rate using a descending device under current overestimated catches, it results in 14.5 pounds of rockfish annually caught for the San Francisco management area. In the central management area, it results in a catch rate of 12.2 pounds. And again, I would like to remind everyone, these are overestimates. So by opening up both of these zones within 20 fathoms to all gear types, there's an overestimated mortality of 26.7 pounds for the entire year. And I just cannot see how it would be justifiable to restrict the fishery for 26 pounds. And again, that's an overestimate. Realistically, it's probably 10. We're talking about 5 fish. So I would like to hear what the council's response to that would be.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Lee on his testimony? I don't see any questions here. So thank you, Daniel, and the council can take some of those things up during its discussion if it desires. Thank you very much. Next, we will have Matt McPartland. Matt will be followed by Dan Platt. Matt, can you hear us? We're not hearing you on this end, Matt. I see you're unmuted on our end, but I'm not sure.
Hello?
Oh, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
You can hear me? Oh, great. Okay. So first I'd like to thank the council for hearing this comment. I'm a fisherman out of Half Moon Bay. I'm one of the younger guys that people have mentioned earlier. I'm 25 years old. I've been involved in the rockfish fishery for about 4 years at this point. First as a deckhand and then subsequently as owner of Odyssey Seafood Co. and the fishing vessel Sea Dragon. I can personally attest to the previously mentioned struggles facing a lot of the young guys getting into this industry, and I'm grateful for all the progress that the council and other advocates have made in the last 10 years to make this more accessible. In the last 10 years or so, in the last few years, rockfish landings have made up a significant part of my revenue. And the closure of the DNS fishery, of which I'm a permit holder, as well as many of the regulations being discussed, are going to present a pretty serious hardship for myself and other local fishermen moving forward. I do, of course, understand that concessions need to be made on all sides to protect the quillback stock. I think a lot of fishermen, I saw this comment echoed in some of the written comments, but a lot of fishermen are some of the best, the strongest advocates for conservation. So I'm firmly coming from that side of things. But it's also important to use the best available science to guide our collective reaction to problems like this. And this is actually good that I followed Dan, because I have many of the same notes. But extensive gear restrictions inside of 20 fathoms, which would impact heavily the black and blue fisheries, as well as the brown rockfish fishery, especially in the central and San Francisco GMAs, is one example of a regulation that I feel won't really solve the problem at hand, but is going to cause significant and outsized damage to the nearshore fishing community. On a personal level, I've caught over 10,000 pounds of rockfish on the 08 gear type, and I've caught less than 5 individual quillback fish ever. Based on my personal experience, other anecdotal experience evidence from other fishermen, and most importantly, the data put forward by CDFW itself, commercial fishermen are really not removing a measurable amount of quillback from inside 20 fathoms, regardless of the gear type being used. This is coming from the CDFW Quillback Rockfish 2023 in-season discussion sheet that was distributed for this meeting. From that sheet, only 11% of the quillback caught in the central GMA came from waters shallower than 20 fathoms. Similarly, only 13% came from, in the San Francisco GMA, came from inside of 20 fathoms. And Dan already mentioned this, but if we apply a 9% mortality rate, which is what the best science available suggests the mortality rate is when the right release practices are adhered to, that collectively for the San Francisco and central management areas added together accounts for the removal of less than 25 pounds of quillback. Again, for both areas put together in 2023. So if these estimates do reflect the best available science and they're taken straight from the published data, there really doesn't seem to be any evidence that gear restrictions of the type being proposed inside of 20 fathoms are going to make any difference at all to the outcome of our quillback recovery plan. So from a practical level, this makes it difficult for fishermen to understand why such restrictions are being advocated for. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. McPartland on his testimony? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Matt. Next, we'll have Dan Platt. Dan is here in person. Dan will be followed by Christopher Bucat. Good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Daniel Platt. I am the open access representative on the GAP and a shallow nearshore permit holder in the North Central Management Area, which is south of 4010. At the September meeting, the council did an in-season adjustment that zeroed out the nearshore trip limits. This effectively shut down the nearshore fishery between 4010 and 3427 for the 6th period, November and December. This fishery is a state permit fishery with a small total number of permits in this area. It is a live fish fishery and therefore operates in 70 feet of water or shallower. We do not impact quillback at all because they are not in that depth of water. South of 4010, we should not have been shut down. The GMT report on quillback, agenda item G8, supplemental report 2 in September 2023 on page 6 states, the shallow nearshore sector is limited by a California authorized shallow nearshore permit, and their respective trip limits are separated from the south of 4010 north latitude. Upon review of the WCOP data, there is no information suggesting that the shallow nearshore fishery sector operating south of 4010 are catching nor discarding quillback. Furthermore, they are fishing operating in less than 20 fathoms where quillback is likely to occur. And there's a table underneath there, table 7, which actually some of the other guys that were commenting mentioned. You've heard a lot of good testimony this week from the nearshore permit holders south of 4010, and I urge you to continue to look for solutions to this problem we are facing. I also want to say that I've been in this process for a long time, and this is the first time that I can remember fishermen, whether state or federal fishermen, having to rely on their individual states to keep their fisheries open. And I don't know why or when the switch has happened, but it seemed like in September, the nearshore fisheries were pushed out of the council process and put into the state process. And, I'm not saying that our state isn't being helpful, but I'm just wondering why that switch happened. And I have a lot of faith in the council process, and I think there should be a way we could get our state fisheries back into the council process.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Mr. Platt on his testimony? Not seeing any questions. Thanks again, Dan.
Thank you.
We will next move to Christopher Bucat. Christopher will be followed by an individual just identified on our list as Tim. So Christopher, are you out there?
I'm here. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Chris Bucat from Port San Luis, California. I've been a fish buyer there since 2006. I haven't had one quillback all these years, and I got a deeper near shore. And it's going to be it's a big effect on our businesses here. And then we got small boats and even the smaller markets that depend on the live fish to stay open. you know, and you can take it. I would see like you to take it off the 23-24 thing too, and open it immediately, because this is our only means of income, and it's affecting everybody here. And I haven't seen a quillback all the time I've been fishing here since the 70s, sport fish or whatever. I would like to see you guys open up as soon as possible, because we need to get back to business. And we got Thanksgiving coming and Christmas, and there's a lot of people depending on making money for that. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Bouquet on his testimony? I'm not seeing any questions here. Thanks again, Christopher, for joining us today.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we will have Tim. Tim will be followed by Guy Grundmeyer. Tim, if you can hear us, please identify yourself. Give us your full name.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Tim Gao. I'm a fisherman out of Port St. Louis. Actually, Chris is my friend. He taught me how to fish, and I just bought my nearshore and deeper nearshore like last year, and after I purchased the permit, okay, and I have a physical store in LA, and I'm the fisherman. I'm also the fishing receiver. Okay, so I fish myself, and I get the fish from Chris, and then bring the fish to LA and put it in my store to sell it. And like I've been fishing for a year and a half. I'm not very experienced fisherman, but like I never caught one quillback rockfish in my lifetime. And actually, I have 3 kids, and everything is depend, like for myself, everything is depend on the that fishing business, the nearshore and the deeper nearshore. Okay, and after November 1st, okay, I got nothing in my fishing tank in my store right now, so I still have to pay the rent for my business and all the utility, but nobody come into my store after November 1st, and I'm asking to open back up immediately, and that's all I have to say right here.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gauss and his testimony? And there are no questions here, so thank you very much, Tim. Next, we'll move to Guy Grundmeyer. Guy will be followed by Dan Fougere. Guy, can you hear us? We don't see Mr. Grundmeyer online here, so I will move to Dan Fougere. Dan will be followed by Skylar Campbell. Dan, I can see you're unmuted on our end. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity here. I'd just like to say that I don't think there's any need for any further restrictions in the SF and central management zones. I support Danny Lee's proposal, and I also would like to hear the answers to his questions if possible. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fougere? And I don't see any. So thank you very much, Dan. Next, we'll go to Skylar Campbell. Skylar will be followed by Jack Gross. Skylar. On my screen, it looks like you are muted. There you go.
You got me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
I'm in the boatyard right now, trying to rig up my new boat that I was going to use to participate in the nearshore fishery. So I want to align myself with, first of all, I'm from Monterey. I'm nearshore, deeper nearshore. Also salmon, crab, spot prawn fisherman out of Monterey. I want to align myself with Danny Lee's comments and also throw the support of the Monterey nearshore fishermen behind that as well. I just got my audio to work, so I'm a little frazzled, but I want to keep working towards being able to go fishing, even though the circumstances that we have are not very good. But there's ways that if fishermen are able to develop certain, like with gear types and depth lines and things like that, if we can have the opportunity to prove that we can do our best to not encounter these species, we should be at least be able to be given a chance. So thank you for letting me comment, and that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Campbell on his testimony? And I don't see any hands here. So again, thank you, Skylar, for taking the time to join us today.
Thanks.
We'll next go to Jack Gross. I'll just highlight, we'll go back and see if Brent Maxey is there, but I don't see that person online yet. So Jack, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm a deeper nearshore permit holder operating out of Half Moon Bay. And I have 28 landings year to date. So it's about 3 trips per month. And I principally fish in federal waters. And I have caught 1 quillback this year. And I use the Sequelizer descending device. It works excellently. And the quillback, let me just say, is a pretty tough little fish. So it responds very well to a descending device. I really think it's smart, and I was glad to hear the council's action item today on removing the quillback from the deeper nearshore species category. And I say that that's a very important item in my world because I catch a lot of blue rockfish, a deeper nearshore species, alongside yellowtail. And if I can't keep a blue, there's so many of them that I literally would spend all day descending them, which I can't. So your current structure and your rule of exclusion of deeper nearshore species has the potential to waste a very healthy natural resource in the form of the blue rockfish. So that's my main point. But I also want to emphasize that if we are to fish inside of 20 fathoms, your own data, as Dan Lee has extrapolated, really suggests that inside of 20 fathoms, the projection is we will impact less than 30 pounds of fish, which is a very, very small and, in my mind, acceptable value for the council to adopt. You know, the whole 50-foot non-bottom contact leader makes 0 sense to me on many levels. But it's just that, you know, the descenders work. I would mandate them. And the quillbacks, what few that are out there, are not really going to be harmed by us. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Gross on his testimony? And I don't see any questions around the table. Thank you again, Jack.
Okay, sure.
And I'm going to circle back to the top of the list. I believe we've missed only one. I do not see Brent Maxey online at this time. So that completes our public comment. Before we get into our council action here, let's take a 5-minute break and then come back here. So 5 minutes. All right, let's move back into our seats. We've got some work to do. All right, thank you. Our council action on this item here is before us on the screen is adopt any final in-season adjustments. We've heard the reports. We've got the public testimony. Keely Kent.
Thank you. Wanted to just make a few remarks. We sort of brought it up a bit under the GMT report, but just relative to the GMT's recommended RCA boundary change. As the council may recollect under Amendment 32, when the council makes a change to the boundary lines of the non-trawl RCA, in order for that change to apply to the directed halibut fishery, that change must be made separately pursuant to the Halibut Act. So without a separate action, once a groundfish in-season RCA change, it does not apply to the entire directed halibut fishery participants unless they are incidentally retaining groundfish on those trips. This is just making sure that this is clear to the council and the public. We could evaluate the mechanism and timing for a recommended RCA change relative to the directed halibut fishery if needed. We're not necessarily saying that needs to happen, just making sure that it's clear those two different fishery mechanisms and how that would work. Other than that, I just wanted to note again, a lot of recognition has been given at this meeting to the GMT and the GAP on the in-season. Again, I do want to recognize a huge amount of work. And in particular, what I've seen in the GAP and the GMT statements is a big effort to really drill in on where changes need to be made and where they do not. We've certainly heard a lot of public testimony of specific areas of the California coast, and I see that reflected in the reports, a really diligent effort to try to surgically address the problem and leave other areas out that do not need to be a part of it. And so I'm hopeful that this action, if the council chooses to move forward with that, gets at least some of the comments that we've received and a really good effort on trying to find solutions and a path forward. So I want to recognize that.
Thank you, Keely. Other discussion? Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to maybe bring everyone up to date on developments within CDFW since the September council meeting. Keeping in mind the goal here for 2024 fisheries, as the GMT highlighted, is to keep our fisheries within the established quillback ACTs for 2024. As Keely highlighted, we've been doing a lot of work continuously since the September meeting, working alongside with NIMS, with our enforcement consultants, CDFW enforcement representation, and our state GMT analysts to try to address some of the shortcomings that came about as a result of the September in-season actions that we took. Back at that time, we were looking for a broad spectrum closures in September that were very difficult and continue to be difficult. And what you're seeing now in the GMT's recommendations and with the GAP's concurrence, some modifications that restore some activities and modify some to provide some opportunities in the federal waters. Now that we've had some time to consider input from GAP representatives over the past few months. Keely highlighted the 36 line and that the evaluation of existing data really strongly suggests that there are just no interactions with quillback south of 36. So as you see in the GMT's proposed amendments, the ability to allow for continued fisheries opportunities in that area to the south. Lingcod's another one where we did some homework and figured out what we actually need to prohibit and what we need to authorize. So I kind of just want to lay this out. When we got back from September, we started thinking about how do we organize all of this in our minds? And it occurred to us that these fishing activities that are seaward of the RCA, those are not impacted by quillback. So we need to make sure that our seaward opportunities remain completely intact. And that within the RCA, where we've authorized take of particular species and species groups with 12E gear, how do we do that? And so what you see in the series of recommendations from the GMT and the GAP is a very detailed evaluation of what activities can be allowed in the RCA, as well as what is the configuration of the RCA. So then you get to the area shoreward of the RCA, which now has been will be redefined as the state waters line. So this is where the plans moving forward come into play. Now that the RCA line will be at that state waters line, that will require that in state regulation, we address groundfish fisheries within state waters that run seaward out from the beach to that state waters line. And I guess I'd start by saying we've never done this in our regulatory, current present day regulatory arena in the state of California for groundfish fisheries. We are working hard on the plans moving forward. And we appreciate the council's patience. We are working as expeditiously as we can, but rule changes using the authorities that we need to use to enact this are new for us and involve some different administrative processes. And we're going to need to work through those procedural requirements step by step. So we've started this. We are absolutely committed to carrying forward our plans. I want to acknowledge our commitment to the GAP representatives and to their statement. The mention that we will work to provide appropriate authorizations for nearshore fisheries in state waters. We are working right now to establish a 20 fathom series of waypoints approximating the 20 fathom contour. Our GIS folks are hard at work on that right now. We do intend to use that new series of waypoints that would be established in state regulations for both our state and commercial fisheries management under state regulation. I've heard a lot of comments today about interests in providing opportunities for shallow and deeper nearshore activities, and that's exactly what we'd be looking to do is restore those trip limits that are zeroed out in federal waters so that they would be authorized in state waters. Again, this is new for us. We're working to develop the regulatory framework to be able to do this. It just doesn't happen overnight. So I just want to kind of also outline that our plan here is to tackle the state waters commercial fisheries piece first. We've developed this plan working closely with Keely on kind of sequential series of steps that we want to work toward in the state arena so that we accomplish all of our goals as expeditiously as possible. And again, like rolling everything up across the state and federal regulatory landscape, that we are working collectively and in coordination to achieve that quillback annual catch target for 2024. So the plan is to recommend the council approve the recommendations of the GMT and GAP today, which you might notice are exclusively for commercial fisheries and federal waters. Our plan is to then go home and immediately take up that regulatory work for the commercial fisheries that we authorized trip limits for within 20 fathoms, and looking toward the beginning of 2024, they're slated to open January 1. They have a year-round season, so we're going to do our darndest to try to get something done for the beginning of the year. Then we will pick up the situation with recreational fisheries. As noted in the GMT report, the season structures are a little different for rec fisheries, and we don't have openers that are affected by this until May 1. So that gives us a little bit of time in the state arena to, again, work with our constituents and build a series of recreational season structures for state waters that, with looking toward the March council meeting to discuss recreational measures that will be necessary for 2024. So I just wanted to convey that those are the plans. Some of the things we've already done. Recently, the state completed an emergency rulemaking action based on industry's request that we heard loud and clear at the September council meeting, that we need to find a way, now that we're operating under this offshore only regimen, that we authorize the use of hoop nets and crab traps while legally taking groundfish are aboard a vessel that was fishing in this offshore only fishery. So we spent a fair amount of time promulgating this emergency action in the state arena that also solidified or codified the closures of the nearshore fisheries for recreational. So we spent some time on that. Again, we've got the waypoints underway. So I just wanted to try to convey as clearly as I can what the plans are, and that we are working in each of these steps with our GAP representatives through our delegation to develop these recommendations so that they can be coordinated across state and federal waters. Couple of the comments made specifically about regulating gear inside state waters. Again, those discussions will commence in this commercial package that we're planning under state authority. But I do just want to acknowledge in response to Dan Lee's questions and others, their interest in having an inside 20 fathom fishery, authorizing all gears that have previously been authorized. And I think that's something we'll be looking at and talking about, but appreciate the suggestion. So I did take notes on all of the remarks here today, and we will be taking a close look at those as we work toward developing those commercial authorizations for our deeper and shallow nearshore fishermen. We may be nearing the end of the meeting here, but I certainly recognize the severity of the actions in front of the council. I'm talking about a lot of work and a lot of words and a lot of process. But I just can't say enough how real I know this really is. And Dan Platt, I just want to shout out to you, and you're not kicked out, I promise. So anyway, with that, I would offer a motion.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Let me just make sure there's no other general comments, discussion. I don't see any, so whenever you're ready with your motion, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move the council adopt the in-season recommendations contained in E9A Supplemental GMT Reports 1 and 2, November 2023.
Thank you. That looks accurate, complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I will look for a second. Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I don't think it's necessary.
All right, thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? And seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Marcy. We'll look to see if there's any further discussion, and then I will look to Mr. Todd Phillips, how we are progressing on this agenda item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the council has adopted in-season action for 23 and 24 as noted in the last motion. You made a really tough decision, and I would say with that, you have completed your action for this item.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I will close out this agenda item and pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, for great work. Great work, everyone. We're going to do the first two agenda items for tomorrow morning to get those out of the way so we can get out of here sooner in case we might get bogged down in their discussions. I hate people miss their planes. So, Pete, I think you're actually on the gavel on that. So I'm going to pass the gavel back to you.
Well, thank you. I tried to get rid of that thing. Give me a second to pull up my documents here. Our first agenda item is C5 legislative matters. And so I'm going to look to my left to Executive Burden to start that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. This is agenda item C5, which is legislative matters. As a brief overview, the Legislative Committee met on Thursday, November 2nd to review the status of legislation and bills introduced within the 118th Congress. And at the time of the meeting, the Council had not received any formal legislative requests for comment. In your briefing book, you have some reference materials. One is attachment 1, which is a summary of federal legislation in the 118th Congress. In terms of council action, your action is to consider the Legislative Committee report and to provide any recommendations you may deem and feel are appropriate. I'll pause there and happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, I will turn back to you. Executive Director Burden, will somebody be reading the report of the Legislative Committee into the meeting record?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I believe our new Legislative Committee Chairman, Mr. Oliver, is prepared to read that report.
Excellent. Chris.
Sure. Thank you, Merrick and Mr. Chairman. It's a short report. I'll read it or mostly read it. We met on Thursday, the November 2nd, to consider status of legislation in the 118th Congress and to elect officers. Elected myself chair and Ms. Corey Ridings as vice chair. We discussed, briefly covered several pieces of legislation that were compiled by, I think, a joint effort of Mr. Burden and Mr. Dave Whaley of the Council Coordination Committee. But we did not identify any legislation that appears imminent or likely to affect fisheries of the West Coast or the work of this this council. We did discuss the prospect of Magnuson-Stevens Act reauthorization occurring during the 109th Congress and beyond, and we understand that there may be a reintroduction of some version of Magnuson Act reauthorization, and possible changes in the membership of the House of Representatives may increase the likelihood of those efforts to reauthorize the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So we plan to review the comments previously made by this council and by the Council Coordination Committee on recent Magnuson reauthorization efforts in anticipation of this. And thanks, Mr. Burden, for distributing those earlier today. Finally, the members of the committee expressed concern regarding the covered small passenger vessel fire safety interim rule implementation. And other members of the committee may want to elaborate a little bit on that. The opinion of the committee is that the interim rule would not address the identified safety issue, yet would require that vessel owners incur significant expenses in order to be compliant with that rule. So we plan to meet next at the March 2024 meeting, tentatively, perhaps April, depending on the progress of legislation over the next few months. And I'll be in contact and coordination with Mr. Burden and presumably Mr. Whaley to some extent on that as we keep our eye on the horizon at what's coming here in the next few to several months. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oliver on the legislative committee report? And not seeing any questions, that there are no other reports under this agenda item. There are no public comment signups. So that takes us into any action you desire. And not seeing any hands, so I believe that will complete then. We've heard the report of the Legislative Committee, completes everything we need to do under this agenda item. So we will close out C5 and move on to our next agenda item, which is C6, approval of the council meeting record. And there is only one item here, and that is our council meeting record, attachment 1. I will ask for any hands who wants to start the discussion on reviewing and approving. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. If Sanders read my mind, I move the council approve the council meeting record as presented in C6 attachment 1, draft council meeting record, 273rd session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, September 7 through 14, 2023.
Thank you. That language looks very accurate and complete. You agree?
Yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Speak to your motion as needed.
Just want to thank council staff for maintaining such good records of our discussions and decisions. And I know it's not a small job, and we tend to approve it in a matter of seconds or minutes, but I know there's a lot of work that goes into it, and we do refer back to it quite often. And so it's really important to do. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That completes action under this agenda item. And with greater effort, I will pass this gavel back to our chair and see if it will stay there.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer, and thanks for your patience in getting those small items off the docket for tomorrow. And with that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burden if he has any announcements for tomorrow morning. All right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of announcements before we close out the day today. One is Kelly and I and the staff officers have been working hard at updating the year at a glance summary that was in your briefing book. There's now a supplemental. In addition to that, we have been working on the quick reference agendas for both March and April. Those are available as supplemental. And I believe Patricia had a small stack of them at the desk by the door in the back over there if you'd rather have a paper copy. So encourage you to take a look at those in anticipation of tomorrow. Helps to make up for an effective agenda item. Second comment, checkout time of the hotel is 11 a.m. So you may want to be keeping that in mind as you start to organize yourself tomorrow morning and think about the close of the meeting. So that's all I've got in terms of announcements, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Executive Director Burton. Great job, everyone. Fantastic work, staff, all around. It's fantastic. With that, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll start on C7.